close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
like a Hellcat. Coming like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat. Coming like a hell. Like a Hellcat.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome here to the PCS Europe.
Ja. Let's play first.
This is going to be a hell of a surprise. If he can land these shots cleanly, they're in a world of trouble. 2 players can be called out. They're going to get all this information.
I see everything here.
Yeah, but you can die.
Yeah, I can die in every part of the map.
Oh, look at this. They're just being mowed down.
This nade lands perfectly. This is going to be huge. It's good. It's damn good.
It's not a big loss if you made it this far, so...
Why did you peek it? Why did you peek it? You could have waited on the nade. Why did you peek it?
Oi!
Stay in the game, okay? Do not fall out of focus, even if you die. Doesn't fucking matter.
У него SLR. И у МТ 2 каску.
Phenomenal.
Oh my god, this is 10 already. Here comes the pull up. Oh no.
Enemy at the gates. Pixels. Oh no. Oh,
He's made it. Ow!
how have you done that?
Oh fuck, you didn't have shit for utility either.
Usual.
They have to push with this, so if you can kill them while they're pushing, it's great.
Yeah, it's good.
Nice.
Now it's going to be a 3v2, and here comes Batulin. He's got to make it count. That's one. That's two.
Я вижу забудка один. Забудка один в будке.
All these bullish can see the pepper in the wall.
Oh no, apparently ETG don't know how to use it.
1, 2, shoot.
Time for the blue. Can I do any damage? Oh my word! It's exciting, right? They're just fun to watch. When you see it in action, it's like, hell yeah, this is my jam.
A warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are back for the PCS Charity Showdown for Europe. They come far and wide to watch the PUBG action. It's going to be great times. My name's Kyle Laris, and to my left-hand side, I have Avenger, and I have Toby joining me here for all of the breakdowns. Welcome back, guys. It's good to be with you once again. Martin, we had a great day yesterday, and Omicron was able to blast out, doing very well for themselves up at the top of the board.
Yeah, they had an insane day, and let's see if they're able to continue and replicate that. 64 points, just the same as they had a great day to begin with in the group stage, but they didn't really follow through and didn't really follow up with that. So, but if they continue this, and if they are able to bring the momentum from yesterday and the confidence from yesterday, I think they're definitely going to end in the top 3. Maybe potentially win the whole thing.
Yeah, maybe. A scary team to deal with, Toby, when it comes to Omicron and how they're able to bomb on these first days. Let's see if they can carry it through. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, that many points off of having just one win, I think that's extremely impressive. Northern Lights got 2 wins, couldn't surpass Omicron, so it goes to show that not only are they able to clutch out games, but also the games that they don't go out winning, it's not quiet performances. They managed to time and time again put up big numbers, which I think is very telling. I mean, they had they were just a couple of points off of averaging more points per game than Elgiganten had in total in the day. So I think that's very telling how good they did, because Elgiganten normally is
definitely so
to be considered a pretty good team.
Yeah, absolutely. Their lowest placement was 9th place yesterday, but beyond that, it was almost all podium finishes with a 5th sprinkled in there. So very, very well done by them. Let's look down the table a little bit further, because obviously there's tons of teams that we really do want to talk about before we actually get into this. Do remember that, guys, this is the grand final across these 3 days. We only have 12 more games remaining, and we will be playing 6 of those games today. Northern Lights yesterday, Martin, 2 wins back-to-back. Here's the games coming at you for today, of course. 3 Miramars and then 3 Erangels. Again, it's an accelerated schedule, so once the one game is finished, we will be trying to jump into the next game as fast as possible, just like we were jumping fast into our bathrobes when we were talking to Batulins at the second time for Northern Lights, Martin. They were great to watch.
They were great to watch, but they got the vast majority of their points on Miramar. I think it was 44 of their points they got from Erangel, so they really need to step up their Miramar game if they want to win this. But if they do, if they manage to get a great game or a great start from today with the Miramar games, or even potentially take a win home, they could potentially take the whole thing home, because 2 wins on Erangel yesterday of 55 points, right? Yeah, 55 points total from them yesterday, so really great to see their performance.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, overall, Toby, when we were listening in with Batulins, he was saying one of the games was one of the hardest games he's ever played when it comes to the actual pace of it. And overall, when it comes to this lobby as a whole, you're not too surprised really with the kind of names that you've got here in the European scene and the depth that we do have here, right?
Oh, no, not at all. I mean, this is probably one of the most stacked, if not the most stacked lobby we can put together with European or EMEA teams, I should say, at the moment. So very understandable. But not only the circles are hard to play, but if you're also in a tough position and you have to make moves yourself, it's going to make it that much more difficult. But the two games that they did win, to me, from a logics perspective, from an analytical perspective, they should never have won them. Just like Liquid on the bridge should never have won that military game, right? So the fact that they can bring those games home scares me thinking about what they can do in games where they get more of a, I guess you can say, help from circles and compounds, because that's when they can really start racking up points.
And actually, to that point, Toby, I want to follow up on that because you mentioned that it was a game where Liquid at the end won, where potentially they shouldn't have won, considering all the circumstances that went down. I think yesterday, Toby, was a day of adapters, right? We saw a lot of different circles, and people had to try and adapt. And if they were able to do so, they were the ones that were victorious in the end.
Yeah, for sure. Curveballs were thrown literally all over the place. Mainly, I want to say, on Erangel, but we also saw some tricky circles. The first one up north on Miramar, you were saying your praises maybe for an Oasis ending didn't end up happening, but still, we were tossing people all over the place, and I mean, the good teams have to be adaptive to those kind of things. Sometimes something happens that no one's ready for, and the person or the team, I should say, who is the quickest to react to it, you're normally also are the ones that runs away with the win.
Yeah, definitely. Let's just bring it back then, Martin, because of course, at the end of the day, Liquid did get that win. That was a ridiculous game. That was all sorts of ridiculous, and Liquid managed to pick it up, and we got to hear from James at the very end as well. Liquid's still in a great spot to be able to challenge for that top spot, especially after they finished the group stage at number 1, just 2 points above FaZe, right?
Yeah, and obviously Liquid is just a team that you can't take away from them. They're extremely consistent, and especially on top of that, they're not contested in their loot spots, and they have some really great loot spots still. And I think they're probably one of the best or the best at the moment to read the lobby and like adapt to who's around you, like know your neighbors. They know they're pretty well prepared, I would say, compared to some of the other teams that are here, because they've played against all of the other guys, so they know those. And then they put some effort, and their coach put some effort into like knowing some of the other guys around them and like inform them. And I think that's why they're in the position they're in. And I think it would be a shame to think that they should not end in the top 3 for this tournament at least.
Well, there's some of the forerunners. Let's talk about some of the guys that need to do a little bit of catching up, Toby, to start things off. When you're looking further down the table, who are your eyes kind of navigating to maybe push up a little bit today? What are your thoughts?
I mean, I mentioned Elk again, but one of the teams that coming into this tournament as a whole, I probably wouldn't have been too surprised to see where they are, but a team that I, after seeing the group stages, am very surprised to see is Entropic. I mean, they were lights out in the group stages, and now 21 points on day 1. You can say, okay, that's all right. It's bad, but it's not like abysmal. But only 3 placement points. It was all kills. Like, everything they were doing was killing people, which of course is a good thing, but they need to find their way into late game, and that's the one thing they were so damn good at in the group stages. They got the late games. They didn't always get kill points with it, but they always had placements. So the fact that that's been kind of flopped upside down has me a little worried.
Does Martin, quickly here, does Entropic's playstyle get hurt a little bit by the overall strength of the lobby if they're going out for kills? When the lobby is more powerful, it's much harder to play that kind of playstyle. What are your thoughts?
I just think it comes down to for Entropic specifically. I think it comes down to like it's a stacked lobby now, and all the other guys they've gotten warmed up. But honestly, I think today we're gonna see some special stuff. It's Double's birthday today, so happy birthday to him! And I think he's gonna show up.
Let's do it. It's time for game number 1 of the day. Let's head over to Sims and Pansy for all of the action.
All right, so I can't help but think instantly how we ended yesterday's games. It was crazy. It was wild. We're coming to a fresh day, fresh start, different map, new look. But I'm just hoping we see more wild and wonderful things, because that was just unbelievable the way that whole game ended. But Rich, what are you looking at today?
Without question, Elgiganten. There's to think who's on this roster, and the fact that it's sitting all the way down at the bottom with a mere 10 points, even to go crashing out in the final match in 16th with 1 kill, Like you kind of want to try and round off the day in a positive kind of way. They didn't. Everything went bad. Everything went to cock, and I want to see a full reset. I want to see a full turn, 360, and see what these guys can do. I mean, it's kind of scary to think when you 10 points, 10 frags throughout 6 games. There was once upon a time when Gaxi was picking that up in a game himself. Back on NIP.
Very true.
We did some big things from him. So it's absolutely not of what this roster can perform. ENCE is really another one still down at the bottom. We were saying there was a lot of pressure on them. We've given them a lot of grief, and rightfully so. Been invited to all these different events and such, and yeah, 18 points. All right, it's 7 points above Elgig, but it's still down at the bottom. So it was day one. We do have 3, but today, if you don't really turn up, you're putting yourself in a very, very nasty predicament for tomorrow.
Yeah, it's as much as yes, the games are shorter, obviously in the final stage, but we had a very long group stage, and we saw glimmers of hope from ENCE, but it's certainly not enough for us to think they're out of the woods. Yeah, Elgiganten probably looked better during the group stage. Personally, I think they look pretty solid. Not towards their extent of what they could be doing, however. So I think it's valid criticism. TSM, another team that currently I think they're in 6th right now, around that marker. I'd like to see a bit more from them. I think that this drop's not quite working out well for them at the moment. So maybe a switch up might need to happen, but can you do that mid-tournament? I don't know. Now, Omicron, on the other hand, brilliant performers so far. And I think it was Toby on the desk who said, as I said, even if they don't win it, they get those points in every game. They still are able to kind of convert in a great deal of these games to get themselves on the board. I'd like to see Tempest stepping up a little bit. They're a team that certainly caught our attention during the group stage. Push up towards that top 5. Push up there. Again, we're seeing them getting late game, but I'd like to see them find that comfort zone. And maybe they're just adapting to new teams around them, new players around them. Could be the case, but still. Just want to see a little bit more. The circle has come in, though. We are in the southwest.
Yeah, I think if we think back to Omicron's performance, let me just look through day number 2 here for a second. Like, we have seen it a few times. They're a fantastic team. They're a formidable roster. They can perform. Hell, we saw what they did, which was their day 1 when we played in the group stage. It was a first, a third, second, first, and then a random 16 to follow it off. But 5 games all in the top 3, like, that's consistency on so many levels. You pack that against frags. There were games they're picking up 10, 13, 15. Like, they're putting them hand in hand, side in side, right? They're doing the job. But there are certain scenarios where that falls off and things go a little bit wrong. And I feel like this roster just sometimes can't find its bearings once the chips are kind of down. And you struggle to see them get back up a little bit because things start to fall off.
Liquid and FaZe, very close by here, Rich. Mexi was kind of the saving grace of Liquid. We saw that in that kind of, I think it was 3 teams left, similar compound or building to the one that Uber's currently in. Mexi definitely made the most of a very poor situation, but early little scuffle there. It looks like Liquid have worked out that, okay, this area isn't for free. FaZe are definitely starting off a little bit closer to home where Liquid like to hit those rotations towards on these sort of circles. So this could be a little bit of a different look here.
It might be preemptive of them. Reading the lobbies, Toby spoke about it and seeing who's in there and where things are going to be going down. If you can put a foothold on people to get and deny them points, deny them territory, you make your lives easier going forward if they are prime locations that you want to take control of. Just to quickly kind of finish off the Omicron subject, like, I want to see if things go bad, how they get themselves back on track. I don't want to see this random drop off a cliff where they just kind of it all goes out the window, the composure's down, and they can keep going. There are so many signs where we see greatness. I think, Christ, this is an event-winning team. But then things just seem to drop off. Whether that's the lobby getting better and learning how they play and working it out, or the teams around them just picking it up. I don't know. There's been a few cases where we've seen like godlike performances, and then it doesn't drop off to a really bad level. 6-7 position is still damn good in a lobby that is so strong as this and so important. But yeah, I think there's an event win closing in for these guys. I just don't know when it's going to be, and I think getting over that small little bit of when things are down, just keep on going and don't let things spiral out of control. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing their performance throughout this one and see where they end up once we get to the end of it. Tempest, a team you touched on, Lauren. This could be the first task in front of them. I don't know If they realise Furky have the off angle, yes, they most certainly do, because Tommel is sending some bullets this way.
Still two of them here. Clib's up on this one. Much closer than they'd imagine. Not sure if you want to give away that you're this closer than they'd know. Clib switches back over to the rifle and continues to press forward. That could have been a really big pick up there. It could still work out, potentially. But for now, it looks like they've fallen off this a touch, but still engaged with Tempest. But they need to keep it clean. This was just like a quick smash and run. This shouldn't be a full commit here. If if Redline back away, keep peeling off this, Pixel and Clib could overextend and then just get knocked and they're unrevivable. Now, obviously, you want points, but is this the time to be going for those engagements? You had a little bit of a surprise. Okay, looks like that compound not available. Ibby seems aware there's someone there. Good scouting. Gonna maybe either head back to Mexi, set him up there on his own, or keep going and look for other options. This is what I worry about now. Tempest do get pressured in these moments. It's a little bit harder, but they do have the support there. So at least Tommel's pushed up with them, so they do have at least 2 players to support the revive. And the team you're looking at, the one that I think it's valuable to look at, is Elgiganten. Where have they been? Where are they going? It's been a little tough for them to find their place here. They feel maybe a little lost in this lobby. Maybe today will be the day they find their footing, because it does have to happen soon.
Yeah, we're not in a group stage, but there's 24 teams to fight through. It's money on the line. Don't get me wrong, everyone earns a bit of cash, but you want to certainly be earning a little bit more, or even just getting that top spot. 25 grand is not to be sniffed at, and more importantly, to be able to fund $100,000 to a charity of your choice. That's what these teams are playing for. That's what it's all about. Elliot. First kill unless stolen. It's actually his teammate that gets it, never mind. All goes towards Tornado Energy. Tell you what, they had a banging game yesterday, right?
Yeah, they did. They were fantastic. They've been, again, a team that certainly deserves to be within that top 4 currently. TSM going to spot out Elgiganten, and that is a poor loss to start with. One of the first players potentially to go down. And this nade could seal it, really. This is not the start Elgiganten needed or wanted.
No, most certainly not. Pulling up to this cliff has not paid off at all, especially with Miraku been on an off-angle situation. I believe this is the compound we were fighting for yesterday at the end of the final match where you run off the back of it. Second one will fall. Miraku angles is paying off currently. Ira's also overstepping the boundaries, maybe to try and deny the reses here. There's no idea that there's 2 solos bleeding out. There's a third one as well. I'll try and make a recovery on this, but if this is a 16th to open the game with no frags after getting a 16th to close the game yesterday, there is a very real potential here that that's Elgig's competition done. I know there's a lot of games still to play, but the tilt factor is going to swing in. The points and the amount of games still left to play while other people are getting points there about you are going to play a factor. I am very concerned. I am very, very concerned about this roster so far.
Yeah, I'd love to hear the desk's thoughts on what's been going right and going wrong, obviously more often than not for ELG, because they're dead in the water here. They've got nowhere to go. This compound, yes, they came in late, but then you look at someone like Na'Vi, Adepts, they're coming in late, and they're perfectly fine. They probably won't overstep the bounds too much. So I do want to know what the balance people think is, going wrong for Elgiganten. In theory, we can take a stab at it, but right now it's Gaxi left with nades running in. That one's going to do it. 16th place, no kills. It's an unpleasant sight.
I mean, I didn't think they could do any worse than the final game yesterday, but they somehow managed it. From 1 kill to 0. Yeah, I'm going to leave that one to the desk. Toby Martin, enjoy that and give us a bit more information on your thoughts and feelings on how this team is not only performing now, but will do further down the line for today and even tomorrow, to be honest. I suppose we'll only really know how they can do tomorrow, given today's games once they're all said and done. Ends on transition. A little bit slow, a little bit edge play for me. I would like to see them more centralized, but we know this is what Enz's style is all about. K-Mind on the move. Where's the rest of Liquid? Okay, he's got Jimbo for support. And thank the Lord, because all of FaZe have just rocked up. They're staying toe-to-toe, these two teams, in this so far.
Yeah, they're definitely not far from each other. FaZe has constantly been in areas that Liquid seem to want to be in, and, same can be said the other way around, as Liquid did just have to fall off their split. Now, again, we know that Liquid like these splits. It's something that they consistently do. They'll be in their 2-2s, a couple of, ones, solo players out on their own, and they'll hold that till quite late game. They like to keep their options open. But if FaZe are pressuring them now, if they're willing to kind of pressure these positions, that means maybe FaZe have been doing their homework. This could be interesting.
Bullets are ringing in the distance. Jimmy's position's certainly been noted. You can see he's already taken some damage. Perfect weapon for the breach, should it come through. Uber down, but certainly not out. Is forced to stick the heel. Omicron in the distance. Oh, the Deep's actually just taking a bullet from Mexi. That's from one of the compounds further on where Liquid are in the split. They're still doing the same scenario that we said is kind of sketchy at times, but they just know how to do it and then you have to make it work. They're in a 2-1-1 currently.
I mean, I'd agree with you. But if it's FaZe who are now pressuring you and they see that these kills are coming in from a position other than the one they're fighting, if they know it's Liquid, they could be in danger. That's an overstep from Uber, maybe trying to pressure, as imagined, towards potentially Jeems, who's on his own. But that's a really nice pickup, a good counterplay for Liquid there. Going to easily stem and hold back FaZe's progression now.
So he was the lurker, right? Trying to get information, trying to see where players were actually in abundance. And by doing so, unfortunately, it does cost him his life. We may see one of Liquid fall here, because that's quite an open run that they're forced to do. FaZe locked into the garages. We'll see if this circle's favorable to remember they have vehicles that are still intact, I believe. I didn't see any tires, or hear any tires, should I say, popped, but I could be wrong. Circle. Kind of standard. We know where this one goes, especially when it's moving away from Commissary. Those fields are a prime magnet towards where things like to go. Senya could be in for a bit of an argument here up against NLT should the Northern Lights want to pull back, but they have a decent compound, so I don't really see why they would. Liquid still, I almost said in no man's land, but they do have a very, very strong compound central of this circle. It was no man's land all for a minute, but they make it work and get uphill. Northern Lights have actually evacuated their compound up against the road to get in the one just below Liquid. Also a decent position. FaZe, they'll kind of stay stationary for now. Everyone else moving around. Raise your edge towards the north. Navi also north. The IQ fit themselves in across the road. There's quite a few compounds. They're on that road towards the northwest down to southeast. Speaking of southeast, and it appears on our screen. ENCE, Tempest. Side by side, parallel transition. Picado, you might just see ENCE kind of skirt the outskirts of it, just because really I wouldn't like to see them go into the white. If they go into the white, they're going to be open to fire from both Tempest and Raise Your Edge, unless they decide to crash and take one of those fights. Bit of a cluster, though, on the southwest. I must say this. Adepts, TSM, they're going to go toe-to-toe any minute. Better luck next time. They're holding the main road between Kumasira and Ladrilla. Kumasira's actually got a fair few teams in as well. Tony Devaney is still outside.
Iroh's shot was just nuts, by the way. Like, if we could watch that back, that was so crisp. Like, and speaking of TSM as well, he's a player who needs to perform. He was very, very quiet yesterday, and this is a much better look for TSM. 5 kills already, now 6. Yes, they're doing okay. They're in, what, 6th place, just under FaZe? But you saw they were having some trouble on rotation, Iroh went outside to calm down for a bit. If he's coming in hot today, he's putting his, warm-up time. He's feeling out the game, fired up. That's a really good look. And another team I want to look at as well, we mentioned Algigant and a couple of others, is Na'Vi. A little bit of an uncharacteristic couple of mistakes happened on Miramar, which, normally I feel like when we talk about Na'Vi, the word mistake is not normally included in the sentence. They're a very well-drilled team. They're a very, thinking man's team. They play their style and it's quite unique, but there were mistakes made, which, as said, definitely caught our eye. So we'll see what they come in today like.
Yeah, there's an opportunity for all these teams that maybe underperformed yesterday to go back to the drawing board and say, okay, where can we make things right? Maybe adapt a little bit to the lobby, adapt to some of these teams that have already played each other out, so I don't think adapting to the lobby itself is an excuse. I mean, hell, it's one tanked up lobby, so no matter which way you look at it, it's going to be difficult. Certainly some of the best, if not the best, in EMEA currently. And look at that. Circle. Northern Lights, Liquid, Central, FaZe Clan. They can play border control now. You really wouldn't see them or expect them to go too deep into this, given the open, very open barren land between them and Team Liquid. There is a possibility, though, that they just murder everyone that decides to try and either crash those compounds for somewhere to a bit of respite, or just kills them on transition, because there is a sweeping road that goes through those, or at least very near the compounds that they're holding down.
No. I was thinking that might have been Red Zone getting the attention fully, but it's actually Red Line. Raise your edge on the crash. Senya falls away. That was just an extension. He was one of their individual players pushed out, trying to hold territory. But if a 4-man squad rolls at you, maybe give that up, which is what he's done. So smart play. Red Zone going to opt to try and peel away from Better Luck next time. I'm not sure if they know they're completely there. They seem to have a good enough idea that they don't want to just walk up to it. So they're going to head around, look for a new way forward. And beyond that, right now, you've got to be looking at Northern Lights and Liquid to being the best positions here.
Yeah, they'll stay stationary, hold them downward, see if anyone crashes, but I won't expect anyone to be that stupid. Not for this level of PUBG and not for this late in the game currently. A lot of them have to run the dungeon gauntlet, try and find the final boss, who that will be. I'm sure we'll see in the kill feed. Tempest up, looking for a home. Gustav falls onto double. Happy birthday, thank you very much. He's down. Hawkeye and Tab open up onto Tempest though. Multiple casualties on the roster as it tries to get inside the shack. I'm not entirely sure if the players are in there and fully resable. I think they are. Rustamab at distance. This is the fight that's about to unfold next. Tornado Energy. They've got to be careful, though. They've got Ents in the front and Better Luck next time in the back. They're splitting their resources to deal with this. But that could be also deadly, especially when you lose Example. He was the one to hold this line and hold this fight. Now Better Luck next time can make an advancement on this. If they press them from the back, we may see Tornado going out earlier than what they anticipated, because that was a decent ridgeline they were holding, but it's just so exposed when there's two teams at complete polar opposites of each other.
Yeah, this could be something to look out for, but the name that I can't get away from that's in the kill feed constantly is TSM. Iro again, getting the flush there. I want to really keep a note on how TSM come into today. They look fired up, and that to me is a very exciting prospect, but for now, Fate has to try and deal with his Quizzy just over the ridge. Nade comes through, doesn't land. So for now, they're holding territory, but it's you know, very fine lines here, because Omicron, when they come into this now, is another angle that Tornado Energy simply have to deal with. And oh, Vazku! Oh, up and over. Say goodbye to your head, just decapitated. Ents down 2 players.
The nicest man in the lobby gets run over. F. Big F for Squeaky. That's a way to certainly exit the game. Oh well. I would say Better Luck next time. Fate might actually be getting that because he's got 2 players bearing down upon him. Quizzy and Alia, again, these 2 fights they've been taken. One team's been removed and now they've got a bit of a safety net and get this final play, which they can. This gives them some breathing room. Maybe go loot the bodies, get what you need, change out the vest or the helmet. Raise your edge on the rump, trying to find someone. TSM, you mentioned, kill feed, still going. Gustav onto T-Bone as well, so Omakan's position has now been given away. I can actually see Fuzzface is trying to take a different angle of approach, maybe get some height on them, throw an aid or 2 over there. If they get a second knock, they could bear down upon that, remove them from that position, and take the southern side of this circle. Aitzi and Gustav also going all the way up against the white will give them an eye line onto Tornado Energy. TSM, now they have work to do. They're still getting people in the kill feed, but they do have 2 teams, excuse me, 3 if you're including Furax, to get inside this circle. This will not be a very easy entry at all. This is going to be a very difficult run for TSM.
I want to watch it though. If if they're taking fights now, I'm not going to put it past them to complete this. Now, Omicron had a pretty clean approach to this position, but now you're going to see the fight back. Tornado Energy are down to just 2 players though, so the trades feel like they're inevitably going to go favorably to Omicron unless FaZe gets involved, because Fuzzface isn't far off this with an SKS in hand and looking this way. This could be the points they need to jump back over TSM if FaZe get involved, but for now, Quizzy, it's a matter of life or death. Trying to utilize the low ground to try and maybe work a way around here toward Page, but it's actually T-Bone right there beside him. Nade's coming back through. And Quizzy, wide peek around the bush, does not do what he wanted. Page finds him first. Iro again in the kill feed. Now just Alia. Now, yes, Tornado Energy were very good yesterday, but today this does not look like quite the same start that they would have wanted to carry on yesterday's performance. But there's Fuzzface. We said this could be happening. This could be a factor. He obviously doesn't want to overstay his welcome here. They've got to think about their own game plan, but for now they can pin back a great deal of players as TSM are about to clash with Redline while they're spotting up Red Zone. So Vard's already fallen towards that as Aliag still trying to work a way forward. He did get Page, which was the kind of lowest ground player, but they know T-Bone was close by. There was 2 players down on that low ground. Now Iroh about to push towards one of the Redline players. Nice little sweep there. That's working out well. FaZe still stealing away these points. So even though the Tornado Energy are here, they can't even get the benefit to this fight.
Both sides, everything that we kind of expected to unfold is happening. FaZe Clan are the ones that really benefit from Tornado going into the back of Omicron. As long as they do it cleanly and find where this final player is, Vaz tries to jump in the vehicle. I respect it, the last stand inside the back of the Mirado, but it doesn't pay off this time. The ones that have paid off is by taking the fight up against Redline. It's TSM. To get across this opening embankment, remove this, and leave one player. Without actually dropping anybody. They dropped someone else earlier on. I don't think it was from this fight. I could be completely wrong, and please apologies if I am. Up and over we go, and out of the lobby Ivers goes. So that's a damn good job. I didn't quite see on the screen, but they are doing impeccable. I mean, they shouldn't have been allowed to get that cross, to be honest with you, Lauren. I'm surprised Redline didn't push up against onto the white to deny them entry.
They've got freaking 13 kills and they're still going. Like, you know, when we saw it early on and they're like at 5 kills, like, oh, that's quite good. 13! And we're at 20 minutes. That's filthy from TSM. That's the team we wanted to see. That's the TSM all the fans were waiting for. And now they're sweeping south. They could find Red Zone's remainder. They could even put some pressure on FaZe, but they also have to think about how do we get in the circle. This is over in the north. Na'Vi can shuffle in cleanly once they remove Naileup from the back. He's the bit of a, you know, thorn in the side. He's the pain that won't go away, that little twinge that you get as your back gives away. So they need to be careful with that. You can see them taking their time on this. But again, in their minds, they also want to get ahead. They want to get in towards that circle, try and negate what Northern Lights are doing, which is pinning them back now. And when the blue starts to move, they're going to be in all kinds of trouble. This is another kind of trouble, though, in the southeast. EIQ against FaZe. 2 pretty aggressive teams. Right, so now Nailup's been removed. That's kind of helped out Na'Vi. They need to consider a way to get forward, but this hillside is brutal.
Yeah, it would be nice, especially it makes it all that more difficult because of where the buildings are and because of the amount of overview you have. People have to traverse over these dips and divots that they're relying on. You use these for hard cover. That's taken away from them. They're completely open to fire, and multiple waves of fire for that, especially when you got Liquid are also occupying the further compound up the hill. FaZe, next obstacle in the way, EIQ, and we know that these guys can fight. We know they get very, very aggro, especially for some very unexpected players, and it's caught a few of them off guard. FaZe first one to hit the deck. This could be the go sign for the rest of EIQ. The follow-ups there with the shots. AUG, it hurts. Second one falls. Aitsip comes down to 1 man now. Information been fed back to Gustav. Flashbangs are out. Will he disconnect or will he take this fight? Probably try and stand his ground. Unfortunately can't. The second he's on his feet, Novik says no, thank you very much. EIQ claims some points. They sweep, they clear. And more importantly, they take control of this ridge line. The next problem that might be in their way, which I think is going to be a really good play here from TSM. That should be a 15th kill easy. But they are looping all the way down to the south. So they are the next trouble that EIQ may find. If they come over the hillside, they may have just copped for them. We'll hold for now because Tempest, it's the battle of the Yellow Brothers. Na'Vi going up against Tempest. Pixel down, dead. Tommel also falling. Wookie, though, on an answer back, Lauren. This is pretty decent. Clip's the last man standing, though. It's getting very difficult.
This is excellent from Na'Vi. They've lost out on Besto, but they're the ones engaging here, right? You got to look at it that way. They're taking the fight, and to be fair to Tempest, they did not hold the ground that they had. It's hard to hold that, though. Now, TSM, the problem is that Liquid could see them. You got EIQ that can see them, and they were down to 3 already. So, but you look at the points they've garnered. They're already up to 4th position. They've just jumped FaZe and Tornado Energy, who have both gone down already in this. So, if anything, they just call up to the top pack. Brilliant play. If Ira can stay alive, even better, but he's definitely been spotted. So EIQ are going to do what they can. He's actually in that new, like, circle edge. So for him, his game plan needs to be just snake it out. If he can survive even longer, excellent. If not, they've done their damage. Now, Na'Vi are looking, you know, gritty. They're looking like they want to get into this. This looks like, you know, a fired-up Na'Vi too. Northern Lights still 4 alive. Excellent position. This time they will have to start moving. And Liquid hold the big compound.
It was worth it. Going early, taking control of that. Besto with the instant steal for Na'Vi. Hops one away for them. Is he safe, though? Can I ever survive this circle? Still trying to pick up a few frags, which I respect, to be honest.
He's got
If
6
you can
kills,
help.
let the man go.
All right.
Nice
The
try.
Hockey sticks it in the grave, but 15 points is not to be shunned at whatsoever. Oh, 15 frags, should I say, alone, let alone the points that go with it.
It's brilliant play. They've just jumped to 3rd place. Now, obviously, Team Liquid is still in this, and Northern Lights, so it'll probably shuffle them back down to maybe 4th or something around that marker. But for one game, to jump as they've just done against the big guys, very, very well done. Incredibly respectable play. Now, let's look at what we have here, because we've got a lot of heavily stacked squads still in this, and you don't normally see this many 4-man squads. Na'Vi with 4, Northern Lights with 4, Liquid with 4. And EIQ, they're down to 3. Now, they just had a player knock. They're probably the next on the chopping block here, with all the attention being drawn their way, and they've got the least amount of cover to play with. K-Mine's going to be playing with his food, going to take down Reggie finally here. You can see Northern Lights trying to capitalize on this, but there's already someone watching that. There's no easy frags in this.
Northern Lights splitting their resources. 2 to the western side. And that pays off dividends. That's Ibby down. That'll force 1 onto the res. I'm wondering if Na'Vi say, okay, well, maybe they've taken the foot off the gas. There's an opportunity to move, but Spyro's position's so damn good. Batulin also just peeping over the hill. With a little head glitch over there. Easy line of sight. They're so grouped up, and when you're looking at that map, and all 4 of them are just together, crammed inside the shack, it shows how very, very knife-edge this scenario is for them. The second they remove themselves from this building, they're all dead. Unless, and we've seen it, one of them just lands the absolute monster of a shot. Perfectix did not realize has an AWM, so if he brings that one to the party and maybe bangs a few out on Team Liquid, that's the breach opportunity. He's got the can opener in his hands, but Liquid are inside their fortified little building. It'll take a...
Gotta be careful. Yeah, Na'Vi now, Blue gotta start moving in. I don't know how much utility they've got, Rich. This could be a bit of a death run. The wall's gonna get made. They're gonna put out every smoke they can, but everyone in this lobby is about to look their way because it's a points grab, right? Who gets it? Liquid want it. Northern Lights want it. EIQ, if they could get some, sure, why wouldn't you? But while all this happens, Northern Lights are positioning themselves to maybe gatekeep Liquid out. Now, Double's gone down, so it's down to 3. All these remaining players and teams, 4 alive. That's a big, big battle. Now, the Blue's going to be on Na'Vi. They're in danger. They're hurting in the Blue. And honestly, considering this is a big battle for the top, they might not want to give these points over to these teams. So Na'Vi's starting to work their way up. They've actually made it to a little bit of a lip on that hillside. They are in the circle, so if they can hit the deck, this is not necessarily a bad spot. But they have to be aware that some of Liquid definitely have line of sight, but Besto is aware. That's perfect. Just force him off the peak. You don't need to put all of your investment towards it, all of your bullets, all of your attention, but just keep him away. Buy yourself a second or two to allow this sort of play to happen. James now working his way around. Mexi's found Spyro. This could be a really nice springboard into this momentum against Northern Lights. Molly's going down. Batulin's are deep. Perfectix, they're all there. Smoke goes up, and while this happens, Na'Vi gets a respite. They get to calm down, control themselves. Deep's nade come back in, and it flushes Jeans. Liquid didn't realize he was creeping up towards them. Now there's a threat right at the gates, and they're down to 3 players to control it.
May have been a little bit unfortunate where they looked towards Na'Vi a bit too much. Putting 2 of them on there has allowed all 4 players to get up close and personal towards the hill. AWM finally comes into play. It does some damage. K-Mine's there to hold the line. Mexi is overstepping the boundaries, though, a little bit too much. Gets shot from the back lines. That's rather unfortunate. Ibby, I don't think you can get that res, my friend. If you go out, they're going to be able to see you on the angle. There could be a smoke if they have any. He does. He has 5 smokes. And if I can't put this down, there's not enough time. They're running up the hill. This aggression is pretty insane. Like, from both sides of it, I mean, there's a couple of questions that could be asked, and I'll leave that one to the analyst desk. But Na'Vi's survivability in this, how they've made it from the shack, is just unbelievable.
Here we go. We got to get hype about this moment because Besto's right at the foot of the hill. There might be a res. Good flash from Besto. K-Mine's in all kinds of trouble here. Now, Northern Lights have kind of paused from the fight for a second. Maybe seeing if Na'Vi's going to do the work for them, but they're kind of stuck on this hillside. Look at the amount of smokes up right now. Limited information everywhere. K-Mine and Ibby are now bunged up. They're just like right next to each other. Not trying to get individually killed, but for now, Na'Vi are popping up, and Besto is one of them. If he goes down,
Oh
Besto is
my
on
God.
6 kills, and now it's Na'Vi with 3 players against Northern Lights with only 2. Besto is on a tear right now. This guy is ready to fight, and he's going to get some more. It's Kevin to get the frag and out the Tulins. Your last one alive. Na'Vi had no right to win that, and they just pull it out of the bag. So well done by Na'Vi. That's a performance that I wanted to see. Na'Vi made mistakes yesterday on Miramar. They didn't look as solid as they have done in the past, but that ending is, grit and determination. That's it.
It's very rare we use the terminology of death squad, but just to push Besto up like that, utilize the smokes to even get out of the shack they were in. All 4 players up against the blue with 2 teams just staring at you. Commit the utilities. Okay, there's a certain few, circumstances where Team Liquid's attention were drawn and so were Northern Lights towards one another. But to put Besto in that position and just getting the back door, beat it down, boot it down, whatever you want, take out Ibi, take out Mexi, that's a phenomenal run. For against all odds, grit and determination, say it again as you mentioned it, that is just a phenomenal play. And for 15 frags as well, a 25-point game, if that's the Na'Vi you want to see, that's the Na'Vi that we have seen and what they're very, very more than capable of going out throughout this competition.
Yeah, sat in 7th when they came into that lobby. I wonder how well that's done for them in the overall points. We'll see that in a sec, but before we do, we'll head back to the desk to wrap up what we just witnessed.
Probably a lot, Lauren, as they only had 32 points coming into today. So great stuff from Na'Vi to be able to pick up big points. They sign up for Revolution Death Squad, and they're able to go on a rampage towards the end. Joining me, I have Martin as well as Toby here to break down exactly what we got from game number 1. And it was quite a wild game, to say the least, Toby. We basically had 2 teams killing the entire half of the lobby. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, something along those lines. I think TSM and Na'Vi, it's gonna be around 30 kills in between them. If not even more than that, actually. That was pretty wild to say. But Na'Vi, I mean, they played it extremely well. It was a really hard uphill battle, quite literally, the entire way through, and it played all they just played the kind of style that Na'Vi likes to play. Stay passive until later, and then you start pushing out and getting kills, and they're scary good at it.
I mean, Martin, when you look at how Na'Vi somehow got themselves out of that shack situation, I suppose it did help quite considerably that Liquid and Northern Lights were quite occupied with one another. It gave Na'Vi just that small bit of room, and they were able to jump on it.
Honestly, when they were they had 3 guys outside the zone, they were pushed. They were in a rough position. I didn't expect them to come out so easily and come out with so many alive, but they managed to do so. Managed to get all up. Managed to get into a position where they could keep pressure onto Liquid, keep pressure onto Entropic, and obviously in the end also take down Northern Lights. It's just absolutely insane how they managed to do that. And also considering they had no room, they were literally not inside the second circle when they popped. They had to fight their way in, push their way in, had to breach some of the compounds that we saw was like in a 2-2 split from Northern Lights and stuff like this. So it was absolutely crazy for them to win this game.
I want to stick with you for a second, Martin, here, because do you feel like they were better warmed up than Team Liquid and Northern Lights coming into this? Both of those teams had central compounds for a long time. Na'Vi was fighting forwards with, as is example for all the kills that they were able to get.
Yeah, I don't know if you can say they're a bit of a model. I mean, they're in a time zone that's further ahead of us, so I guess they're in their prime time now. Now we're on Miramar rather than Erangel, but I would say they're looking very good. I feel like they've been extremely prepared for today. I think they've really been looking at yesterday and saying this is just unacceptable, guys. We want to show that we're better than this, and they have definitely done so with the 15 kills and win here to start the day off.
Fair. As you can see here, the last few moments, and Na'Vi do pick up that victory. Let's take a look at the points coming in. Raise Your Edge, Adept, and El Giganton, unfortunately for them, will fall with 0 points. Actually, the lobby is going to be very heavily stacked up towards the top, not only because of the 2 teams that racked up all the kills, but we have Team Liquid as well up there. So 25 points, 18 points, and 11 points for our top 3. And Northern Lights get to sneak in there with the 9 points after getting themselves 3 kills. But they weren't doing much running and gunning, Toby, with Northern Lights. They did have a decent compound, and they were able to just sit pretty firm there.
I mean, I'm trying to think back to when I've seen a comp game with 2 teams getting 15 kills each. That's look at the damage. That's absurd.
Damn.
That's crazy.
Absolutely
No, but
insane.
I can say the reason why Northern Lights didn't manage to get that many kills is because of how the compound they have is structured. Like it's very low on that like mountainside. They don't get too much like opportunity to shoot everybody. And Navi was like they were like behind, like they were between them and everybody else. So they were like the front line for everybody that was pushing in towards them. So they were able to gatekeep them extremely well.
All right, we have our interview ready with Na'Vi. Bestalosh is joining us on the call. Hello, Bestalosh. How are you doing?
Yo. Привет.
Привет. I'm good.
Fantastic. Congratulations on this first win. Going into those final couple of circles, you guys were all in the shack. And when you're in there, what are you guys thinking about movement-wise to try and get into the circle and then have that fight that resulted in the win?
We just knew that we have to play inside the shack because if you pick left, you got shot from Liquid and Entropic when he was alive, and if you pick from the right, we got shot from NLT, and we just hold zone, and later we just give some smokes, I think 6-5, kind of that, and just go to next reach, which is good to play.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Martin, question?
I just want to hear, Bestalosh, how well, like, you guys look so prepared for today. Did you guys spend a lot of time after the games yesterday and to today to kind of prepare and look at some of the VODs, or what did you guys what did you eat for breakfast maybe?
Yeah, yesterday we got some bad games, like 6, but I was really tilted after the third game when Entropic have blown up me when I at gas station in the same area, and we just played not best game yesterday, and today we just watched all demos and prepare for this day.
Yeah, you can really see
that. Okay. Toby?
I have to ask you, Bestalosh, because people might not notice it in the game because there's so much going on and we're flying around between all the teams that are fighting, but you kind of got a picture of it in the replay just now, or the highlights. You guys got knocked a lot in the end of this game. You had players getting knocked all the time, but you kept getting them back on your feet. And I think that's something that kind of goes unappreciated in PUBG, of how important it is to get your players back alive. Is that something you practice in particular to do in like difficult situations?
Of course, it's just mistakes when we get knocked, and it's I don't know what to say more. It's just mistakes.
It happens, and then you get the victory, which is fantastic. There you go. Thank you very much, Bestalosh. Any last things that you want to shout out before we let you go and stuff?
Yes, of course. I want to say thanks to all our fans, and keep going to support us in chat.
All right. Thank you very much, Bestalosh. Good luck in the next games. See you in a bit.
Good luck.
I've just realized I should have asked potentially about the bridge situation yesterday. Damn it. That would have been interesting to hear. But anyway,
I know we just
whatever.
won a game, but can I ask you about what happened yesterday? Yeah, that would
be... We have this thing. All right, I need to tell the story very quickly. We have this thing. Smix, the Counter-Strike host, as well as StarCraft. She does interviews with players, and in StarCraft, every single time she asks questions, like somebody will win a Series 3-1, Cyril will win a Final 4-1 or something like that. She'll always start the interview with, "Great win, but that game you lost. Tell us about the game you lost," every single time. It's brilliant stuff. Anyway, I love hearing the negative side of it, the win, for some reason. Anyway, of course, that is our first game of Miramar done and dusted. That's in the books, and Navi get themselves the victory here. Now moving on, we've got 2 more games of Miramar coming up, Martin, and so far so good for a lot of our big names. One of the teams that we were highlighting before the game actually was Entropic, that was in 14th before. They got themselves a 4th in this game. You mentioned it's Double's birthday. Maybe it's the day for them. What do you think?
And maybe they'll get a couple of wins. No, I hope they'll be able to rise up. Yesterday was not looking good. Obviously, it's a harder lobby, and we heard from him in the end of the group stage. Also, Hoggy, we heard from him in the end of the group stage, and it was just overall, just like it was a well-prepared team, it was a well-rounded team. They've got a lot of space currently on both maps, I feel like, and I'm expecting more than like outside the top 10 for them. I'm definitely expecting them to finish in the top 10.
Yeah, they will be if they keep on with stuff like that. That's good. Of course, not only is this tournament for the players, but it's also for charity as well. So out there, you can actually contribute to the charities if you do so wish. You can follow the instructions down below the stream and figure out exactly how to go and contribute there. We're going to go to a short break, and then when we return, we have more PCS EU Charity Showdown on the way. See you soon. Welcome. We have 5 more games to go for today. That is game 1 in the books just before this, and now we have a few more to go. We, at the moment, are going to be taking a look at standings, which will probably update us on the fact that Na'Vi has moved up quite considerably. 5 places. And TSM. Wow. That's actually very interesting. Despite getting like 15 kills on the board for TSM, it was still only 1 place's worth of a jump. But they do still jump nonetheless. So the top spots, Martin, are shaping up very nicely.
It's looking like the names that we know. I'm happy to see Tornado Energy up there as well. Honestly, to see them on 52 points after 7 games, they were disappointing to me in the group stage, and I definitely think that they are a top 10 team in the finals as well. And I think they're going to show us. Nice to see Na'Vi also kind of jump into that top. And nice to see all of our Fantastic Four on the left side of the board.
I think that's fair to say what you said about Tornado Energy. I mean, Toby, when you look at it, in the qualification process, it was 119 points. And to qualify, they just had 10 points more than they required. So to see them at 6th place already, and with the potential of more, that's great to see.
It is for sure, and it goes to show that their consistency has been quite a bit better than it has been before. Tornado Energy has been and kind of still is to me either they get a 15 kill win or they don't really do anything. But they're not really doing anything has gone from being 0 to 3-point games to now become maybe 4, 5, 6, 7-point games, and that's where you can see like overall they're pushing themselves way higher.
Sure, and I think just to kind of keep on this Tornado Energy train for a while, because I could talk about them all day, I'm going to be honest with you. Martin, when you look at their lineup, a lot of people would navigate to, someone like Example as the guy that stands out for them because he's the bigger name. But when you look at the component parts of Tornado Energy, they're all doing their thing. We're constantly seeing Alia, we're constantly seeing Quizzy popping up.
Yeah, definitely. I gotta say, I think they're one of the best teams we have out of the CS, and I think they're gonna show us here in the PCS. I think they have a caliber that really should be in there. I'm surprised. I was surprised to see how far down they were in the group stage, but I definitely think, as I said before, that they're gonna show us that they belong in the top 8.
All right, let's get to it then. The game is here as we are gonna go to Miramar, the desert, once again to bring you game number 2. The plane is in the air, and we are going over to Sims and Pansy for all of the action, all the commentary. Let's do it.
Thank you very much, James. Yes, we ended yesterday on a very spicy game, and then we start things off with a high fragging game from several teams, and certainly one indeed from Na'Vi. Best of luck, just going absolutely crackers at the end of that one. Just forces Na'Vi to the top of the table in a 15 frag game, Lauren. If that's how Na'Vi are looking to start the thing, I'm kind of concerned for the rest of the lobby how we'll be ending today.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that Iroh or Bestlog just got more kills in that one game than Elgiganten have as a collective over the last day and including today. I mean, that says enough. Obviously, you look at that ending, we just saw Liquid did make a couple of errors. They took too many fights on too many fronts, sure, but to be able to exploit that in a position that Na'Vi were in, that's a serious thing. You throw your minds back. I saw people in chat saying, Na'Vi did nothing special. Are you dumb. Like, is all I can say. Like, they were pinned to the blue. Like, they were in that shack, depending on smokes to get out. Most teams would have probably faltered right there against someone like Northern Lights and Liquid. It wasn't two inexperienced teams to be able to fight their way out of that, convert it into a win. Yeah, they had a great ridgeline, but that's a good call. That's understanding the map. That's good readjustment. That's good positioning and a good call from an in-game leader. Them someone like best of luck to be able to take it further. Excellent stuff. So, again, my mind gets, sent through a spin when I see people not understanding how good these players are. Throw them into any average lobby, every single one of them will absolutely destroy most people in there. But then, you throw our minds back to what we saw just from Iroh alone, from TSM. That was a huge performance. Yeah, they didn't convert it into super late game, but what an absolute bucket of kills they got there. So many. Now, in this game, we have to see if that becomes a consistent element or that was a one-off, right? Like, that's the thing. It could be. It could just be, yeah, one good game. Cool. All right, let's, kind of move on from it. But you have to give it credit where it's due. Now, this circle, it's pretty far south. It's got, it's pretty heavy west and south here, Rich. We could see the prison. You never know.
See, you ask for these fun endings and just kind of jinx them. That's the problem, Lauren. You say,
shut up. Let me be excited.
And then lo and behold, I mean, to be fair, if we get a couple of hard shift towards the south, the real full swing of the hard shift, I still want to, I want to give you the Los Higos ending. You deserve it. It's fun. It's weird, but it's fun.
One day. One fine day I'll be gifted that joy, but until that point, this is going to be a brilliant start for people like Redline, Omicron, and better luck next time. They're all very far south. No one's going to be rotating south of them. I mean, Omicron right now is slap bang in the middle of it. They don't even have to particularly move. They can get pick of the litter. Wherever they want to go, they can, adopt that position. Someone, however, on the opposing side is ENCE. I don't think you could be further away from a circle.
If you were to look at this in IGL, your strong parts, for me, it's that road that runs through a little bit of the northern edge from Monte Nuevo all the way down to Los Leones. Anywhere on the backside of that, down toward the south, the southern side of the road, kind of laughing, just bopping between them and Kumasera. I'll hold for that for a second. T-Bone flashbang just to kind of distract and distance himself from this fight. Neither of these guys want to go down because it's an instant confirmation of a flush, and you want to try and bring your teammates over. You're putting them out of position here. Perky with the actual reposition. T-Bone doesn't quite grasp it, but Perky shots do not land. Support's here, though. And it's one of those moments, Lauren, where I ask myself, okay, you're bringing all your players in here. Yep, you're going to be able to eventually kill this guy, but at what cost? It's one of those really disappointing things. I mean, hell, it happens in matchmaking where you take a fight, you win it out, but you've lost one player, and then you got to play for the entirety of the game with a three-man stack. Like, is it worth it? Is committing to this one player worth it? For them, yes, it is for now, because he's in a pretty poor position. They know he can't have gone far. He's either in the building or outside, and I would assume Jempty may have seen him move. With the guys rolling over the hill, this should be a nice, quick, clean kill. And there you have it. Furky, first one out of the lobby. Don't come back here.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a statement, wasn't it? Yeah, Omicron is going to definitely slow them down now. Some of the advantage they may have had of even just a minute. In games like this, that's a big difference, right? We're 5 minutes in. And Liquid are already pretty close by. Redline are close by. Tempest, all these teams' phase have shifted down pretty far south now towards the west of Jumasera. So there's a great deal happening within a minute here. So Omicron can get back to their business. They don't have to be too worried about it. K-Mind going to get a little bit too close to Redline, maybe for his liking. But again, Redline aren't quite split. Marv's pretty far away. He's got his own problems to deal with. So that could be a bit of a problem for him. But we'll see where the rest of the team go.
There's still plenty of positions in this one, which is a little concerning for me. A lot of teams vying towards the south. I mean, hell, these players know more than what I do. But I feel like the northern side of Kumasera is just too open. I feel like that there's a lot of split space that this circle can head into. Yes, there is a bit of water in, which will bounce it back, but I don't know. Time will tell. We've got 3 minutes until the circle closes in, so still teams yet to even make it towards the water, or even leave their looting position. Hell, I'm still seeing Kemba looting in Cupboard area. TSM Raise Your Edge just past La Bendita. El Giganten and Ends, two teams that have been slow and steady towards the circles, is showing in the points, unfortunately. You could maybe try and add 2 and 2 together and say, okay, well, does playing Edge, does playing Light cost you in the game at the moment? It kind of is. There is a correlation between the two.
I mean, unless you're Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, though, it's like they seem to play Edge. I don't. It's so weird.
They're hard
isn't
to
it?
quantify. I know.
It's
Like
so
no one else
weird.
does it like them. So it works for them. I don't see many others making it work. So
I wonder what they'd be like if they played Central, because the shots that they hit are actually disgusting. Like in fragging prowess, the 1 versus 1 scenarios, it's very rare we switch onto a best of luck POV and see him losing a battle. Like very rare.
yeah, it does seem just like he more often than not does win. And everyone wants to go near Omicron today. They seem to be just attracting everyone. Double does go down. Not good. A little bit unfortunate for EIQ, but they did come quite close to this compound, and if you're not expecting to get some sort of fight, that's a little bit risky. Yeah, Omicron are quite central. You know, they're in a decent position. 2 players dedicated towards the compound we're looking at, and the others slightly split off. Maybe just continue to try and get a little bit more loot, because they did have that early fight that they had to try and come and support over.
Everyone's just finding a position which will give them access to where this next circle will go, and I think that's important. Being a place that you know on the backside of a hard shift, which is Northern Lights, Omicron, Redline to a lesser extent, but certainly being in and around Commissera gives them options to, and mobility most importantly. If it does go towards the north, then they can just bail out. There's roads that lead towards the main road side, and they've got 2 of the teammates they can connect with. If it goes further afield, well, they've already got 2 sitting there now, so
We got Leonis.
teams that play this really... Say that again, sorry?
Is this a Los Leones fight?
Yeah, it's just the front side, right? Where you come into it? Or at least kind of just off.
This is the Overlook. TSM maybe feeling they scouted it adequately, and clearly not. There's a good couple of players here. Miriku's still on foot, but finding Vard, very unfortunate for TSM. They had a brilliant start, of course. But to lose a player this early is definitely going to be a hindrance, and it's hard to clear this cleanly. You can't be confident in it. It's going to cost you time and resources, and I think TSM knows that, so it's time to bail out for them. That's probably the smarter move.
There's no point in wasting time to it. Get further afield. Get in front of them. You can punish them. All right, that's an intriguing one. That's not what I thought was going to go whatsoever. There is still potential that we... God, let me think about this one then. Okay, so Kumasera side of it, we know it doesn't pull. You've taken out the top side and even towards... Say that again, sorry?
Tornado Energy. We saw that ending, didn't we? It was like Tornado Energy area with that little kind of bulk of land.
Yes.
Just kind of shift south. I think it's probably where most of the teams are going to go to.
Fouled them out, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure most teams will opt for that because they saw it end somewhere near there. So if it goes anywhere else, I think a lot of these teams will be put out of place.
You have to... If you're putting money on it, you definitely have to say that, right? Between FaZe, Tornado Energy, Liquid, and you can see Liquid on the map magnetizing towards that area. Yeah, I remember this one now. It was basically top versus bottom. Everyone just dying in the ditches and running down from the hillside. Okay. So good position then, if we're going to base it on that. Good position from Tornado Energy. Liquid fitting themselves into a compound that was, interestingly, left open. I'm surprised no one got there in time. But Redline clearly were trying to go for that as well. They've now been pushed away. The problem is that there's so many teams moving on their approach as well. They'll try and evacuate that scenario, but I think they get caught in rotation. It's one of these where it's like, okay, where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? You panic, you run into a team, they take full advantage of you just being a little bit confused and caught in the open. Better luck next time. I've got a player down. They are going to go and try and stick the res, so keep an eye on the kill feed to see if Northern Lights take advantage of the man going for the res. They've put a player out there to reconsolidate themselves. Omicron is standing the ground, and for understandable reasons, when you have water in play, the loot in play come circle 3, they know they've got a good chance of getting it. Adepts, Elgig, nowhere to be seen at the moment. Helgig's actually rotating through Los Leones of all bloody places. Ents have gone for a different approach. They're up through the north, coming down from La Drilia. They'll be passing Kumasiri rather shortly. EIQ going down, 2 players back to back. One of them's already dead. Make that 2. I did see a player from Razor Edge also fall. They were trying to scout the compound onto Team Liquid. That could be a big fight that's about to unfold, so keep an eye on that, because I can see players are extremely close together. Mac 14 in full level 3 gear. No wonder he's feeling confident to push this one.
Razor Edge have the compound right now, don't they? I guess Liquid has the high ground, yeah, so if Razor Edge aren't careful, they could definitely be crept up on, but Liquid don't have, like, a home yet. They're still kind of roaming on this hillside. Now...
They've got K-Mind in a really strong position, Lauren, which I'm quite
why don't
surprised they are roaming.
Yeah.
If a team rocks up to that, he's dead in theory. Like, it's a really... If the fight you spoke about, or sorry, the ending you spoke about in particular, that's where one of our top 3 teams was holding down.
I'm surprised they haven't tried to support that more. I understand you want to keep, you know, a bit of a spread. I understand you want to keep territory. Like, I get it. Don't get me wrong. I know the theory. But in reality, you've got 15 teams alive. The circle is going to be... Imagine it's half, right? You've got to imagine it's almost half of what's actually available, because it's probably not going to go south from this point. It's very unlikely to. Oh, Ganson, bless your hearts. It's probably not. It's probably going to go towards that... Get to K-Mind, Liquid, please. I mean, again, you've got to keep looking at the water ratio. You've got to keep in mind that eventually, or land ratio, I guess, it will head towards the largest amount of land available to fit into the circle, right? So you've got to feel that southeast, it looks kind of like a lamb chop. You know what I mean? If you flip it around, it looks a bit like a lamb chop. I'm hungry, is what I'm saying. But essentially, where your Tornado Energy phase, Razor Edge, Team Liquid are, bolster that area, Liquid, because you know that's going to be a heavily contested position. It looks like they're doing it now. Maybe just wanted to wait until this circle came through to ensure that that was the right thing. So here we go. Time to head in. Yeah, I don't like these buildings to play in. Liquid have definitely lost players due to these sort of positions and these literally this barn, but still, it's a good enough position to take over. But we've got to look towards the north. TSM are struggling to find a way in. They had issues obviously in Los Leones. I mean, it feels like that's kind of instantly put them in a bad spot, and they haven't been able to fully recover. I think they still have 2 alive here, but they've been caught up by Omicron. Even if they make it further forward, they'll be right next to Northern Lights. Ents slowly working in from the north. That's not bad for them. That's a lot of room. They're hoping it'll go to the smaller side of this. I don't know how they're going to fit in once this moves from here. Na'Vi finding a good enough spot as well. El Gigantic can play this. They're so passive. They can play this late. They can go across the bridge late game. But I don't know. It doesn't fill you with confidence.
No, it doesn't. It's concerning. At least they're not 16th in this lobby. We'll see if they do get into that top 10. Valdemar, in theory, should be clear once they approach. And you touched on TSM with Los Leones. For me personally, I hate rotating through Los Leones. I think every time you come out of it, because you have all those garages and the 2 big barn hangers, I just find it murder. And the amount of times we'll see teams continuously losing 1, 2 players, just smashing through there because you can set up at either side of the road. I personally don't think it's the best rotational spot in the world, but whatever works for your team, right? Hence, they decided to not take that road. When you think of where they loot, it's not too far from there, generally. Instead, they've gone up and over. They'll take the north, and now they've got a good 20% of the land to themselves. Yes, it might not be set up perfectly for the next circle, given the land ratio and the water that's in play through Valdemar, but they're still safe. Sunzi falls. Monkey sees him. No one really in there to give an answer back. I won't expect Furax to get involved in this one. He might just say, okay, time to bail. Level 1 bag is concerning to me. That speaks a bit of volume about what he'll be carrying. Bullets, meds, etc., etc., all that stuff. It's not going to be great late game. You will be lacking economy. He is coming through the blue, though. He'll have to be forced to use those meds eventually. He might be able to take one of them back and just stab them in the back. His teammates also not in the best of positions. Noki has been spotted by Liquid, who have all 4 now in that barn. For Liquid themselves, this could be the kind of time, Lauren, looking at that map, that maybe they begin to kind of extend a little bit because of how encapsulated that barn is. It's in the middle of 2 valleys either side, so if anyone's up on the mountainside, they are pinned in.
Exactly, and Raise Your Edge are about to get towards that exact position. Phaser pulled up, not quite in the circle yet, but right on the edge. Tornado Energy is very well and truly and probably one of the stronger compounds. You can see how the terrain is going to amplify that position and really kind of solidify it as being incredibly strong. FaZe trying to keep those vehicles safe. This is Noki trying to live towards the end of the game. But yeah, that southeast side is about to get hectic. We've got Redline, Tempest, Adepts, Raise Your Edge, all battling over a very similar small area to try and find a way. And Redline do have a step into the circle with Ivus, but he's not without getting attention as well. Marv looking for a fight, and he's going to get it off Monkey. That's not the player he's hoping for, but it's Gemty to actually claim it. I thought either Tempest or someone of the such, but no, it's Gemty being quite extended here. My eyes almost kind of forgot to look towards Omicron because they're quite spread in this northeast side. Gemty's their furthest reaching player, but this is big play from him. This could be a good denial of area, keep control of the land, but he has to be careful to not fall. It's very hard to get these reses here. He can use this kind of hillside to keep himself occluded from the team's uphill. So smart play from him. He can fall away from this now. He's done well to stop anyone slow creeping up towards the rest of his squad.
TSM are in, but only just. And the Omicron positions that have been spoke about could be the downfall of them. I'm seeing Ents rotating in the top, keeping an eye on that kill feed as they're all pushing, at least two of them are pushing in towards Northern Lights. Northern Lights are up on the hillside below them. Hell of a lot of damage on the vehicles. Nail Up goes down, that's from K-Mine. Gemty still holding that angle. Does get his kill confirmed, so the point's well worth it. Squeaky, 50% HP, they can get the meds off here. TSM could be a nuisance toward the Northern Lights and distract them just enough to be able to run away from this engagement. Rustamar does unfortunately go down. Liquid taking the vehicles towards the backs. They know eventually they will have to move, and that's the scenario we spoke about earlier on. Better luck next time. Their position actually paying off towards both TSM and better luck next time. Okay, so... Wow. So they've got a hell of a lot of viewership from that compound that they're in, and I suppose it goes through the topography of where it's located, right?
Like an action movie, but yeah, you're right. The other team I want to look at is on your screen right now, Elgiganten. They did take their time to come across where they made it, but then they've been met by Na'Vi in complete form of gatekeeping. Vac's been spotted, so that could be a kill coming through for Kemba pretty soon. He's on the furthest northern point. It looks like Kemba's gone down, actually, and that's a little bit of an issue. Don't write off Elgiganten yet. It's going to be hard to get out of this position. But for Na'Vi, they're going to sit quite comfortably here. They don't have to move. They don't have to do much. They just need to make sure they stay alive. With Tab finding Norkis, that's good, but Vac's the potential threat here. And it looks like already the nades are coming through. Bestlocks had enough. Finding Gaxi with that. If they can get Kemba back on his feet, no harm, no foul for Na'Vi. But the problem is the Blue's going to be quite close to him. I wonder if they can recover this last man for them. Vac is still alive. He did make it across the road. And I don't know if they're fully aware of his position. Maybe still looking towards the other side where Gaxi fell. Let's see if we get on board with Vac. See if he can maybe surprise Na'Vi here. Oh no, he just went down to the Blue. That's very unfortunate timing. He was quite close by towards getting towards him. You could see him just off into the corner there. And there's that lovely nade. Beautifully done. Yeah, Bestlock's on one right now, and Na'Vi should be able to kind of stabilize. Their bigger threat becomes how do we transition away from this position? Look at that road. That could be their biggest problem yet. Purely because you have FaZe on the other side watching this. Now here we go, Redline. Oh no, that was a bit of a fumble, but recovered in the end. Liquid on the move. Jeems and Mexi are leading away. Ivy and K-Mine waiting for the back. They're going to have to try and control the players around them. Northern Lights looking good in the north, finding TSM. TSM not being able to get off the starting blocks here in this game, but they put in heavy work in the last, so they get a game off if you want to look at it that way. Temper's still trying to play it out right next to the Blue, have to find a route in themselves. Omicron, Kings of the Hill, looking down, laying down fire. That's T-Bone, Vazku, all chiming in on these shots, happily going to land these all day of the week. But still, Na'Vi did manage to isolate Gustav, and Tornado Energy helping out in that matter. Gustav had split across the road to try and punish Na'Vi, and while he did that, he didn't realize that Tornado Energy could get really good vision on this. So again, this is, keep in mind the topography here. Keep in mind who's got the high ground, who has big amounts of vision, because that pays off heavily down the end, towards this end of the game.
Tempest have taken a large amount of casualties, given the fact that 3 teams had full vision on them from the locations that they're in, top, bottom, and middle. Liquid do get away from their compound. Clean, safe. 2 in the vehicle on the transition now. You can see them on the map. FaZe Clan lost 1, but they are looking now towards the side of Na'Vi, who are directly behind them. They're the next obstacle. Just to survive them. If you can kill them, great. They've got room to breathe. For now, they don't. Mexi and Ibit working in tandem. And raise your edge. They're done for this time round. Fate also finds Noki, so the last player of Adepts goes down. We're moving slowly but surely. Teams dropping like flies. Center of the circle. It's completely open. And again, just given the valley that we'll be running through it, understandably so. There's safety with the height advantage that these teams will be given by controlling these hillsides. So I'm all for it. Mexi down and expect him to be safe. I say expect. Pixel is behind, so we'll see if... Oh, as I say that, dead. Just K-Mine sees him lurking. Okay, well, there you go then. That was the only problem that they're going to get. So Mexi should be back on his feet here. Tornado Energy, Northern Lights, hoping for hard shifts. Same goes for Na'Vi. We shall see. It pops. Kind of goes a little bit towards the center side. More teetering on the western, so Na'Vi have been gifted a little bit of time. Certainly not safe, but they have time to play with. First Clan as well. And with the head of the pack, Lauren, all the way been on the east, what have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 teams that have all got to get into a very wide open area.
Let's have a look. And again, you can't ignore it. Na'Vi slow building into this. They've been pinned a couple of times by teams, but they're getting there. But yeah, that northern side is the big one. For now, you've got Diggory kind of holding the very northern portion with Red Zone, and then Omicron slightly to the east. But Omicron is still quite spread on this, kind of fanned out to try and get these kills. They want a proactive game, and they're getting it. 7 kills is wonderful, and this could be a lot more. T-Bone with a real steal towards Spyro. And now they need to back away. Don't overstay these peaks. Don't overstay your welcome. And this is a big pickup. Again, yes, Northern Lights do manage to get a couple players through. But they've lost on the way. TSM falling as well. Omicron is starting to look deadly. Wherever they finish here, if they make it, you know, maybe a little bit deeper into this top 10, plus the amount of kills they've gotten, I'd be scared. They'd be one of the teams I'd be definitely looking out for. For Liquid, they need to look out for the teams up the hill from them. Artix this time does get a spot, but there's the trade back. Really nice, you know, supportive positioning, but Vazku lost his life to provide that supporting cover towards his teammates. And he might get flushed on this, but T-Bone wants to answer back, but a really nice spray from Kissick towards T-Bone. That's going to really slow the roll, but better luck next time into the next round. Back to the lobby. Omicron is still alive, and they might get all of their players back up in this. This is a very big performance from Omicron, and they refuse to die.
It was an interesting state of affairs there, and quite unlucky, really, for Better Luck next time. The second that they found the player over the hillside, Liquid stabbed them in the back, knocked a player. They've been slowly backbuilding on to this. They've been creeping up to this one and think, you know what?
Oh God,
if we can get this second team down, then we'll have a very good amount of land that we can own ourselves. The problem is this lip. This lip that runs all the way around this compound is providing very good cover and a very strong angle for Omicron. Tries to rotate around Mexi. Will try and go for the flush or at least onto another connection while he's here. Deny any kind of angle. I thought they may be able to deny the res, but it will come off.
Oh no. The one thing I'm worried about here, as much as, you know, Jeems and Mexi were looking quite deadly then, Mexi with the pick then on the cross, K-Mind and Ibi were still pretty disconnected from the pack. They weren't that close by. So it worries me in essence that that's happening. Now, Omicron, again, they get knocked, but they pick them right back up. They're playing as these kind of duos that are really well-formed and well thought out. Na'Vi working further forward, closer towards Northern Lights. This south side is about to come to a head. You can see FaZe about to fight Tornado Energy. James is favorite on one side, and I like FaZe. I'd say Na'Vi are my favorite, but then if I want to, you know, as a central team, I'm going FaZe. Just I like the jerseys. But the point is, there's 3 of them standing, and this terrain is really, really hard for Tornado Energy to try and mantle up, climb up, get past. If they find an angle, they could work with it, but you can see instantly fire comes in. That's going to be a flush for Fuzz Face. Good little points to be had, but now somehow Kemba spotted out T-Bone. That's a cross from west to east, so that's a big bit of range. And another knock against Omicron, but another res. These guys are constantly going down, but they will not, they refuse to die. Now, Quizzy trying to fight forward, use the nades, try and use everything they've got to get past FaZe. That's not a bad one. Definitely got a tag there, but didn't get the kill.
Vazku's going hand in hand. Jeems and K-Mine fall to him. I did see one of the teammates
Oh
actually knocking him over in a car. Domination comes through. Liquid's down. Vazku goes hard. And Liquid, unfortunately, go crashing out. Annihilated. All 4 players dead. They keep control. They keep fighting. Even after knocking a player of their own and going for the quick team betrayal, they are still standing all 4 up. Now they're moving in the vehicle. Where do you really go? Not to there, unfortunately, because NLT Northern Lights say thank you very much for the 2 free points. But I tell you what, I think, what was
17
that? 15,
kills!
10? 17, excuse me. That is madness.
I want to
17 frag game.
How many times do they get knocked and get rezzed? That's what I want to look at. And honestly, for Omicron, they probably have no gear left. On those 2 players that just full sent it, they probably had absolutely no gear. You think how many times they've been knocked and go through their meds, get the res. Now, this is red zone. This is way up in the north. This is going to be with the remainder of, Northern Lights deep. He's got his teammate with him, which is Perfectix. But beyond that, they're the only 2 standing on that area. You have Squeaky there, but he's playing, quite snaky. He's not really wanting to get into the fight. That's a big nade. That's a very big nade. Almost had him. Uber tagged up. Gotta be careful. 12 HP ain't much to play with here.
He's been spotted through the grass and the weeds. The snake is down. And 7th position. Now we look up towards the hillside. Omicron. Blue's going to be hurting at this point as well. So you won't be surviving any further. All the utility has been committed to smokes. Hide them for now. They're shrouded from vision. Tornado Energy, I suppose there is a world here where Oma can pick up a few more points from Tornado if they're distracted away. The issue is...
Oh, Na'Vi.
Oh, yeah, Na'Vi. Straight across, can see them. Full clear line of sight. Job done. All right, Omicron, 6th place, but you can't argue with 17 frags. Absolutely not. Blinding game so far. I'd see onto Deep. Deep stolen away by Tornado Energy. Example says thank you very much. Puts one in the pocket with a headshot. Nades go down. We'll see if we can get any kind of forms of knock here from Tornado Energy, because if they do, they could do with pushing onto it, remove FaZe from this side of the southern edge of the circle, and then move forward. FuzzFace, next victim as well. So Tornado Energy, they have the upper hand in this fight. 3 versus 2 on FaZe Clan. Yeah, I'd see an Uber. They can just get the right angle. Did they spot it? Which they do. There's one where the second follow it up. One goes flying through the air. I'd see 1 versus 2. The third man is too strong, though. They take FaZe Clan down. Oh, they have done some serious damage to them.
Oh, this is going to be quite the fight. So we have Na'Vi, a couple of fights here and there, 4 kills. Certainly not the, crazy game from Omicron, but they managed to get good positioning across this road. It's not as much room as they'd like, I feel, as Red Zone's now in quite a powerful position. They were able to send a couple of players across in the vehicle. They've got themselves into a decent spot, but now look at the problems afoot. Perfectus goes down. That's nice clearing from Na'Vi. Tornado Energy away up on the high ground. I don't know how much information they can see on towards this without peeking and kind of exposing themselves. They've got their own problems to deal with. But for now, we wait and see who comes out the victor in this. There's still a little bit to be worked out in this scenario. Senya's nade's going to do big damage, and Tornado Energy instantly look at Red Zone. That's a bigger problem for Red Zone. They were hoping to avoid being seen, but Na'Vi see everything. We're down to 2 teams, and Na'Vi have the 4. And Tornado Energy barely alive in the blue. The machine is operating at 100% here. Na'Vi, this is the deadly look that we sometimes see come out from them, the kind of slow build. We saw that explosive first game. Now we see that kind of slower build, that kind of, eventually get to where they want to be. Not too flashy, not too crazy. But then when they get to the end, they seem very, very solid. But again, yes, Na'Vi wins it. But in that game, Omicron, how many points did they just get? That was ridiculous play from them.
The Na'Vi, though, what a turn and face. I think that's over 40 points now across 2 games. Like, you can't argue with it. This Steam engine is just full force facing forward. All they're going to do now is just keep consistent, right? Keep consistent, keep placing in the top 3, keep getting those frags. If they're feeling like they're going on a bit of a mission to pick up the kills, then why not? There is the opposite end of this game where we can say, okay, position. If you make it into top 3, top 5, do what Omicron's doing. If you're going to go down in 6, at least go out with 17 points against your naming kills alone. Like, that is that the biggest... that so far of this competition, certainly. I think that's one of the biggest amount of kills we've seen put up in terms of numbers on the board. But yeah, Na'Vi's looking like a different animal so far. 2 wins back-to-back. I'd be concerned, especially for Erangel. I'd be concerned. If this is what they're doing on Miramar especially, like, yeah, this is good.
Yeah, this is very good. This is Na'Vi in Na'Vi form, which we didn't see yesterday. So this is why we're so excited by it. This is them, 1 day's difference. They've come in and they've come in hot. Let's head to the panel so they can break down what we saw. And I hope you guys took note of how many times Omicron got knocked, got rezzed, got another kill. Guys, enjoy this one.
I did, Lauren. Thank you very much. It was 372 times. Of course, we are back here for after game number 2, and Na'Vi is on an absolute tear right now. I think someone made them angry as they are able to get the back-to-back wins here so far. Amazing stuff. Let's take a look at the highlights here. And of course, whilst Na'Vi did get the win, Omakan Esports just absolutely smashed things in as well, Martin. Impressive stuff by them too.
Yeah, Omakan Sports, they did really well in this game. They managed to completely annihilate the whole East. They took control. The amount of terrain knowledge just comes down in this type of game. It's just amazing. I honestly love the amount of control they were able to hold, and the amount of times they were knocked, the 372 times, as you said, and be able to get 4 guys alive to like that late of a stage. Obviously, they were pushed into a rough situation with this kind of high ground here, but they already got the points they wanted from this game, and they decided they just wanted to go for the gatekeeping and the sweeping on the edges instead.
I do apologize if you can hear a puppy growling in the background. I'm not sure what she's up to, but regardless, we are continuing on. Toby taking a look at things, how Na'Vi were able to play out the final moment. The one thing in particular that really impressed me was their dispatching of Red Zone. They were like, no, we're having none of that.
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing to me is Omakan and Na'Vi actually played this game very similarly. The only difference being one team got approximately that's gonna be some kind of a record, right? Like long jumping on a bike, I don't know. But regardless, I mean, Na'Vi and Omakan played this very similar in their edge style. Oh, yeah, but that's not how you reverse a vehicle. So they did get knocked down quite a few times, but they got up again. But yeah, that's of course not good when teammates do it. But what I want to say with it is all the action happened on the east side. Na'Vi didn't see an opponent before Elgate tried pushing them from behind, crossing over the island of Los Hijos. So they just never really had to deal with anyone. And then again, very similar to their win last game, uphill push, managed to fight their way through. They knew they had no one behind them, and they played it schematic and brought home the win.
Yeah, but that's also the way they want to play Na'Vi. Like that's how they want to do it, and it's thought of, and you can see with yesterday with Bestelux, he said we're looking at the demos, we're looking at the VODs, we're just making sure we were well prepared for today, and you can see that 25 points, really top heavy, 18 as well for TSM. That's not true. That is Omakan.
That's last game. That's last game. That is.
Those were last game's numbers.
Yeah, that's last game's numbers.
They were trying to fool us. They were keeping us on our toes.
Ain't that easily fooled. Ain't that easily fooled. No.
We'll test the talent. We know what's going on. It's fine. And there you go.
There you go. There you go.
Ta-da! 17 kills. That's a big blasting game from Omakan.
Yeah.
And Na'Vi with 18 points in total. Tornado Energy actually beat out the FaZe Clan fight. So mine and Lauren's favorites, as she mentioned during the thing, even though she said this might not be the favorites. But anyway, Tornado Energy wins out because they're cool. All right. That's how that's going to work out. And yeah, exciting.
Look at that. I mean, they're all of the players from Omakan up there in the top. And it goes to show. I mean, Lauren talked about it. And I was trying to compliment Bestelog for it last game. It might have been a little misunderstood. But the ability to, in the heat of the moment, when there's bullets flying everywhere, to constantly get knocked players back on their feet again, it's so damn difficult to do. Because do you run back for that rest, or do you try and like have one guy hold off? It requires so damn good communication, and it requires being able to tell a whole hell of a lot with using very, very few words. So the fact that Omakan did it now, Na'Vi did it last game, damn difficult to do, and only the best teams can do it.
Yep, that's true. Martin, thoughts?
Fluff agrees.
That's fluff and floof in the background of different degrees. That's no overall just a crazy game. But I just really love the way they Na'Vi was able to play in this game. Like the amount of control, first of all, the amount of positioning and kind of like macro in the beginning, and then micros like controlling, making sure that like they have all the angles. It's just crazy how they're able to play this, and that just tells me how important it is to go and look through your VODs, obviously, go and see how you can improve from day to day. And you can really see how they're able to improve from yesterday. Yesterday was, Bestelux said they had 6 bad games. I wouldn't say so, but they definitely had a few bad games where they weren't able to step up.
Yeah, for sure. I've abducted her now. She's running all over the place. So, no, don't lick, no. All right, okay, it's fine. Calm down, all right? So yeah, that is our second game done. Floof agrees as well, as you previously mentioned. What are you even looking at? Oh, She's looking at the popcorn. Anyway, okay, Floof, say bye-bye to the fans. We're going to go to a break. Okay, see you in a bit. And we'll be back in just a few for more PCS Europe Charity Showdown.
But there's the M249 in the field, spraying in. Gets down Bestlosh, finds a bit of cover. Ibi now strikes. Na'Vi are in danger. Position is noted. And look at his HP. He is in all kinds of danger. As soon as he steps up, he is done for. Aduzi going to make a bad dash for it. And Rory's going to find Jempty Team Liquid. That's not gone well for them. Reaching clear time, Pokemon goes down, and TSM sweep through Na'Vi. The last man stands. Oh, death from above for Ibi. He's got down Rory. Can he do any more? Is this too little, too late? Wookiee's below. Oh, the spray. He's trying it. 5 HP.
They will be ditching their vehicles, but not without a death. Squeaky, the first one to fall. No. The next one, everyone else is getting a bit wibbly wobbly. Rustenmauer will fall. Mikas makes it in. But Ival is lingering around the corner. Just be aware of that. If he comes around and gets into the gunfight, these grenades are huge!
Oh, that's the entire team gone in a nade.
Pro crowd, the Knights, very close by, and Wanted could do wonders. Snark behind him. And there's Wanted. Oh, I thought he'd had that really good damage, but it's all being mopped up by Pro Crowd.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PCS Europe, as we have got many more games on the way. 4, in fact, 1 of Miramar and 3 of Erangel Remastered. I'm Kyle Harris, and joining me, I have Martin and I have Toby. Guys, so far so good for Na'Vi. Absolutely. They are blasting up the scoreboards right now when it comes to their back-to-back wins. But at the same time, even though back-to-back wins have happened, Toby, it's been a little bit weird in the games because there's almost been this overshadowing to a certain degree because other teams are getting so many kills off the back of these games as well. It's kind of crazy.
I think, yeah, man, I completely agree. It's hard to be the name of the show when one game. I mean, yes, they did get 15 kill win, but now Omar can get 17 kills, right? So it kind of overshadows their performance. But no, what I really want to give Na'Vi credit for, which is something I've wanted to see them do for a while, which they've done twice now today already, is converting a game into a game that plays to your playstyle. It's like how do we, because Na'Vi's playstyle is not necessarily difficult to get to a circle late and then play itch. But it can be if you're not in the correct position and if you're not, like, if you don't have the right teams around you. And they have managed to kind of mold these tricky circles, to be fair, with good rotations into games that they know they can play the way they want to. It's so frustrating as a player to, I mean, I would imagine having to play according to what other teams do. And you can see now, I mean, off of 2 good performances in a row, up to 2nd place they go.
Talk to me about the moves, Martin.
They move up and down. Some move up, some move down. Some move further up, other moves further down.
All right, I'm out. Bye. Bye.
No, but like you can see Na'Vi has 43 points today. Omakan has 23, but it also talks to how bad of a day Na'Vi had yesterday if they're not even first with 2 wins back to back. Also talks to obviously how many kills and how many points Omakan was able to get off that last game, but. This is an insane confidence booster for Na'Vi. Like getting a back-to-back in the beginning, I think we could see potentially 3 wins off them today, and it's pretty crazy that we've seen them from Miramar so far to begin with. Because I think Sometimes they have crazy good games on Angel, and sometimes they have crazy good games on Miramar. And then like the other half, or the other, if they have a good start on Miramar, then it's bad on Angel, and vice versa. But we'll see. I think we could see 3 wins from them today, and I think we could see a win on the other map as well, obviously.
To that point, though, I feel like they've been particularly good on Miramar, say the last 3-4 months or so. Like, I feel like when you look at the qualifiers, even when they were in, I think it was A versus C, they got quite a lot of their top placements on Miramar relative to some of the results on Erangel. So, I mean, it speaks to the fact that they're doing so well on these last 2 games. It's a small sample size, Martin, but it still really does shine at the moment.
For example, the first day they had a win with 14 kills, or 14 points. They had an insane day on Miramar. Then they continued to have 2 points on the last on Erangel on the first, in AB. So like they just continue to have this kind of offset from different days. But yes, I feel like it's definitely Miramar heavy. It's kind of weird because I feel like the playstyle should be, or is better for Erangel with like the amount of map knowledge to have. But also, maybe they've just been unlucky. They also got hunted down a few times. So they've been third-partied a few times where they were in a position where they shouldn't have, maybe. And but Miramar definitely showing us that they're one of the best right now.
Question to Toby: is Omicron going to slow down? Because I feel like the Finns, unless your name's Samty and Jempty, just take turns at being the best players in the world. Like they just like rotate. There's a huge bottle of Finnish players that we just suddenly are great again. Oh, well, we're going to the game. I'll talk to you about it later on, Toby. Let's go to Sibs and Pansy for all of the action. Thanks for the great thoughts. We'll see you in a sec.
Wow, I'm sorry got in the way of your conversation, James. Are you being the reason that people are like, analysis, stop talk, start game? This is it. You held up those poor players just to talk about Finnish people. Man, it's wild. It's wild. It's wild.
Biased.
Wait,
that's what it is.
Hold
Lauren.
on. Can I... Kusok in chat, which is, I'm pretty sure, Navi's coach or manager. Are you the Kusok from World of Tanks? I'm kind of curious. I should probably know that by now, but I think it is. Anyway, just because Navi's kind of at the forefront of our minds, it's you know, I can talk about it and it not be off topic. And I'll bet on you guys today, don't worry. But, ooh, TSM, different drop? Question mark?
It's certainly somewhere new. I mean, given the circles where they've been, you'd have to go for, all right, well, it's been down south 2 out of 3 times. Let's go podlock and see if it goes towards them again. We shall see. As you can see, one player just lingering against TSMs, just watching for the cars, more importantly, maybe even the roadside. If this goes all the way up to the north, like super, super hard shift, TSM are just going to face. Okay. Not too far. Central. San Martin. It's not too bad. Everyone now be able to just kind of, excuse me, from the south, get those vehicles and reposition.
I'll give you a second to catch your breath. You know, I'll be nice. I'll be nice.
The allergies have been bad to me
choking
currently.
More
it's
than
not good.
Liquid in a top 3 position. I'm kidding. I love Liquid fans. Don't do this to me, dude. Don't. It's like, look,
No.
I flame everyone equally. It's like an equal. I say that. I don't like flame people I don't know that well. Like Liquid can take it. They've won like every tournament, so they're fine. They can take a little flame here and there. You know, they're doing all right. So let's have a look at the circle while all the fans, once they catch up, can rage at me. Just got to stir the pot. Now, who does this play well for? Because traditionally, yes, TSM would have been slap bang in the middle of that circle, but clearly they aren't happy. Clearly, it's frustrated them enough that they've changed something up here, which, yes, is annoying, but they get to play him from a different position. What are your thoughts and takeaways? Let's look at this from TSM's perspective, just because they've actually switched up drop, obviously, and now the circle hits slap bang on San Martin, where they traditionally go. I mean, how do you approach this now?
This one, I suppose it's be a little bit more cautious and a little bit more preemptive. Those vehicles will be so important here, especially when they're not. Look at the hard spawns that are down there. You've been making your way more towards the roadside. There are a few dotted in and around. That's kind of why you saw the first player just lingering off, trying to grab it before TSM could. Obviously, you have to be aware of Omicron's position. They are dual looting, if you want to call it dual looting. Yes, there is 2 parts of Kumasera, the upper side and the lower side, but still pretty damn close to one another. Miraku is out on his own. So if better luck next time, do decide to overextend, then he has to take that fight and be very careful about it. You will hear the vehicles pulling up, so there is a bit of retribution there, I suppose. But for TSM, it's a matter of just kind of play it calm and cautious, get the vehicles and go when you can, especially from the southern edge. There won't be too many teams on that road. I'm currently seeing Liquid pushing through at the moment, which is the one that runs from Picado straight to Hacienda. Yeah, I think it's just slow and steady wins the race here. You're going to be kicking yourself a little bit, given that it's kind of in your backyard now. But if you want to play a bit more passive, if you will, for a TSM style, then fair play. It's one thing that we have noted, even yesterday as such. They do lose players quite early in transition, or at least have been. It's not a traditional thing that we've seen happen a lot, but certainly yesterday, today, there's been a few players lost here and there. I mean, hell, even Ira yesterday was talking about been tilted, going outside, coming back, and then seeing the boys win. That's certainly got to feel much better, but be a little bit more cautious would be the better way of playing this one. You still have to be aware of where your other teams are, and if you are a player, works with your coach, you know, Dofus certainly puts all his goddamn time and effort into every single team that he's been a part of. You look at WTSG, NIP, like, the man is a partial backbone, and that I've always said there is a 5-man roster when you have people on there doing all the homework. You'll know where other teams do drop. So scouting those compounds, driving by them, it's sometimes kind of what triggers me a little bit when you know, like Cubes as an example, crossing the roads, the little bridge in Cubes on Erringel. If there's going to be teams lingering around there, don't just go bombing it over the bridge. It's small things. Knowing where people are going to be setting up encampments, knowing where there's going to be choke points where potential players are, it's so key. Think outside the box and think what's ahead of you, what's in front, what's the obstacles that you could come across.
Why don't you do that, Rich? I've played with you.
Listen,
why don't you do that?
Listen. I'm not an entry fragger, all right? I'm a sit back
You
and
can just take
campy
entry
snipey
off
boy.
that sentence. and you'll be about right.
I'm a marksman, all right? Give me an
No, you're
M24.
not. You have to hit the
I'm
target.
golden. Hey, I'm fine at that. I'm just not doing it up close and personal.
All right. We'll play some. How about we play some games and see the old marksman in action, eh?
I can't wait till you're ranked bronze.
Try me. Try me, bitch. I actually haven't done any ranked. Like, recently I haven't played any ranked games at all. I've literally just been sat here playing, like, DayZ and World of Warcraft and Minecraft. Like, I've become such, like, a neckbeard, but, like, in the most casual way. You know what I mean? I'm not, like, the... You know, you get, like, the cool neckbeards who sit there and play, like, ranked games all day. They're like, I like Counter-Strike and, you know, Quake. And now I'm here, like, I like casual games and Minecraft. Look at my redstone contraption. It's become a real issue. I need to, like, get some help maybe soon. I don't know, but you know, I said I didn't do my Valorant rank. I didn't do my PUBG ranks. I don't need a game to tell me I'm bad. You know, I'm smart enough to know that it's best that I can just, you know, play under the assumption that at one point I was possible. Back to topic though, we are seeing the teams working their way in. Again, this doesn't really put anyone out of position. Yeah, a couple of the others on the outskirts have to go slightly further, but yeah, you should see maybe 1 or 2 players knocked in transition at most, unless someone does something stupid, which, you know what, can definitely happen.
Yeah.
Can happen. But for now, everyone's somewhat okay. Omicron are getting a little bit closer towards a couple of teams because they're heading a little bit further more north. But again, if you're doing that, you've got to be aware you're walking into teams potentially set up in these positions. So we'll see. It looks like the north and south divide. And for now, you've got teams like Na'Vi in the north, Tornado Energy in the north. And probably the lower end of the table. The southern side is the kind of heavier hitting side. You got FaZe, Northern Lights, Liquid, Omicron. So, you know, pick your poison here, really, isn't it?
I'm still really intrigued to where this circle's going to go. Because it's away from the Cratefields area, you know, I know it's still in play, but where Na'Vi are, kind of the areas I'm going to speak about here, Na'Vi's position, down to red zone, like those 2 edges where the circle can't hit, if it pushes further, it's really an open field there. You know, anyone could get lucky with it, anyone could take placement of it. So I'm looking for some good rotations here from teams if they're forced to move out of a really belting position to a really awkward one, maybe just hard shift away from them. Good rotations, good 2-2 splits, you know, take a bit of a land grab. You can see Liquid are doing exactly that. They've got Ibi below Hacienda, just off the outskirts of Upper Martin, so it gives them an option to be able to run the gauntlet should it become on the southern side or even to the eastern side of it. place clan are kind of splitting themselves 2-1-1 here again, just so they can bop around and maybe move and defend bigger amounts of area if they have to. Yeah, it's probably this one's all on the circle really on how this story unfolds. Everyone's kind of safe for now. You all just hit central. It's open. There's no water. You're kind of laughing. It'll probably be a slow game if it goes central, because the majority of them are already in there in a circular format anyway.
Yeah, this is Vard might get a little too close towards red line here. About the only one I can see overextending to this. Red line's a little bit split. If Vard gets the drop on him, he'll probably have it. This is still split kind of north and south.
Look at that. The ring of teams, Lauren, and Circle just sits over them. Like, there's going to be so many alive for Circle 3.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those games. It's going to be quite extended, so guys, you know what? If you've got a beer on the desk, if you got, you know, as predicted, Ibis being the one who might get found. It's happened. We can see the map, don't worry. You know, if you've got a beer, you're considering, do I have a little beer? Get a beer right now. You can get to the fridge and back, and I promise you not much is going to happen for the next 30 seconds. If you can make the run in 30 seconds, you're good. Go. Maybe a coffee? What if you fancy, really? You know, option's yours. I had my iced coffee already today, Rich. How have you been doing with your coffee? You had one yet?
I had mine this morning, but I had a full fat Coke earlier on because I was feeling a bit rough. It was the baby had a bad night last night, so it was a 4:30 to 5 o'clock wake up. We're feeling a bit drowsy, so we kind of said, you know what? We'll skip the diet. We'll go straight to full fat. We'll get the sugar in there, but I'm feeling it today, especially with the allergies as well. It's a rough day.
Oh, what a combo. You've got allergies kicking off. You're feeling a bit snotty. You've not slept well. It's a time. It's a real time. I had a real craving. What?
We got PUBG. Everything's fine. Positivity.
Everything. It's better. It's better and it's okay. How did none of those shots hit? There we go. 1 out of...
Scrapes him.
Yeah, it's just like, no. It does set up for this, though. Uber, up and above. There's actually a second player there. I don't know if he knows it. There was someone pretty close by, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Artix wasn't that far off from this. There we go. So AT's going to get the cross. Yeah, better luck next time. Way too split up here. And in positions like this, you're just going to be picked. As soon as you do things like that, as soon as you kind of go overextended and you're not watching the hillside, you're going to get punished in this sort of lobby. We do have Rage and Liquid quite close by. Obviously, better luck next time in FaZe. Adepts might get a bit close to Ents. And EIQ and Tempus very nearby. They're your kind of potential fights building.
All of a sudden, where the better luck next time fans come back and say, Lauren said it was fine. Now my players are dead.
Oh,
what
you
happened?
lost 2 players. Crack on.
EIQ towards the rock side. Tempus, main compound in all of this one. It's such an open plateau. It's very hard to breach unless you can get a knock in the window and put someone out of place. Again, we did tell you it's going to be a little bit quiet for this one, given the fact that 90% of teams were already just against the white when the circle pushed in. We could probably try and preempt where this one's going to go. Let's take a look at it. San Martin in the middle. Hillside that runs to the south. You wouldn't be playing anything off the back of that, really. There's not necessarily any need. Wookie Bookie, actually, inside the compound that we were talking about, so it's hard to breach. EIQ are a very, very aggro team, Lauren. I was about to say I'm wondering if this could be the go side. Knocking Wookie like that, put someone on the res, then push forward. As soon as we hop on with the camera, they're already at the doors. EIQ do not muck about. If they want to check a fight, they just push it, regardless of who you are, what you are.
Oh.
And the 2-for-1 nade banks off of the roof, finishes Wookie, knocks Tommel, he's gone, and everything that Tempus had has just been slung into the open.
It's a really valuable compound. I mean, considering this right now, how the circle shifted, that's a pretty valuable compound, but you're right. Entropic don't need much of encouragement to actually, like, push these sort of things. One knock like that and they'll be there, but they kind of push this regardless. They're super, super aggressive when it comes to these things. They're kind of exciting to watch, if I'm honest. I like them. They're, again, quite hit and miss in the overall landscape. You know, you wouldn't say they're going to win every game, but they're just kind of, I don't know, they're just a wild card, right? They're the team you don't want up against you because they'll just commit on these things, which is rough. And look at Pixel and Clip. They can't do anything now. They literally can't do anything right now. This is the position they're stuck in. It's like, okay, guess we're on the stairs. Guess we're getting aided. I'll go live in this little, I don't know, shack of a room for now. And you know they're gonna push it. These guys are never gonna stop pushing these sort of things. Smoke can go down. He can try and create a little bit of a room to breathe, but they're there suffocating. Super aggressive. So let's take stock of what's happening. I've got to say in this one, the compound that Liquid holds is very big now. That becomes very strong because you think about the northern area, EIQ's there, but there's not much else around that. You could shuffle in, obviously San Martin, southeast of them, but people don't want to sit there because getting out of it, super hard. But south side, this 2-2 split could be really good for Liquid. And they've been consistently pushing through quite late game today. So yes, they haven't had the 14 kill game that we saw coming out from your Omicron or, you know, these crazy games from TSM, but they're consistently getting towards the late game, and this position again puts them in exactly that spot. But I'm looking at Northern Lights, FaZe, Omicron, Raise Your Edge. This western side, Rich, it's waiting to burst, right? It's that melting pot of all these teams. We're almost 15 minutes in. We've got one team gone. This is going to be, maybe not this circle, but the one after is going to be insane.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of teams falling simultaneously, and I would assume straight off the bat, because this is just kind of setting up for the storyline of the next move. Elgig spotted in open water. Rather unfortunate that it's Team Liquid, a decent team like that as well. Could punish them heavily. Good shot from Vax, straight in the head. Forces him back for the the heal. I'm thinking there is opportunity here that we get the old power grid. If we get that southern shift, power grid is looking extremely good for it, because it's just...
I mean, there is the Na'Vi area, east of Na'Vi. We've had a couple of endings up there. That's been, you know what I mean, that plateau where DA were.
That entire thing, right? What's in on the north, that basically that whole chunk in the north, with all those teams in, it can go anywhere there. So that's a pretty good call.
Cool, there's quite a few options. Better luck next time, a team who doesn't have many options. Still trying to find a way in. Not sure where they're going to take this. Na'Vi spotting out Adepts and Ents. Oh, wow. Power grid time it is. North and south still divided. How do you cross this?
I mean, we can still get it in the hills. That's the thing, because it doesn't flow. It doesn't actually have the main head of the hook. Just, if you look there, just on the very most western edge, if the rock was still in, I'd see it push from it, and then it would bounce. But I don't think that'll play a big effect here. So it can go anywhere. It's a matter of setting up. One of the strong points, actually, unless you can get a grenade in, is Entropic. There's like a ditch. You see FaZe Clan playing it an awful lot, especially when it push towards San Martin. Liquid, everybody now that was towards San Martin. To be honest, in previous circle, anyone who was on the eastern side should really have been moving a little bit more early or had the cards ready to go, because it wasn't going to go that way. We don't really get much towards San Martin. It's going to go up towards the north, the west, or even to power grid. All these players and all these areas are still playable. More than. At the moment, it's kind of a... Yeah, it could go anywhere. You've got to be as central as possible. Strong positions. If it does go to power, Northern Lights, FaZe Clan, Omicron, TSM. If it does go to the roadside, Ents, if they can get in undamaged. Getting in unscanned at this point will be hella difficult. As we can see from the Adepts, Spasku goes down, so does Furax as well. Ents on the opposing side, they receive them with open arms. They say thank you very much. So, split between two teams. That also gives a bit of information that Na'Vi are kicking it somewhere for Ents. Rustamar is in a very bad position.
Oh, this circle. Oh, good luck, observers. This is where it's going to get pretty hectic. So, I'm going to try and keep you up with this. Omicron is about to fight, third party of the fight you're seeing on your screen. T-Bone's coming in with the nades. This is Elgiganten and better luck next time. But TSM has started their engagement towards Redline. That's over towards the west. Redline trying to cross the road, and it's gotten pretty poorly for them, all said and done. So that's going to be a factor for them down the line. Now, this southern side has to move eventually. They can't stay here. That's going to play in Northern Lights, who are holding the edge of the circle. Liquid holding the east. The north, Na'Vi still have to make their play as well. Better luck next time. I don't know how they're still alive, but I guess it's Elgiganten who's been having a very poor performance. And again, 13 points overall. It ain't it, Chief. Na'Vi on the move. They're going to try and shuffle further forward. They're up in the north. They've got to move south. But Rustamar is waiting on the low ground, and the other two from Ents are on the high ground. Rustamar could get some good vision on this. Now, Omicron are cleaning up in the south. That's not to be too surprised by. They've been pretty much god tier the whole time. Rustamar gets picked up by Na'Vi. Again, it's going as we expect here. Now, is there a trade back from the other end's players or no? It's actually Red Zone getting some fire. They're further towards the west. FaZe trying to pick up anyone they can from further away, and the teams who are currently secure seem safe. I want to look at Liquid's way in right now. Good jump, Observer. That's what I love to see. EIQ moving in from the north. They're the team that got past Tempest in the compound. They crushed it, they crashed it, and they moved out pretty cleanly. Now, they might lose Novik here. They are. He's done. He's dead. Vestlog's found Momi in the meantime. That's over in the northern portion. But Liquid might get a glimpse towards Na'Vi. You've got to be careful if you're Liquid, because the terrain in front of you is not easy, and you've got EIQ and Raise Your Edge, two pretty aggressive teams willing to fight, standing in your way.
Liquid take the very small amount of cover that they have. They could pull the vehicles up here, provided they got grenades, and maybe try and flush out EIQ that are directly in front of them, but they have to have utility and gear to do so. That's still moving towards power. There is potential that goes to the road, and then we have the road fight from the uphill, downhill battles, but that's still pulling to power, in my opinion. Expect to see someone like Northern Lights commit all 4 players to the front building of power, give them a big staple inside the central area of the circle, whether it goes to power or not. They can play off the back of the foothills. Raise Your Edge should be on red alert. All the utility we said would be committed towards the IQ does. Gets him out the back of the car and now gives them something to play with. It's not much, but it's an avenue of approach. Vehicles left behind as well, so they can probably work off the back of it. The difficulty is they're making all this noise. People know their location. Raise Your Edge is on the opposing side of the road, setting up for Liquid's advancement. Na'Vi yet to move. Red Zone yet to move. Tornado Energy directly in front. I think Liquid just hit the roadside. There's like this small little crest of a hill. Provided Tornado Energy don't have LOS on them from their compound, I honestly think they've just got to play roadside. There's nowhere else to go.
I don't know how you play this. You know what I mean? Like, they've managed to get Jeems across for Liquid, which is pretty impressive. I think, who is it? Is Jeems or someone else? I'm not too sure. But they've managed to get 2 players across the right side. But now they're going to get the full force of Na'Vi sweeping through the east, so they themselves can get across. But again, this is the fight I want to look at, is Tornado Energy and Red Zone and Ents, this sort of like weird scuffle. Now, TSM can see part of this, but yeah, Na'Vi, oh no, Senya's got full vision. They're on the bike, here we go. Let's see if Liquid can join with the other 2. K-Mind in charge. Just gonna send that bike as best they can. Ibby's there too, here we go. Oh god, no, K-Mind's off the back. Ibby might have just made it. Senya is looking though. He's definitely seen the other players. There's no smokes down. They need to put that down real quick. And maybe they could consider a revive. K-Mind's not too far away, but also you're risking losing out on a player here. They're putting it. They're going for this. They want K-Mind back. But yeah, there comes the steal. Raise Your Edge getting very interested in what's going on.
Na'Vi are not in. Blue is moving them. They have to come over the crest of the hill, Lauren. Everybody has to stare towards them. If Liquid survive this, it would be a miracle. The only thing that really keeps them in this is Raise Your Edge. If Raise Your Edge keep just pounding bullets their way, then Team Liquid stays alive. Besto moving up. Don't know how much further he can really go, given how many Liquid players are here. But remember, they used all their utility. Grenades, smokes, mollies, flashes. Everything was committed towards EIQ. The ones who haven't used the utility yet, well, it's Na'Vi. If they can get some more off towards Liquid, that's an avenue of approach that they desperately need.
Liquid are holding on by a very thin margin, and the third party is helping, and then some. Raise Your Edge can see over Liquid, and they just see Na'Vi. So if Liquid can just stay alive for a second, they might be okay, but it depends if Raise Your Edge get aggressive. If Erdir and the boys want to push this, they're going to just completely wipe Liquid. So because Liquid are so focused, obviously, on what's in front of them, there it is, like a knife in the back. Monkey comes around. Liquid were, there's nothing you could do. You are literally in between 2 very, very aggressive teams that need to find a way forward. Na'Vi couldn't cross over. You can see the only other team that's made it over really was Tornado Energy. They're down to 3 as well. No one from that north side is looking healthy here. Everyone struggled coming down. That's the, I guess, the danger of those hard shifts. It's hard to play around. You gamble it on one side of the road. And I've got to say, the team I'm going to look at late game here, FaZe. They're not in the power grid, but they're on that very strong area around it. That is going to be a very, very hefty team going forward.
Raise Your Edge will focus and finish off Na'Vi. At least they will try. Besto falls, you know what, they might actually just sit here and commit to the blue. Play it out, be a nuisance. Yep, they do. They don't give up any points. Both of them fall. Denies Raise Your Edge anything. There's an interesting kind of scenario there where looking towards Na'Vi and try and pick up those 2 points may have left Monkey and Udyr out of place. If they're out of position for too long, Perfectix may just get line of sight and full vision on them running upside the hill, but he is on his own, so any one bullet to the brain will push him off there and kind of knock him back. QBE, last one outside the circle towards the roadside. I would expect Tornado Energy to quite easily solidify him. But really, you've got quite a lot of giants at the moment up in this one and inside. Northern Lights, FaZe Clan, TSM. Oh, spoke too soon about TSM. Curse of the Caster. Nade catches Fex, confirms him as well. And there's still more coming through. Vehicles there. Miraku could blow him up a second with it. There's no way getting a revival for that one. Ira is up against the white. Unless he goes for a very weird and wonderful dash, but I won't expect it given FaZe Clan's position. So TSM, heavy casualties off the back of Tornado Energy. Could we see QBE be a nuisance here for Tornado? Could he ruin their game?
Raise Your Edge are going to be the bigger nuisance. They're going to probably find an example. They're working as a pack of 3. They're swinging north, trying to clear as they go, leaving kind of FaZe and Northern Lights to the south, because what are you going to do? You can't dig these people out of those positions, so why not try and get some good territory towards the northern side? I think Example might have heard this because he just turned around. Yeah, Monkey's gone and been caught. That's a problem. You wanted that to be clean, and actually he's really dug into that position. I'm not sure if they can get Monkey back on his feet now because the sport's coming in. And Example's one of those players that's been pretty sharp. He's been pretty deadly for Tornado Energy, for sure. So, got to be a bit careful here. I like the idea from Raise Your Edge because you need some security, but this might not be it. Now, we're going to see FaZe and Northern Lights potentially have a fight pretty soon. That's going to be a very fun one. TSM's remainder, Iroh, could be a big, big threat to FaZe if they're unaware of it. And 2 different battles on 2 very different sides.
See which one of these 2 teams come out of this. I think either of them will be approaching the final boss clean. Mentioned that building that Northern Lights were potentially going to commit themselves to on the front side or back side, whichever way you're looking at, of the power grid. They can get all 4 in there and maybe just camp phase out, to be honest. Shiv, Monkey, Udyr are running the side and working their way up, or worming their way up, should I say, given the topography of the map. There is a bit of a dip that they can use to their advantage. And to slither on in, Ira gets spotted and burnt alive by Uber. 4 up for FaZe, 4 up for Northern Lights, and then 2 teams with 3. Tornado Energy and Raise Your Edge. You'd expect collateral damage towards the northern edge of the circle, but honestly, given the teams at the bottom on the south, given where they are, actually, you know what? Out of all this, Lauren, I'm really sorry. I did not realize that T-Bone was still alive.
Yeah, he's chilling out. He's on his own. As much as I do like, obviously, Northern Lights' position, it's easy to see why it's very strong. The problem is they're going to get pinned there. Now, eventually, I'd imagine the circle's going to move away from it. Just, it'll just kind of, if it shrinks, not all of it's going to be in. And when it centralizes, it's rare that you'd see it that hard forward to the south, so FaZe will get the cross, but they need to also stay alive and hope that Raise Your Edge and Tornado Energy kind of eliminate each other. So for FaZe, that's their kind of win condition, that they play a little bit slow, but they ensure they try and get step towards middle in, before Northern Lights can evacuate that building. And ideally for them, T-Bone, even getting a little third party would be great. For everyone else, Raise Your Edge and Tornado Energy, they're just trying to outlive each other. Poor old T-Bone. Found in the end, Spyro gets it, and now we're down to 4 teams.
See if the circle does force them. No. Keeps them in. It forces Tornado and Raise Your Edge to go head-to-head on this one. Yeah, FaZe Clan's still waiting, and they could be setting up a point where, if they're not reading this a little bit earlier than what they should be, where FaZe just sets up at the foothill of this base, as soon as they remove themselves from the safety net of it, they're dead. Saying that, I mean, yesterday, Northern Lights, the ending versus FaZe Clan was just a battering. They swept him aside in that 4 versus 4, a blink of an eye, and they were all dead. So, they can certainly work scenarios themselves.
Look at what Northern Lights want to do. It looks like they're already kind of showing tendencies that they want to try and secure the, I guess, east side towards Raise Your Edge. Obviously, they can't go west. They can't go straight forward. They're trying to forge a path and secure some sort of step down the line. For FaZe, they're going to hold their cross. That's about it. So that's why for Northern Lights right now, they're so focused towards Razor Edge. That's their big target, right? That's, I said, they can stay here, but the circle, again, will eventually kind of slap bang in the middle, which should move them out of that compound. And it's very hard to come off this compound cleanly, but they do have plenty of utility. 5 smokes is actually a great deal, just on one player. So I imagine the rest of them will be somewhat similar. 4 for Perfectix. This is very useful for them. They're pinned here, though. Everyone in the lobby right now is kind of looking their way.
Team's taking up residency in all 4 quadrants of the circle. Just be a bit of return fire back and forth. Toolin's down.
Shiv's
See if
moving.
anyone kind of sniffs at that. Yeah, the second we saw that one, Shiv got a bit of a jump further afield. I wonder if FaZe has seen it, though, because 2 of them are actually laid down behind the rock, maybe just to bait one of these 2 teams into the engagement. What is kind of scary is how close all 4 of them are towards the central point. It's in the middle of the road. It's completely exposed. I very much doubt we'll get to that point, but it now becomes a game of the rocks. If you've got a couple of rocks on your side and in your favor, you can use that. You can remove yourself from vision, work off the back of it as hard cover, and everything that Northern Lights had has actually been taken away from them.
That's how it goes. Now you got to look at the wrap cover we have here. Razor Edge actually not in a bad spot with Shiv and Monkey moving up. That's not bad. I'm wondering how much Tornado Energy could see of this, but you're already seeing the benefit of those 2 positions. Yep, Shiv's down low, but he's already slowed down Batulins. That takes away the IGL, that takes away the voice, but he does get to watch over the other players and then call it as a third. Now, Urdir, smoke down, flash down, using all that utility. You've got to keep it building, keep that pressure high. Now, this is what I was expecting. The vision from Tornado Energy towards Razor Edge was always going to be quite strong. This little dip they've got, that one little run-up, very, very solid. But look at the team who's not involved in any of this. FaZe. They're waiting for the late game. They're waiting for everyone else to clear the battlefield, and then they'll play it back in. But let's see if they've waited too long or if it's just right. Monkey goes down. We're down to just 3 teams. Tornado Energy starts to focus, but it's FaZe starting to wind up. They're starting to get back into the battle here. They're starting to show their hand. Uber at the forefront. Gustav's there. It's Fuzzface to get the kills, and we're down to just 2 teams. Northern Lights unable to convert it in the final moments, but nice utility being used now as Tornado Energy are trying to utilize this cover. But look at those smokes. Lecturing the battlefield. Quizzy finds Uber. 80 got Aliag, so it's a 1-for-1 trade out. But Tornado Energy were down to 3 players, so they're actually only on 2 right now. The smokes only last so long as it looks like they've used all of that utility. And creeping towards this, Uber is almost at the central point. So FaZe actually have the better step. Gustav finds Aliag, but it's traded back in. This is going tit for tat. This is going all the way. That's an angle, though. Look at that tiniest gap he's playing with here. And now Example left in the 1v2. He's got down 8C. He's flushed Uber, but the spray is saved in the end from Gustav. 9 kills, and FaZe's positioning was held till the very end. Very smart play from FaZe.
Yeah, not the highest of kill game, but it doesn't matter when you get in the win all regardless. Gustav laying down at the end just to kind of try and look below the smokes for any sign of life whatsoever. We mentioned it. The rocks, they were paying dividends for at the end there. Tornado Energy been able to get the frags that they did. Puts a lot of people out of placement, gets them the points that they needed. They keep on going. I mean, coming into this one, they were doing pretty damn well. They were up there with the best of them. It's another team that's just kind of been back building. We said through qualifiers, they didn't look like the roster that we kind of were hoping for. We didn't get to see that shining star of a team. Now they're doing it, all right? It's not the win, but it's still a very high game, high kill game, high point game. They're being continuously up there with the best of them.
Certainly are. And time for the analysis desk to have their slice of the pie. They get to break down what we just witnessed.
Right, we get the scraps after you've had the full meal. That's fine. We'll clean up after you guys. We'll take the small morsels from the game. But FaZe is a big one indeed, as they are able to get themselves the victory here. As they previously mentioned, not the biggest kill game, but it doesn't matter because they get themselves truly and properly on the board when it comes to up at the top. Joining me, Martin and Toby. Guys, FaZe get themselves a win. Great players by Gustav towards the very end there, Martin. Very methodical, very snap decision-making on where to shoot through that smoke as it's fading out.
Yeah, I was getting kind of close, though. They were down to 1v1 in the end there, but Gustav had some nice ideas, put himself down. This, though, was absolutely insane from Vard. crazy shots, just taking him off that bike, picking him off the bike like the hand of God, just picked him off the bike. That was crazy. No, but overall, the game from FaZe here, extremely smart how they played the end game here, making sure that they were the last to third party, they were the last to kind of reposition themselves, just making sure that there were 4 guys alive, so they knew they were going to win in the end. Extremely exciting game.
Yeah, definitely. Toby, thoughts for FaZe?
No, I mean, it was a pretty straightforward game. Once they pushed up to the hillside on the south of Power Grid, which was a somewhat early rotation for them, they played it really slow. I mean, yes, circles came towards them, but it was never just, oh, let's just sit still. They had to move continuously. And I was actually somewhat surprised to see not more people try and contest them, because it wasn't like we would normally see teams in open areas where they have to constantly shoot to keep people away. Teams kind of just, maybe they registered that there was FaZe down there, and they just didn't really want to try and even contest it. So a little surprising, but that also obviously goes to show that there wasn't a massive kill win that they got, but great performance from them, keeping 4 alive and open in the circle, and yeah, great playing overall.
So Team Liquid, they're having a bit of a rougher time getting into that, and here was the final 4 teams. Now, of course, this compound was a pretty powerful spot to be able to play from, Martin, as you see by Northern Lights getting a few picks here and there, but once you're having to traverse from there, it gets a little bit more difficult, as you can see here.
Yeah, once they had to get out of they had to do something early, honestly, if they wanted to make sure that they were going to survive from this. Okay, so actually I'll take 2 takes on this. First of all, they wanted to make sure that they got as many points as possible to get out of this, rather than doing what in my opinion is the winning play would be to smoke off the others and then push and like underhand nade down to FaZe so that they could clean out them first. But they decided the first option, to try to get as many kills before they had to get out of that kind of hard cover position. Yeah, I respect that it was the kind of the secure play to do this, and they got 12 points out of it.
Not too bad. FaZe with 19 points up towards the top here as well, and Raise Your Edge actually with 11 points, really getting themselves properly on the board too when it comes to the double-digit numbers. But very spread out otherwise. Few kills here and there for everybody, and that is how that's going to break down. FaZe here compared to Tornado Energy. Tornado Energy showing up again, actually. I think that's 2 second places in a row, Toby, for them, getting themselves nice points.
They have always been the team that kills first, finds placement points second, and now they are showing that they can they can do the other things too. I mean, it wasn't, again, not crazy wild out of the ordinary kill games for them, but they're getting to the late game, and when they can then add the kills to it, here they find 7. Maybe next game they'll get themselves a similar placement, but add 13 kills to it. That's when they start getting really scary.
All right, we have an interview ready with FaZe Clan, and it's my bearded friend himself, Fuzzface, that we got combined together yesterday. It was awful. I'm sorry once again. I don't know how that happened. How are you doing, Fuzz?
I'm good. You?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Congratulations on the win. First off, talk to me through the final 4 teams' fights and kind of what was going on in the team going up against the final 3 teams.
Yeah, so before that final circle, we just knew that we definitely had like the worst position because we had no hard cover whatsoever to peek with, and everybody could basically see us. So we just tried to stay quiet until we could smoke late game, and then try to use utility in this like peek the smokes together. So we had like straight 1v1 fights basically.
All right, fair play. Martin?
I just want to ask for us, like, besides that, it was a massive 200 IQ play. Obviously, that was how you played it. But I want to ask, like, once you get into these late game situations, it feels like you have the leash on everybody, and you want to make sure that you're 4 guys alive more so than you did before. Like, if you look back into how you guys were playing in 19 and how you guys were playing in PL. Like how much more important, how much more is like the communications that you want to make sure that you're 4 guys alive going into the very late game, like you did here, for example.
I mean, we always want to be 4 alive, but I don't think that's something from the past. Like we still lose people pretty often right now, like 1 by 1, and I think that's something that you always want to improve on. But you also sometimes want to be greedy for more space and such. So it's you gotta weight the balance if it's a risk or reward.
Fair. Cool. Toby?
I was thinking, we talked a little bit about it before the interview now, of course. In phase 3, when you make the vehicle rotation up on the west side of, like in the dip on the west side of Power Grid, were you expecting maybe more people to try and contest you from that point on and then further forward? Because it seemed like you were given like a surprisingly lot of space in that area.
I mean, we already killed half a team coming from the west. And then we knew that TSM pulled up kind of behind the Tornado, and we knew that TSM kind of had to push towards us, so that's really the only thing we have to look for. Or maybe if someone will push from the south side of Power Grid with a ridge, basically. But it's not a lot of good space to play around there, so we didn't expect too many people.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, Fuzz. Any kind of final shouts before we let you go?
No, just thank for having me, and thank you and shout out for all the fans who are cheering on. So appreciate it.
Awesome. Well, good luck in your next games, mate. See you soon.
Good luck, buddy.
Yeah, thank you.
That was Fuzzface from FaZe Clan. And yeah, great to hear from his insights. He's always a very delightful person to actually talk to when it comes to the interviews, especially. One of the best in PUBG when it comes to it. So that's good to hear from him. And now we're moving on to Erangel Remastered. But before we do that, Toby, actually, one thing that was important about all of that game was TSM was not in San Martin, and the circle popped in San Martin. That is, this is how it happened, I suppose.
When I saw it, I mean, first we noticed that the plane literally goes straight over San Martin, and we don't see them jump. We're like, oh, okay, is this the time where they change things up? And then when we see the circle pop, we all go like, oh, that's gonna be a feels. Like maybe Iroh is happy that he's finally found a scope or attachments to his weapons, but it's also gonna be a little bit of a feels weapon having to rotate back to the city that you now kind of wanted to leave to begin with and being forced back in that direction. But it seemed like a lot of teams weren't really aware, which surprised me a little bit. Maybe they were just kind of taking for granted that TSM would be there. Liquid were the only ones to really push close. I can feel like closer than they normally would have been to the city, but other teams were giving a lot of space, kind of assuming that TSM was there, where had they read the planes, maybe they would have known they wouldn't have been.
Well, let's take a look at the points coming in at the moment. Omicron Sports is 7 points away from triple digits. Navi's pushed themselves up very nicely throughout the day. The Tornado Energy and Northern Lights have also rocketed up as well. Martin, I feel like, of course, there's been errors of CIS looking fantastic, unless it's GLL, which they always looked fantastic. But this really feels like a very strong era for CIS right now.
It definitely does. It's crazy that first of all, I'm happy to see Tornado Energy really step up to the level that I think they should be at. A top 5 position for them to end on is definitely respectable, and that's what we should. That's in my opinion where we should expect them at. But after seeing their 15th position in group stage, I was kind of disappointed. But I'm surprised how far our current top 6 is ahead of everybody else. Like, it's from 6th to 8th, it's 30 points. They have racked up an immense amount of points already, and it really shapes up to be like our top 6, top 7. It's shaping up to be like they're far ahead of the pack in terms of skill and overall kind of placement from what we see from them so far.
Toby, that's sort of a scary gap right now, due to the fact that we're halfway through the tournament.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're quite literally halfway through the tournament, and the fact that the top 6 has managed to separate themselves to such an extent, with only TSM kind of hanging on. I mean, 11 points down still to FaZe. That's, if you're sitting anywhere 8th or below right now, that's going to be terrifying, because now you know not only are you heading into the rest of the day here needing to do well, but you need to do well and then some, because these guys, there's no reason for any of the top 6 wanting to slow down. If it was the top 2 teams who were way ahead of everyone else, they go, oh, we already have our 2 spots. Within the top 6 itself, these 6 teams are doing everything they can to surpass one another, so there's no reason for any of them to slow down. So these guys that are even further back in the train, they got to work that much harder.
We had some great varied circles in Erangel Remastered yesterday, Martin. Is this the time where Northern Lights gets themselves more points? Because the double back-to-back yesterday, well, single back-to-back, I should say, I should rephrase that, was very, very impressive. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to ask you the question because we're going to the game again. I'm getting rumbled. It's Sims and Pansy. Let's go. I can't talk.
James always wanted to be the caster. Always wanted more airtime, Rich. We gotta keep him calm. That lot, they get a little too much room on the air. We should cut that down. Let's just go to an ad break and then get right back into the game, I think.
He keeps kind of baiting it. Tried it on Toby, baited him in for a question, then just left him hanging, and does the same with Martin, asks him a question, then just baits him in, and then it's like, no, I'm just going to take that away from you. Like, James, what is it? Is this bad James we're starting to see? Is this some kind of evil and cruelty from James?
Evil
the sun.
James, that's it.
It's the sun.
It's
It
happened.
does it to ginger people. From experience here, you get a little bit of sun. It's like, oh, anger, pain, anger.
My lordy. Right, we are on Erangel, and I'm happy to be seeing it. Yes, yesterday's circle was a beauty. It was something to behold. I love that end game. Yes, I'm sure the players absolutely hated it, but for me, it's exciting, and I like a bit of excitement. Now, what I want to be looking at is, where's Na'Vi? Interesting drop. A little bit further, quite further towards the west than normal. Better Luck Next Time have been encroaching on their territory, you know, on a relatively consistent basis. This time maybe opting for something a bit different here. Not sure if Na'Vi continue their journey south, but they've got to be a little bit careful because, again, they're getting quite close to Raise Your Edge or Adepts, but still, we will wait and see. Na'Vi are a team that I won't doubt until I see it go wrong. They seem to make the right choices the vast majority of the time. FaZe back at Milta. Again, it's a little bit unique seeing them actually in their original drop spot.
I like that you mentioned on Na'Vi. They were getting crossed over by Better Luck Next Time, and regardless of whether or not they completely crushed them yesterday in the 4 versus 4 and came out cleanly, it could be an opportunity for them to say, you know what, let's not fight. Let's not bother losing the odd player here and there. It's just not worth it. Give up that area, move to somewhere different. They've done the research. They're all, you have to do your due diligence in this kind of scenario when you're playing at this level. It's as simple as that. So you're going to know where people like to be. And that's why when you're touching on someone like Adepts, Raise Your Edge, that are in that area, they will know where they're looting. They'll know where the individual players go. And because it's a big area, as Gatka, you can't send a full team Gatka. Kai'Sa, you can barely send one person Gatka. With these settings, it's a bit more easy. You know, you get two. Yeah, it's much more. And if people are playing ranked at the moment at home, you'll understand that when you get down, it's ridiculous. You can hit 2 buildings. You've got full level 2 gears, a gun and a scope within minutes. So it gives you some kind of insight to what these players have to deal with. But with the Gatka in itself, when you're looking for meds, that's the main thing. When you're looking for the bullets and such, being able to spread out as Raise Your Edge do. When you meet someone in a 1 versus 1, it's just like, God damn, why are you here? Middle of nowhere.
Yeah, let me enjoy my crappy loot in peace. Leave me alone with my nothing. T-bone. Pulling up. No one's there. Omicron have a pretty good start this. They dropped, I think he has Naya to start with, so they have a really good lean towards the circle. We've seen a few endings kind of around Ents, Omicron's way. A few further south than that, the ridgeline above Farm has been pretty prevalent, actually. We've seen a lot of scuffles around there. And I don't know where I'd like a circle to go. I'd like something maybe around Prison Way, Lumberyard, something like that. Yeah, I'd like something a little bit different. I feel like I'm getting used to that kind of Yasnaya to Shelter-ish ending. I'd like something a little bit further south, maybe Lumberyard. It'd be rare. It'd be a couple of hard shifts to get down there, but could be quite nice.
I like seeing new places that we haven't really seen yet, and we're giving, you know, opportunity not only to us, to players, even though they've seen a few now, but also to the community to be able to see the new layout of the land, the new pieces of terrain that have been added that players like to work off. Like we had an ending in qualifiers out there in the fields, and you just saw like the bombshells, all the ditches that were being utilized, players just sitting in them individually in pockets. Yeah, thinking of Prison, there's actually opposite Prison now where it used to be just an open field. There's a whole army base, essentially, like little hangars, little ditches that people play off of. So certainly those fields are going to be, when you do get in, they've not had one there yet. I can imagine they're a bit more fun rather than just dying in an open field. We've had a lot of shelter between the complexes, shelter areas, very linear, as players just camp either side of the road. And those individual places that we spoke about, when you're looting on your own and you don't suspect it, in comes the IQ, in for the push, in for the kill.
God, they get so many of these too.
Oh.
The amount jiggling away, old Gemty. Yeah, they get a lot of that sort of action. It feels that's a nice connection there from the back. Couldn't quite convert it to a kill, but that wasn't bad. Again, we're seeing a couple of scuffles early on. Tempest getting quite close to Liquid, for example. They're just swinging past, I think, but you can see the shots coming out. Oh, excuse me, it's Tornado Energy. Tempest are across the road. They're in the bigger compound, but a lot of teams opting to stay south of Yasnaya here. Not many people believing in the northern shifts. We've seen a few of them. Raise Your Edge benefited from that South Stalba side during the group stage. That was pretty prevalent for them. K-Mine being knocked early. Wookie Bookie handy with the bolties and the kind of DMRs out there. So, oh wait, whoa! Are they crashing this?
They crashed this.
Tornado Energy. That's very brave. James is super low. You might just get flushed. Melman's just got a double. That's insane work. What has just happened? Liquid surely just didn't expect this. Surely they were just thinking, no way are they actually crashing this. And they just flooded over. I've never seen anything like this. This is just incredible aggression from Tornado Energy. K-Mine tries to push. Melman just says no. You do not see that often.
There was a fair amount of damage on the pull-up with the vehicle outside the back of it, which forced one of the players back. They were already sticking the res. Knock him out of face, and then crack on. The double opens it up, and that's Liquid gone. 6 minutes 30 into a game, been wiped off the face of the lobby. That
doesn't happen to a team like Liquid.
It's ballsy, right? To be able to not only... Yeah, that's even more of a point. A team like Liquid to be able to do them when the chips are down, when they're only one player knocked. They had no time to respond.
That's honestly really surprising for me. I said, you might lose one in rotation. It can happen. Let's say they're split in a 1-1. You know what I mean? Yeah, they can get picked. That's the risk you take, right? But you're all in one compound. Good position, but it's not end game. Tornado Energy just went in on that. That's wild to see. Now, whether or not they knew that was Liquid, and Liquid are just behind Tornado Energy on the board, and thought, yeah, this would be a really good opportunity to make sure we create a bit of a gap for ourselves. I don't know, but my word, that was bold.
Am I right in thinking, Lauren, that it wasn't even them who got the initial knock? It was Wookie, was it not?
It was Wookie. It was Wookie Bookie, yeah.
So it wasn't them that'll have the first piece of info unless they were watching the fight that says, you know what, go. You could see the two players scurrying to the walls to try and fight them, but before they even got there, they've already been shot at. That's, yeah, all right. I like it. I like this. I like this Tornado Energy. I'm a fan.
That's real aggression there. I didn't think it'd be that clean either. That's the thing. Normally, if you crash a compound like that, you're probably going to trade out a player or two, but I think even Liquid are probably surprised that someone fully committed like that. If someone's going to play on the wall, that's a bit risky. Tempest will probably get some shots, and they just went all in. I am flabbergasted. But for Tornado Energy, hey, they get a good compound. But now you got TSM getting a little interested. Iroh's having a look that way. Vard swinging over, but enter just slightly further north. They're kind of just by the south of the petrol station sort of area. Stamar there. The nade's going to ward off Vard. It means he's going to have to readjust. But they need to keep control of this. Keep good vision. Keep that kind of map awareness of what's around them.
The Volcanoes area is usually really good, especially from scouting positions, but that circle is totally and utterly unfavorable to it. Many a team will not have expected a swing like that. And the fact that it's keeping a little bit of water in as well makes it this much more difficult. Elgig, you've been given a brilliant opportunity. I'm speaking deep into my mic here. I'm focusing the energy. Elgig, this is your game. Go big, go ballsy, get some frags. You're in the center of the frickin' circle. You can take whatever territory you want here. Make it bloody count. This is a good circle for them. I want to see a high placement. Let's be real. Game number 10, we're just past. We're past the halfway mark now, and you've got 13-point lads. This won't cut it when you've got teams at the top with 80 plus.
Yeah, this ELG, it's time to go. There's you can't have excuses now. This is a great circle. Teams are having to shuffle in towards your area, so this should be the game. There's no excuses here. I want to see. Let's set the bar a little lower because we've seen some very high kills, which could skew our idea of what's normal. Unless the depths go towards Omicron, no, they're going to stay further south. 5+ kills and a win. Yeah, again, it's a little bit of lower expectation in comparison to what we've seen, but for Giganton, I want to see a top 3, 5+ kills, something to walk away with that gets them a good handful of points. Now, for now, we have to just look across who's coming in late, because they actually don't get some, they get some good positioning. Na'Vi, ENCE, these sort of teams can potentially get some very nice positions, and Diggory's got to be careful. His switch on the vehicle might make him a little bit more vulnerable than he'd like. He's now going to be right next to Na'Vi. And who else is up here? Let's have a quick look. Yeah, so I'm looking at Razor Edge, Adepts, and Omicron. They're going to be clashing around this hillside just southeast of Stalba.
Good upgrade for Kissick, level 3s, Mark 14. Full 8 times and full 3 gear. Job done. Raise your edge, scouting positions, nail up. Probably doesn't realize Sunsy's there. That's the really, really nasty. Oh, now they've seen one another. Open up. Great response. Fantastic response. Goes for the quick lean. Headshot, dead. Down, done. But now they know that the rest are going to be lingering somewhere down below. The vehicle has pulled up. They've regathered themselves together. So they have at least a read on where they are. They know the compound is no longer free in front of them. They shouldn't be overstepping on that hillside, given the fact that FaZe Clan has vision up there. They can look. But they shouldn't get too aggressive. Even if they get knocked, it's an easy res, right? Because they're just so far away from me. Can't be running up hillside. The problem from Raise Your Edge is that all the priority compounds in front of them are taken. ENCE is setting up in Kameshki, just so you're all aware. Which might lead us for a decent fight, to be honest with you. Because where's Na'Vi? They're outside the blue. Oh, they're all the way up in the north. Squeaky is feeding info. So was Diggory. Diggory was sat still for about a minute and let Na'Vi go by. Squeaky's passing this information. Look at Tixu. Look at Rustamar. They're moving to the row side of Kameshki. Are they setting up an entrapment here for Na'Vi? We've got to get on with Rustamar's POV, please.
Yeah,
we
let's see what they're doing here.
Yeah, this could be a very well set up entrapment, all coordinated by Squeaky, who is still behind them.
All right, Rustam. They're not that aggressively on it, but they're definitely here. Did Rustam just get seen though? Oh, I don't know. This could go wrong. Nice pickup on the first. This has to be clean. It has to be quick. You don't want to leave scrappy players around to maybe do damage for the backlines. I saw another player tagged up though. I'm not sure who that was. Senya, they're getting some fire. Tab is pretty low HP. Besto's looking for a place to ditch this potentially, get some fire back. But this is rough for Na'Vi. Plan definitely noted. And as you said, Squeaky feeding all that information.
Just orchestrating the entire thing. It was a good play. We'll see if it's worth it, because they've only got a point or two. They're miles away from the circle. They're totally out of position. It's that trade-off, right? Is it the right play? Is it the good call? Maybe they're making the most of a situation. Whatever. We'll see. Late game, how they fare. 1, 2, 3, bikes all the way across. Age. Does a fair amount of damage to Shiv, though. That could prove to be his downfall as they approach any compounds that are going to be open. There ain't much, though. Not entirely sure where Raise Your Edge are planning on sending it to. The ball's open next to him. He might be able to make that work.
No.
ENCE
to Na'Vi, and now FaZe are doing it to them. They've lost out on Tixu. Maybe hearing everything that's going on, but FaZe have done it better. They did just lose out on Fuzzface, though. Adepts from up the hill getting vision on this, and now Na'Vi are closing in. They know that, they knew who was in front of them. They just got engaged on. Gustav's going to get some fire back towards red zone to try and slow this down. But it was Adepts who was getting the fire in, and now FaZe, I don't know if they can get Fuzzface back. Is there a player with him?
Na'Vi's here, Lauren. They're on the road. I'm going to go up against the C. No, IT might get 1 or 2, but not much more than that. Yeah, just stay low, boys. Hide around the beachhead. Take the big fin and keep on going. My concern is where they really come in, because look in front of them. There's a very small gap. It's a bottleneck. Ooh, I think they're running to Northern Lights by accident here. I really do. Yeah, they can play the tiniest amount of land, and it is only small. But I think they die to Northern Lights here, unless the third party comes into effect and pushes Northern Lights back.
So Batulin's getting a couple of shots towards him, but he didn't seem that fussed, but he's just fallen back towards his team. Na'Vi are just about in, but this is a really horrible position to be in. It's not where they would have wanted at all. It's not your first choice. Oh, fate. Oh, if only you could have dodged it, it would have been brilliant. But he does get one with him, but he's gone down for all that trouble. And is closing in right on ELG and Raise Your Edge. These two teams have everything they need here.
kind of lucky that vehicle didn't run straight into him and actually push him against the wall and knock him to the side. There's a potential for a res there. We shall see. Na'Vi, for everything that's happened to him, they're still on the feed and they're still taking names. Itzy down, confirmed dead. FaZe Clan have to rush to the assistance of the players on the backside that are getting tanked up, though. A big nade from Senya. Stops Gustav. They'll try and confirm him just to stop any information being passed on to the rest of the team. That's all he is at the moment, just a sniffer dog. Give some info. Smokes are up. But the problem with this location, I like it. I'm a big fan. I've played it in a couple of games. You can really do some damage off the back of it, but it's very exposed to downwind. If you're not careful, you go up, you're cresting, you're just going to silhouette like a bad man. But you have this like sandbag area, which is just, it magnetizes for grenades. If Na'Vi turn up with nades, Fuzz is just bottlenecked. He's in a funnel. It depends how much utility they have. They need to get to him first. If he plays proactive and maybe shoots downhill, but he does have 3 players looking at him, it's going to be so overbearing.
Nice a break to show up in chat. Kind of you to take a break from Tarkov, mate. Welcome back to PUBG. We will be seeing who makes it out of that. I still watch his streams, you know. I have to mute it, but, you know, it's quite interesting action at least. Na'Vi holding on to the very edge. I mean, I have to turn the brightness up on my monitor. I can barely see anything. It's pretty rough out there. I mean, Northern Lights going to go for the full send from the east. They're moving right next towards Raise Your Edge, and I think the FaZe had a similar idea. They're pretty close behind them. They're all kind of moving in a very similar fashion, these teams. The south side yet to fully commit to the new circle. Tempest down there and Summer Tornado Energy. And yeah, I'm looking at the north. Omakun, do they still have 4 or are they down to 3?
I'm only seeing
They're
3
down
at
to
the
3.
moment, unless someone's gone for a big wild flank. They may be down to 2 if he doesn't catch Squeaky's position. We'll have to be aware of that. Not really seeing much from ELG at the moment. I must say I've not seen much of the kill feed. Curse of the Caster again. Here we go. All right, that's all you needed. Some encouragement. Shiv, Monkey, they fall simultaneously. Shiv's confirmed, and Monkey will also feel the same fate. They can find another one. They clear the mid. If they can get him out of here, that's a really good amount of position. They do. It's doable. Definitely doable.
I just don't have faith yet. I mean, they should. They have no reason not to make this work, right? Like, this is the game. This is the one that should be the big difference maker. Gaxi flushed out. This is 3 kills now. This is where it all builds up. The circle is honed in on them. It's just worked out perfectly. Now, you do have Raise Your Edge's final player, Nailip, still kind of down on the plateau between them and Northern Lights. Northern Lights a little bit too preoccupied and worried about, you know, Tornado Energy, Na'Vi, which is completely warranted. I don't blame you for being more worried about them. TSM slowly building in the northwest. They still have 4 players standing. They might come across Omakun or potentially Ents, but they're slowly building into this. Na'Vi, how are they holding on to this, Rich? I really don't know. They've been put through every single, you know, hurdle, and they're still with 3 players alive. It's quite surprising.
They're playing edge. They're in home territory. This is their play style. Nobody behind them. No one to worry about. Full focus on the job at hand. That's one of the benefits, I suppose, if there are any, to playing edge, is that you don't have to really worry about anyone. And they work so well as a unit that every angle's covered. They don't necessarily have to worry too much about third party. We don't see them going down in huge scenarios. It's mainly the opposite way. Well, they're joining into a fight at the right time. Northern Lights are trying to body block here for Batulans. Cars are up, smokes are down. TSM keeps on going.
Nice.
Another frag on the board.
This is good. This is big from TSM.
Well, it clears this side more importantly, so it gives them something to work for in the circle, right? If they, Squeaky is still laying there. Let's not forget about him. He could be a pain in the backside and just show his hand any given moment.
Yeah,
but yeah, doing this gives them the northern edge of the circle.
Yeah, win condition wise, if they get past Squeaky clean, and then they can focus on their fight towards Adepts, then they're potentially in a really good position to go quite late game, but they haven't checked on Squeaky. I still see him alive here. Na'Vi playing the low ground, this little bit of a dip is keeping them safe, and Squeaky's seen this, so he's probably going to insta-flush some of these players. You know, Miraku's not on his own, but he's pretty far from the others, so he's looking like a very tantalizing morsel for Squeaky to get if he can. That's a point, but then they're out of the top 10 here, so maybe waiting to get some placement and then get into it. Squeaky can just kind of like prone forward a little bit, creep into that new circle. Adepts haven't been spotted either, so TSM might have some mystery. Oh my lord, Miraku, of course you see that.
What?
How? Was his spidey senses tingling? What's going on? Whatever it was, it worked out. Now Adepts are the next challenge, Rich, and they are very close by.
Yeah, but they have the man advantage. 2 versus 4. It's going to be difficult. Now, which way you cut it. Tunde also falling will be make it that much more harder. Noki can get ahead of the game if he really wants to and run downwind of this, but it's who picks him up first, who eats the man alive. There's Red Zone down below, TSM up top. TSM have a good, what, 30, 35, maybe even 40% of the map that they control. Just because of Red Zone's position, they're all the way up against the Y in that compound, but they're obscured from vision. No, they can't see anybody up north just because of that hill that's behind them. They're stuck on a plateau. But Tulins goes down. Always feels good seeing ELG in the kill feed. It's what we want. It's what we want to see. The problem for ELG is we have the wild, wild west behind them. And when I say that, it's EIQ. It's the Wild Boys. It's absolutely throw all caution to the wind, throw all utility forward, and hope for the best. Like, they can shoot. That's kind of what's scary. They can shoot, but they also just absolutely do not give a single F to who it is in front of them. They play with so much confidence, it's scary.
Here we go. You've got the first knock coming in. Vax gone down, and it's Entropic building up a little bit here. Getting closer by. With the smokes up, that gives them cover to move up. Double's done exactly that. He's going to get closer. And oh no, ELG, you barely scraped into the top 10. We wanted late game from you guys. We wanted a little bit more. Oh, Hawkeye, 1 HP. He does that to them through the window. Wow, okay, now keep in mind TSM are getting vision, Northern Lights are getting vision. This isn't a clean fight, it's a third-party fight. Na'Vi have 2 players back on their feet. They had a little bit of a scuffle themselves. Redline moved up from the south. TSM sweeping from the north further down, but it's still Senya trying to keep things going in the right way. But he's getting overwhelmed, he's getting overpeaked, he's getting overdone, and Na'Vi had struggles at the very start, and it never got easy for them at all. But now, ELG are just about staying alive here. Molly's coming in, everything's there. Gaxie's burning, he's gone into the Molly himself. Careful, Gaxie, I think he's desperate for some bullets and some bits and pieces, because I know he was very light on ammo at one point, so he could be really hoping he can get some off that body there. But while all this happens, Northern Lights just fully focus towards that western side. The northeast red zone, the southeast red line, Northern Lights in the south, and in the west, ELG and EIQ.
And while that's all going down, TSM's allowed to reposition. They leave Ira up north just to keep a track on where teams will be flooding down if there is anybody that wants to take a bit of a wild run. I wouldn't expect it given Red Zone's position. Having that compound, they're playing a little bit passive and staying stationary. And understandably so. Ghoststar and Gaxie back on the feet and ready to take a fight. Punishment may come through here for Double. He's a fragger in his own right, but this time it doesn't come forward. He falls, he goes down. Gaxie is knocked. The smokes are there to try and defend him. Maybe TSM just utilize him as bait for now. Let Ghoststar try and go for the revive. Smokes will plume and then he can wander through. Nope, no chance. It comes down to Ghoststar. Last man standing. Not many frags. But at least they're into the top 5. It's a start.
Now let's look at what's happening here. Redline are getting very interested in what Northern Lights are up to. They're pushing on this one. They saw the focus towards ELG, and they're going to try and capitalize on that. TSM put 3 players towards its position. They've shifted a lot of their resources down towards that area, but this opens up room for Red Zone up towards the northeast. So yeah, Redline right now going to try and capitalize on Northern Lights being a little bit split up and obviously down to very few numbers. They've maybe overextended, got caught on that plateau that they had to secure. But Fex knows what's going on. This is TSM with 10 kills. This is them coming in late and then just going off in the north. But now they have to be careful. Iro's probably spotted Red Zone, getting a little bit curious, getting a little bit invested into this. There's the final member of Northern Lights going down. So Redline have control of the south here. Ghoststar's still alive, so holding on for dear life here, trying to get towards a higher end position. And that's not bad. Top 4, top 5. Okay, a couple more kills. That's better. That is much better than they've been doing so far. TSM, though, have committed towards the side. Eyes on Iro. He's not even on the screen right now. He's way towards the top. He's about to get a lot of pressure. If he goes down without a trade, this could be problematic for TSM. They might have just kind of traded positions with Red Zone.
There is a saving grace in the fact that it gives them information. The trade initial one is there, so it turns it into a 3 versus 3. If they can deny the res, maybe wrap further, get an angle behind that tree. Christ, if they actually see the guy going for the res and sticking it at Atomical Falls, then it's into a 2 versus 3, and this whole thing falls apart potentially. Oh, Blue's here as well.
Oh,
Insta-knock,
insta-knock.
rather
But
unfortunate.
it denies points, at least.
There is that. Yeah, there is that. Bad knows it as well. No info just yet. Catches him. Scrapes him just on the backside. Atomical fighting from the blue. Does go down to it as well, so maybe TSM get another denied point. Nope, not this time around. They do confirm it. 12 kills. Seen some
Where's
high
Redline
fragging
now?
games so far. Redline, they're just making their approach. You got actually, I like this. The 2-2 split. Yes, sometimes splits can be a bit sketchy to the latter stages of the game, but with the ground that they cover and the fact that there's nobody behind them, they can set up a full sweep of this circle and realize what all the players are. The only thing is the height advantage. TSM control that, especially with the trees.
Ivers and QBE don't care much about Red Zone's high ground, but you're right. It's Fex and the boys above who are the bigger problem, but still, this has to be clean for Redline, and it's not so far. Losing out on QBE kind of eliminates the strength of that split, but look at these 12 kills as well. So many high kill games. Now, with Red Zone going down, we're into quite a fun situation. 4 alive for Redline, 3 standing for TSM. But look at this play. Look at this position. No vest, but a 3 helmet. Trying to use this off angle, and it's worked. Finds Miraku, and now the gates are open. TSM want to respond. They get a tag, but he's using the hill as great cover here. Molotov goes in. We can see if we can catch him. He's got to do this quick. TSM want to eliminate this one player before the rest of the pack turn up, and they've done it. Now they need to turn on a dime and get ready for the rest of the players coming their way. They know where they're coming from as well. It's Vard and it's Fex to try and hold back 3. Ivar's taking the high ground with QBE and Marv being the center point here. They're going to try and focus towards the top, and Vard's done 1. That's Ivar's gone. Huge work from TSM. Molly's now coming in. Where's Marv in all this? There we go. A little bit of attention comes towards them. Fex now has to try and bail out his buddy. He has to try and help out Vard here, and he's done exactly that. Marv goes down. Insta flush, and now just 1 player stands. QBE. Can he get the res in time, or is this a little too risky? Fex is going for the low ground flank. He's trying to get some ground gained here, and he might get a whole lot of vision. He just did the jump. He might have just seen them, because they certainly saw him, and Fex is lighting it up. What a end from TSM, and what a play from Fex. 17 kills from TSM. Couldn't ask for more.
27-point game when you're 7th and 59. That'll send them flying up the charts. Like, good lord. When you got teams like Liquid, who are kind of just above you in the 71 mark, going down in 16th, that only helps you out. It's a game of a different end of the scoreboards. But that looked confident. More importantly, it looked coordinated. How they were controlling the Northern Edge, playing Edge. You get reminiscence of Na'Vi vision, how they work it, how they work the terrain between them, sweeping, clearing. I say, okay, well, this angle's clear. Let's go get involved in that fight. Remove that enemy. Then that obstruction's gone. Pull back. Whoever the IGL was and all of that, the communication must have been fantastic. That was perfectly executed and a real treat to watch.
Yeah, spot on from TSM at the end. And I wonder if now, as we give James the mic, he can truly fill time here. We love to hear from him. We want to hear the stories, ask the questions. We won't start the game until you're ready, James. Take it away.
All right, I'm going to sit here for 45 minutes then before we get into the next game. Screw you, chat. No, don't worry. We're going to be fine. We have Martin here as well as Toby to break down what we had from TSM. They get themselves the victory there. And up until the last moment, the 4v4v4, I was like, oh, is TSM going to do it? Are Redline and Red Zone going to be able to step up? And in the end, TSM is able to dispatch of them. Martin, that was clutch by TSM towards the end there.
It was a crazy game. Like, they were outside the zone in some of the later stages of the game, but they just dismantled everybody else. It was crazy to see how they're able to move the control and the spin on Miraku, like from Miraku straight on to Squeak, I believe it was, from Ends. Oh my god, he just spotted him instantly. It was crazy to see. I really love the amount of control they had in the late game.
Toby, thoughts when it comes to TSM?
It was a great game on their part. I mean, they were one of few teams who opted to pass through Yasnaya. It's you always go cities, no, stay away from them because it's gonna be so hard to get out of them. You can easily have people next to you, but at the same time, most teams know that that's what people think. Therefore, sometimes it can actually pay off to go into the cities because no one's going to be there. And that's what they were taking advantage of, because there's that massive field to the east of it, and they had all the vision in the world. So while everyone was fighting in the open, like we see here, it's a team like TSM still, I mean, yes, they weren't in the best position circle-wise, but they could scout their way forward and kind of sit down and breathe and plan what they wanted to do, which ended up being pushed north and kill everyone. So, I mean, it made sense in their situations to do what they did.
Yeah, definitely. And overall, when you saw how kind of Redline and Red Zone were playing this out at the end, Martin, did you feel like there was any kind of adjustments that they really needed to be going with, or how did they play it out? What are your thoughts?
Well, honestly, Red Zone should have taken a bit more control and stepped up a bit further. I feel like they gave too much away. But here in the end, like Redline, they opened up with a kind of a clutch opening, being 4 versus 2, but they dropped it on the floor. Honestly, like they should have won that game.
Well, let's take a look at the points coming in. Unfortunately for Tempest, better luck next time, and Team Liquid, it really will be better luck next time, as they only get themselves 0 points. Omicron and FaZe 2 points apiece, as we now move up to our 1 through 8 and have a little bit of a look-see at that, because TSM blasted 17 kills. Redline 13. Jeez Louise, Toby, that's a big game for them.
I mean, we said whenever we ever seen 15 and 15, well, the amount of kills here is the exact same, just split a little different. I don't know what it's been with top performers today. I mean, it leaves so few kills for the other teams when one or two teams go out and does this every game, which pretty much has been every single game so far. There's been either 15 kills or more. It's absurd that we're hitting those marks time and time again, but it goes to show how much these teams want it and how warm they are right now.
Yeah, the bounce on from kill to kill to kill seems to be very methodical. 9 kills, 8 kills on Fergie. Jeez, look, what is going on?
It's crazy. And Fergie is the coach. He's just standing in because Lugarix is not old enough to play.
Damn. You know, that's some impressive stuff right there. But TSM, between them, Miraku and Vard up there. And actually, credits where credit's due. Yes, Vex got a lot done there. But Toby, whilst we were talking about this game, you were saying, you know, Miraku sometimes a little bit overshadowed by some of the names, but he's still able to put out the numbers and damage.
I mean, we saw his instant reactions up against the Squeaky just yet, and it's true. I mean, when you have the likes of Vex, Vard, and Iroh on your team, I'm by no means trying to take anything away from Miracle. He's an absolute beast of a player. He's just not the first that comes to mind when you think Wild Fraggers. But he has his moments that, like, give him a chance. Just like, wait, when is it my turn to go shoot people? Well, now's your time. He goes out, he gets it done. It's great to see that they all 4 can do it.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. So that's going to move TSM quite nicely up the leaderboard. Likewise, Redline really needed those points to be able to boost them up as well. But we keep seeing a lot of those names up towards top. Northern Lights, for example, is there as well. And we do have an interview with TSM. It's not Iroh. It is Dofus this time. Hello, Dofus. How are you doing?
Hello. Yeah, I thought you wanted a change.
Oh, well, yeah. We've had a lot of Iroh.
Yeah, you had a lot of Iroh.
Yeah, indeed. All right, talk to us then. Talk to us about...
Go on. The guys doesn't want to do the interview.
Maybe not. I had something prepared for Iroh, Dofus. So if we get another interview, send him my way, all right? And then that'll be great. Okay, so first question. When it comes to your approach to this tournament, obviously you guys have been able to get some very big results. Yesterday you had a Miramar that was a big result as well under your belt. How has the team outlook been so far on the tournament and your performance as a whole?
Well, we're kind of known as a slow starter, I suppose. And after yesterday, we were sitting 6th place, which was, I don't know, to be us, pretty okay. I mean, yesterday was a very up and down day. We had one game that was super good, and then the next we went out like super early, 0 kills, and then the next game we had a good kill game again, and just kept on going that way. But I mean, in a way, that's just how it is, and we feel pretty good about our game. We know we have to fine-tune some stuff on Miramar, but we're working on it as much as we can.
Okay, fair. Martin?
I have a question now that we have you here. I had a theory that the reason that they keep dropping San Martin is because your name is obviously Martin. Lovely name, by the way. Is that true?
Same. 100%. Nah, I mean, we have a love-hate relationship with San Martin, I guess.
Yeah.
San Martin is still like a somewhat center city location. The drop or the loot there can be pretty good, but it can also be pretty awful, which was the entirety of yesterday. We haven't really had the circle lock before, so it's been kind of a frustrated situation, and we're surrounded, like we have teams all over, and people wonder, why don't you rotate early just to solve your situation? But it's like, we can't rotate early because we have all of those teams in front of us that have to move before we go, otherwise we'll only die early in rotation instead. So even if it's like a central location, we have teams all around us, we can't go early despite that.
Yeah. San Martin is great, and if you don't have teams like in a square around you, you're just boxed in kind of.
Yeah, exactly. We have teams like both northwest, east, and south, straight close to us. So.
All right, and Toby.
Working on it.
I gotta hear from you, Martin. We talked just after this game about Miraku and how sometimes he gets overshadowed for his actual abilities, because I mean you have such good fraggers on your team in Vexvard and Iroh. But Elsa, I mean, as a coach and as on the team as a whole, have you got like specific roles? Of course, one is the in-game leader and the captain, but have you got like, you are supposed to be the one who gets the kills to try and like kind of set up situations for the better fraggers on the team, or is it just everyone kind of feels everyone can do everything type role on the team?
We have an in-game leader and a captain. No, well. In our team, every player can pretty much do everything, right? All of them can semi-IGL, all of them can frag. But for some, like just fragging out comes closer to, I don't know, their heart. So they tend to do that. So someone like Miraku might be staying and holding your back a little bit more, just because he doesn't really care about his numbers, you know? And when you don't really do that, then that's good too. And we all know that he can put up numbers if he wanted to. He's been top fragging tournaments before, but it's not like we want to push him to do that every tournament, because we rather have someone like looking our back. And it's a similar situation if you look at Iroh, for example. I think this game he had 0 kills. But we still won the game. I think Vex had 9 kills, super great, but Iroh had 0. But him having 0 is because he was scouting the entire game. Like, he was the one holding our back in this game. And it's a team game, right? So it doesn't really matter who frags out and who doesn't. As long as everyone on the team is aware of how we're, I don't know, working, functioning, that's fine.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, in that there's so many people out there that are like, it's PUBG, let's go kill things, but there's so much more to the game than just the kills, as you're mentioning here, which I think is very important.
Without peeping holding your angle, you're dead. So you can't auto fragging. There are only that many people to actually kill.
All right, well, thank you very much, Dofus. Any final shout-outs before we let you go?
Well, only to our fans, really. To both the TSM PUBG Discord and the TSM Discord. We love the support we're getting there. Obviously in Twitch chat as well. I just miss DA, not gonna lie. So shout out to the DA fans as well.
Yeah. We need some of their remote spam more, I think. Anyway, thank you very much, Dofus. See you next time.
Good to see you, buddy. Bye-bye.
And that was Dofus, and that was Floof. Calm down, Floof. Okay, that is going to be our 4th game done. We have no break. We're going to be rolling into game number 5. My picture went to wait. I prepared. I painted this picture. I painted this picture for Iroh. No, I didn't paint it. Don't worry. But, you know,
maybe it's not dark enough outside yet to really set the mood for the Sith Vault. It has to be like game 5 and game 6 when the sun's gone down, you know?
Yeah.
Just
Maybe, you know, I'll think of something else. I'm sure I can think of something else if we get another Iroh. Don't you worry. I've got a million tricks up my sleeves. Anyway, we're going to be rolling on to the next Erangel Remastered here. And I'm excited for it. Of course, that was a very similar circle, Martin, to some of the ones we've had up there. Say, for example, throughout the group stage, we've seen, that Tempest ending up towards there against Raise Your Edge, etc. So there's very familiar circles that people are having to play to here, which they've already played to recently, which is only making their decision making better and better and better.
Yeah, I think what the big thing was with especially with this circle is like the second circle shift. People were not prepared for that. We had it was centered over like west of Mansion, south of Yasnairo, and then you have a northern shift, and that's where the dynamics change of the game. You have these teams that are deciding, okay, we're not going to have and it happens more often actually. We go over to more that people are not prioritizing having a good position in the first two circles. They would rather have a good position to scout from, or a good position to scout to rotate from, and be ready to like a high ground position in circle 2, so you're ready to push into a new position that you've potentially scouted. So like in the dynamics, especially of the hard shifts, even though it's the same area, people know the terrain so well it doesn't really matter. It's more like, how have you set up yourself for from circle 1 to circle 2, and how early are you ready to like move, or are you already rotating towards a position that you potentially know you have scouted, that you know that is better. So it definitely comes down to the dynamics of the first couple of circles.
Okay, I normally don't do this, but I'm sure both of you can see the map stream right now, and in terms of our feed that we can actually see.
Yes.
And the plane's a bit interesting, Toby.
It is. I don't normally do this either, but it is actually extremely. As I say that, I'm looking over at my map stream. It is actually extremely interesting, and without spoiling too much, because I want to give that honor to Pantheon Sims. It's a lot of teams will have to adjust what they want to do, and that's gonna cause for, I think, some very interesting early moments of the game.
Yeah, a doozy might not be playing right now, but that plane path is a doozy for sure. This is going to be quite the game. Martin, last thoughts before we go on in?
Well, we're gonna see a lot of teams drop into a more southern location, I think. So we'll see how that can go. How that's gonna go.
We'll see. We will see. All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. It's the penultimate game coming up here. Erangel Remastered, Sims and Pansy. Bring us that plane.
I love the way Toby's like, yeah, I'll leave it for a surprise, he cares about the viewers. Mine's like, it is in the south. It's just like, all right, thanks, mate. Nice one, Martin. Appreciate it. Thanks. Thank you, James and Toby, at least. I appreciate you guys. And you're right. It is very south.
Oh, that's awful. God.
Spicy meatball. I want to fight on Millibase.
Straight up. I mean, throw the circle down there. Let's have some real fun. Yeah, because we know they'll push it.
Yeah, exactly.
Red Zone. Oh, there's going to be a fight here for sure. Surely.
I mean, Ents are going to go to the outskirts. Oh, EIQ. Nah, they've all left. Nah, I was hoping for, like, just, your casual, like, public game. I was hoping for it, but not to be. Everyone's being respectful and...
You might get some in Milta, though. Omakan are going to be forced to try and find vehicles or hit the deck.
Yeah. I don't know what their plan is. I mean, obviously, going north is tricky for everyone. There's no easy avenue of approach for any of these players if you're not on the south coast or traditionally Millibase. And the circle just sits right in the middle. Just above Pachinki is the center point.
It gives people time, right? There's a few of them who will be able to rotate. You've got teams that are now locked into position. Ents, Red Zone, EIQ, Northern Lights, they can't move. It's as simple as that. Landlocked, and away we go. Elgig, potential for them to run West Coast. TSM, very strong potential. They're still in the air, by the way. You can see them on the map. The parachute's still out. What'll be kind of funny here, and I'm just going to call it as it is, look at Liquid still driving. Imagine if Liquid's getting ahead of them purposely to get guns and kill them before they hit the ground. There is a potential that happens. 'Cause... I don't know what's going on there. Give me Max's POV. I want to see what's going on there. Okay, they're very high up, so they are.
Where's he be? Ibby!
What he's doing?
Ibby! He's got a freaking Uzi. He's got a little Mac Daddy. He's ready to go. Oh,
Stay on
Ibby,
this.
this is...
Observer, please.
Just
Beep
give
him.
us this.
Beep him.
Give him the... dude. Oh, he's trying to ninja him, dude. He's trying to bait him. Vard with the jabait. Oh, is he gonna land in a building? He's gone for the building drop. Oh, the con!
What have you done?
The clown fiesta. Welcome.
Oh no.
Go, Ibby.
No,
Get him, dude. We got a pistol fight. What the hell is happening? Oh, if Vard killed him with a pistol. Oh, you have no idea how happy I'd be. Oh,
Quick one tap. I'll support
Go on. There's no vest. There's no helmet. Oh, sweet summer child. Get the sickle out. Anything. Vard. Oh, Vard. Please. Please. The whole chat will literally be hard for Vard. I don't care. K-Mind, you ruined all the fun. Damn it. K-Mind.
Damn.
Yeah, this
NA
is-
players coming here and killing
I
TSM.
know. How dare they? But no. For Liquid. Like, when did Liquid do this? When did we, like, what has happened to these lobbies? Tixu. Why is he here? What's happened for him to end up having to ditch it in the water? Ooh.
He's trying to get back to Finland, bless him. Looking for an option.
Take me home. Truth. That's a feels bad man right there. That's a feels bad man. Yeah, this game's weird and I really like it. God damn, yeah. When did Liquid start pushing out Pachinki just to like hurt TSM?
I suppose
It's the right circle
with
for
that
it.
flight path,
Right playing path.
Yeah, with the
Correct.
The playing path was kind of okay for it, given, and they had vehicles. Like I thought, what are they doing here? Then you just gone to Ibby's POV. He's looking up like, so it is happening. The story is unfolding as foretold. Face kind of moved up, maybe to Redline's knowledge or not. Mansion, you do have Furky over there, and Mab also looting prison on his own. So if they get caught off guard, there'll be an insta-flush, insta-kill, quite an easy one for them as well. Just given that Face Clan are going to be a 2-2 as opposed to the solos that they will be meeting. For Liquid, already out of Pachinki. Oh, wait. I can see it on the map. Yeah, thank you for going on to this. Tornado Energy is already rolling up. We've seen what they did to him previously, to Team Liquid. If they're purposely looking for the same again, I'll be loving this. This will be phenomenal. But maybe they don't realize they've gone early.
No, probably not. Look at these moves.
Don't fall.
Oh, he's nailing it. 20 Energy
For
have gone for a
example.
team knock, but yeah,
it.
kind of sucks.
Please don't tell me you knocked him inside. Did he reverse the car into him inside?
Bonk.
You tit.
I mean, I guess in a weird way, it's worked out quite well that Liquid did push out of this purely just because they now get the benefit of not being pressured by Tornado Energy. That's quite a nice benefit these days. Tornado Energy are quite spicy. Where are Liquid going to go? They've got the compound southwest of School, but Tempest are looking towards that. So this is a weird game. Like, TSM lost out on Vard so early on to Liquid chasing Macan. Now you've got a Depths right next to Miraku. What is this? That's over by the mountain. Why is Miraku at the mountain?
Probably just scouting.
Maybe, yeah.
But really, there's another issue why you hit that backside of it. Can't really go. I mean, you can go up it, but you won't go up on your own, especially when you got budget biker boy helmet on and probably a level 1. Tixu's alive. How? How are you alive?
He is used to
he just-
surviving in the cold alone. There he go.
Oh boy.
This game's weird. And obviously this is all kind of we've only lost one player so far, but it's been fun. 7 minutes in. Looking at where the circle actually is, it's probably gonna stay south. The north quarter probably not that playable. Most people kind of around. If you think about the triangle between School, Mountain, and the south point of Rozhok, you've got most of the teams around that marker.
You know what my dream would have been? If he would have picked up a Deagle and just one-tapped Ibby, that'd have been like...
You just like
the
Deagles.
I honestly, I think they need
I've
to
got
be
you started.
like
No,
the
oh,
the biggest and baddest animation kick on them in the world, and a huge reticle reset, but make them 2-tap level. Like just make them worth something. Make them even 1-tap, or just make them worth it. Because currently they're poo, and I don't like it. I want to see handguns in use for some unknown. Just make them part of something. Give them something. Give them some sort of love, for God's sake.
PUBG says no. Northern Lights out in the east. Omicron in the north. Most of the teams who are on the mainland are doing okay. You've got to look at EIQ, ENCE, Red Zone. ENCE aren't leaving that bridge yet. Have a little look at ENCE if we could. Not Tixu. Not that one. The other ENCE, boys.
The real ENCE. They've looted this as well, surely.
Yeah, I don't think there'd be much left, but honestly, you'd take anything right now. A bandage might do some help. That's the side that I was looking for. We got a bridge camp.
Oh, good spot, Lauren. There might be a fight that unfolds before as well, because Red Zone are held back and EIQ have got to wander over.
And ENCE are never in a hurry, right? They're not a team that tries to send a center. They can sit here as long as they want to. So, things get fun. Circle's moved in just kind of by Ruins as your center point right now. Does play a little bit if you're not opting for late game central, you can sit in the north side again just because it's got a fair and it will move south, but an engagement. Tixu does go down to the blue, sadly. It's all unfortunate for him, no meds available, but it is what it is. And now we see the nades as the engagement between Adepts and Razor Edge.
Are they bailing on this or just repositioning? That looks like a hard bail to me. Fall back, leave Nail up to it. It's fine. Both those things very much. Nice knock off the back of the bike. This will put EIQ on red alert now that there are players here, but we know EIQ are happy to take fights, so maybe even they just blaze it past. Second one falls and down. Double. He's gone as well. FaZe on the rotate. Coming in just past the apartment blocks and school. Maybe take the water tower. Have a look. Get a good bit of vision. Feel the area out. See if anyone's in Rossock, which they are. There is red line there, so they may get a bit of a swift fight, potentially. Omicron, the only team that's on the northern half of the Snakein River that runs through all of this. Remember, it does play a factor. When we get to Phase 3, we'll then jump to Phase 4, and it'll pull from water. So Phase 3, you have to make up your mind for it actually play into effect. Red Zone
Red Zone
have
are leaving. They're going east.
Disengaged completely. They've taken a few frags, which now, if you are EIQ, you'd think, okay, they're buggered off. Let's crack on. Then you just hit with this wall of Finnish players.
But how long does ENCE wait? You know what I mean? Like,
if you've lost Tixu forever, just wait out. just do it. Have some fun.
I don't know what
Christ,
EIQ are doing. They're not in a hurry either. They're just about getting in their vehicles now. So I mean, they're not going to be moving anytime soon. But let's look over at who's actually in the circle. This can be something we keep in the back of our minds. TSM, FaZe, Adept, Omicron, Team Liquid, Elgiganten, Razor Edge, they're all very close by to being, pretty much slap bang in the middle, mostly on the south. So this plays in Ruins, Watertown, this sort of area, the hills just south of all this, the kind of rolling hills between that and Pachinki. Pachinki's still in as well, and the farmyard that kind of sits southwest of it too. This is very close range. This is all very, very doable for minis, SLRs, all of this. This is prime territory for these knocks to be coming in, and good start for ELG there.
Bansku getting caught, trying to go for the crit. A little bit too greedy. Bleed outs there, don't really see any. Oh, Jempty. I'll hold for now. Jempty's coming in for the Reds, so there is possibility they get away with this one. Red Zone will be fine. We can ignore these guys. They're just going to go through blue. It's all good. We get a read on where they are. They're safe. There's no one around there. The closest team hell is up in past school and apartment blocks. Jempty does have an eye line, but there is a punishment from Page, not FaZe, from Page. Push them back, and that gets the job done to allow the res to come off. Intrigued to see how many tires are actually left on the vehicle and if there's an easy extraction route for them. ENCE are still waiting in the blue. EIQ are not moving in the blue.
What the hell is going on? This is so
Red
weird.
zone still rotating in the blue. Ruins finish, please, 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 because
I'll
it's
take
so
Ruins.
much fun. It's fun.
Yeah, Ruins is awesome. Watertown, excellent again. All of these slightly varied looking ends, I'm always happy with. Kind of unique terrain that really puts these teams into a bit of a spin. So let's have a look at what we're seeing kind of on the movement of these teams. So Liquid consolidating towards the kind of two big buildings that are just south of Ruins. It's actually quite a nice position. Raise Your Edge have a good position as well. I think actually the yellows, excuse me, is where Liquid just put up the rest of their players. So that makes sense. EIQ, they're going to cross, but Ents have already left, so it doesn't matter. Ents going to be coming into the circle late. They have no idea of the lay of the land here. They've got very little information coming to this, almost blind. Na'Vi are on the big hillside. They're on the mountain. But these are the fights we want. The down and dirty fights. This old third-person position on the L bend here in Ruins used to be super strong, a little bit harder to play in first person. Also, your gun barrel knocked up in the air plenty of times. So Tundo's got to be careful with how he approaches this. Adepts do currently hold the vast majority of the ruins themselves. TSM have gone for Watertown. FaZe are on the outskirts, kind of where Liquid was at the start. You still have Tornado Energy over by Pachinki, just on the very edge of it. So let's see who's going to be the ones to kind of take this all the way. Northern Lights opting for the north side.
Tempers' position's weakened by the fact that they can't really move uphill. You do, and you expose yourself to Raise Your Edge and Team Liquid, who can jump on top of the buildings, use the windows that Raise Your Edge have got, and potentially just get full vision on them. In doing so, they have something. The new addition over to that area is the dugouts and the gun turrets. You can play off that and lay down low, but honestly, again, they're a bit of a magnet when people are throwing nades towards you and committing that utility. It's a really tough and difficult spot to be in for Tempest. Like, you can work it, you can stay alive, but for how long? You have to beg that this circle comes your way, otherwise you are dug in. Quite literally in the dugout. There's nowhere to go, nowhere to run. And they're here, finally. They're about to approach onto the white's edge, but we do have Better Luck Next Time hitting them with full force, and that's pretty bad for them. 2-2 split all the way down the south. It will gatekeep EIQ ends. Even Tornado Energy are getting tickled from Better Luck Next Time. Just the 2-2, it's more towards the eastern side, which is problematic. Tundo going down could be the opener that maybe Tempest needed. Glib finds one, and that's at the dugout right in front of them. So they needed if they need to get into Ruins, that could be the opener that they needed. They needed some kind of focal point of entry.
Rich.
Yeah, I don't really know where we go. Everyone's, what have we got? Let me count. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 teams. 10 teams playing Edge, and everyone else in and around Ruins. Circle will decide who wins this, in my opinion. Because getting to Ruins at this point from the outskirts, at least getting in with so many up, is going to be brutal.
Oofed.
Yikes.
Okay, so the biggest issue with this, Rich, that I'm seeing is that big portion of field just north of Ents. Yeah, it's got some more cover than, you know, back when, but it's still not much to play with. There's a reason no one's in that area already. So that's going to be a big dead zone in this. So you've got to look. Maybe there's, you know, almost a crescent moon is playable. And even then, you've still got Raise Your Edge, Team Liquid, ELG in that position. Entropic have gone down. They were kind of coming in late anyway. They were the ones on the bridge. Don't worry about it. Here, though, we've got to look towards the east as well. Watertown no longer viable. FaZe looking for a way in Tornado Energy. Better Luck Next Time. Northern Lights are way out in Rozhok. This is a very tough circle.
It is rough terrain, and there are ways to get yourself out of any line of sights that you can work with. The topography of the fields and the dips and the hills, the bumps, the cracks, the crevices, everything. It's a messy, messy area. There is terrain that is playable, but it's whether or not the teams that are in front of you, like FaZe Clan, like Adepts, have taken the tops of hills. You can see Fuzzface in the distance with that mini. He's the problematic person. He's one of the problematic players that disallows you any movement through this terrain and any approach to the hillside. Hitting Ruins at this point, it's going to be deadly. Like, I know we've got Tempest and Adepts kind of keeping each other focused for now, but even getting to that point, you're going to be hurt, broken, battered, and then another team's just there to quite easily finish you off with a couple of shots or even the odd nade or two. We'll see if Makandar kind of feels that force. Look at that. He's already weakened. He approaches. Molly goes over, bounced off the wall. Perfect scenario to how this whole thing will unfold. It's a bit of a den in there, you know, with all the different walls and stuff. It's very easy to bank nades off of and work with. honestly, for me, given where the circle is and given that it's there's a hillside running out of ruins, I wouldn't be going for it. I don't think it's the best place to be right now. I'd honestly be looking for more one of the hitting the compounds in the center of the circle and taking your chances against a team, or playing your edge in the fields and just hiding down. Smokes are kind
That
of...
car's looking a little hot there. Jeez, poor old Spyro.
Yeah.
Not sure how that's going to go.
all that's
Northern
holding
Lights
them
again.
back, right?
Yeah, I mean, Northern Lights again, they tried to skirt the edge of that almost unplayable area. Batulans made it, but no one else did. Now, this is on the very outskirts of the south side. Better luck next time. We're in a 2-2. And there's 2 here. Arctics in the vehicle? No, not right now. Ents have turned up. They're going to take that, but they don't know there's still another player. Oh, no. Check your corners, Rustamar. Fate comes around. And that's devastating. Ents could have had that clean, but they haven't. They've lost out on so much now. Squeaky falling. This is a bad sign. Ents have had a rough game here. They tried to set up that bridge camp, but it worked out very poorly in the end.
Yeah. Little lackluster on the comms. Especially when it was only 2 players down there. They could have dealt with that cleanly. Taken it by storm. Held on to something. Circle closing in. FaZe Clan eventually will be pushed over that hillside. Don't think they'll be open and exposed to many teams in ruins just yet. Again, it's very hilly where they are. Oh, there we go. This is where it becomes a major factor now and a major issue.
God.
That entire ruins ridgeline is going to be littered with bodies. It's so cruel. You could... The worst scenario about this is that you have, like, Raise Your Edge and El Gigantum. By holding the compounds, you deny other teams access in. You hold them at gunpoint a couple of meters away. They just sit on the edge of the white, and they kill everybody coming out of ruins. Like, you're denying ground. You're denying leverage by being there. Raise Your Edge's presence is going to kill so many teams unless it becomes so much of a bombardment with players they just can't accept the challenge. Like, it would take a full team of 4 to rock up, joining in a fight, and then another one kick it off afterwards just to get straight stuck in. Maybe they make some sort of a breach on it. But Raise Your Edge position right now is super, super strong.
But that won't come into effect until this fight is resolved, that we're not going to see. This is the replay we're watching of the kill that just happened. That's Vex finding deep. Let's make sure we watch this, because we need to see all the prelude to this. Okay, so TSM wants to make the first move. Red Zone was slightly in a better position, so they're able to catch him and punish him on the way out. Vex is... Oh no, the bounce of the nade. That's no good, Macaduck. Careful now. 5 from the back lines coming in, keeping them really having to work for this. You can see Vex has made it forward, but the rest of Red Zone now a little pinned in here themselves. They're going to struggle. Adepts are in this. This is all like working through a maze. Look at them all trying to hunt for each other. Adepts are standing here in the pillar room. You've got Sunzi and Furax waiting. Magister's about to run through. Atomical's there. The crossfire is set and it's looking pretty good. Don't need to overpeak the Sunzi. You need to wait for your teammate. Needs to play into that crossfire. That's not ideal. Furax needs to deal with this quickly. Otherwise, they're going to get so much more attention. Liquid, TSM, they're all getting in the fight as well. Furax is here trying to dance around the corner. Sees another one. Macadoc still stands, but this could be a huge shutdown. Furax just has to be one player. Peeks on the pillar. Gets no tags out of this, but the blue is doing so much damage. And that's a big pickup of points there. 4 kills in the end, but I don't know if he can suffer through this blue damage.
FaZe go out in 15th, Red Zone 14th. Omicron falls in the distance, they're 13th. Adepts, they must be there as well. 12th position will be them. So we lose teams just off the bat, just like that. And the ruins, it claims so many bodies. TSM also follows. So 5 teams simultaneously, all in the same position. Unfortunately, they all go down. Diggory, last man standing for Ents, pulls them into the top 10, but won't be going no further. Better luck next time also. My word, how many teams are dying off the back of that? This is insanity. Better luck next time also gone in 9th. And out of all of this, the one team that was stuck and pinned down throughout everybody, Tempest, they come out on top. They sit in those gun turret bunkers, and they somehow stay alive. Don't really know what happened too much to Liquid. There's only one of them standing, so I don't know what fight got involved there because it was just chaotic, but we definitely saw them have a presence in the kill feed. Tempest could clear that one out, take EB, control the entire eastern side, but the problem still stands in front of them. The boss at the end of this dungeon, it's Raise Your Edge. It's that building. It's so pivotal in all of this. EB 1, Doesn't get the second, but it was a damn good attempt. Do Tornado Energy drive this way and get involved? Or do they go to the circle and set up shop?
Circle. Has to be circle now. One benefit for Tornado Energy is that there's probably not too many people behind them because you can't really play that open field when people have that high ground, so they could set up quite well there. Redline are forced to try and engage towards El Giganton, who've been kind of holding this compound for some time. No kills from it, sadly. Quite surprising considering how many teams are around this area. Na'Vi's time to shift up as well. They've taken a similar mentality to Tornado Energy, both on this kind of lower side of the hill, but look how unplayable this area is. You're going to have two teams above Na'Vi who still aren't in the circle. So Bestlock's already seen Melman, so that's a good bit of an engage to focus on to start with. Norcus has to be careful. That molly is going to definitely put him out of position for a second. That allows Redline to get up closer. First fight comes in as a 1-for-1 trade out. Marv goes down, but QBE gets Gaxi. So it's not without a bit of a trade. They keep it in this. And for Redline, they have to keep going. They can't just sit and wait. They have to take this fight. Oh no, look who's here. Na'Vi, they've turned up. Na'Vi have turned up to the fight. They want these points. This is pretty bold. This is pretty brazen. This is brave and it's working. Nade from Kemba is sublime. And now Senya chomping at the bit to get involved. And there's the flush from Bestos. If they get this through this building, that could be another pickup. Vax there, Gaxi's there. I think that might have bounced away, so they might be in luck here. But this is quite aggressive from Na'Vi, but a correct choice, I feel. A considered aggression, and it's continuing the bombardment, Rich.
You're 110% right. They are mopping up frags left, right, and center. The Tab is central to this. He's got themselves a rock, so once this is all said and done, Lauren, they can pull back and they have position in the circle. There's something to work with. 3 of them can just sit here and happily farm.
Nice from back. That's a lot of points to be gathering. Okay, couldn't convert on the others. That's not bad. 2 kills for him. Again, ELG, it's not great, but it's not awful. You'll take that. You'll work with that. That's better than some people have had, but Na'Vi have been waiting. They have been waiting for these players to leave this compound, and it is crisp. It is clinical, and it is Na'Vi to a T. These guys are looking pretty spot on. But now, oh, Tab! That nade out of nowhere, and the kill. Tab has just single-handedly manhandled Tornado Energy. Huge play from the Tab. You absolutely love to see that. 8 kills, showing dominance in late game in these circles, in those positions. I mean, I wouldn't think there's many other teams that could do it, but let's see if Raise Your Edge are up to the challenge. So far, the answer is no, Rich. Besto's already found Shiv.
2 kills they've got. It's not that much to say they've had this pivotal compound the entire time. Yes, I understand that you wouldn't leave it, but maybe you send a few sniffer dogs out to try and get involved in third-party these fights. Now you've got the enemy at the gates. Now you've got the players bearing down from the hillside. They're running down. You'll see the Tab's already central to this. He's kind of touching the back of Tempest. They know his position. They know his location. But he can feed all this information back to the rest of Na'Vi. Besto also getting involved. They're keeping Kemba outside against the blue. And the reason being, to overwatch all of Raise Your Edge. Just tap fire them away, keep them in check, keep them under fire. This could be another big fragging win for Na'Vi.
This is all-encompassing. Now, the threat becomes when Kemba gets that first bit of pressure because they're taking a lot of fights here. There's a lot of players against them still. Now, Kemba's found Shiv, so it seems that Kemba's perfectly fine, but they have to keep tabs on. That's why they're speeding this up. They want to get these guys cleared out. But it's a risky play. You're playing against big players. Wookie Bookie's going to punish Senya. Instantly, Tab is there for the trade, so they're putting a lot of pressure on this man. You can see Pixel there for the info. He wants to be able to feed that back to Wookie Bookie. Yes, he dies for it, but that's info found. You can see, though, Tab knows what the plan was. Wookie Bookie now last one alive, but there may be a chance that Na'Vi gets overwhelmed. And here it starts. Raise Your Edge from the high ground. Finally clear out one. Wookie Bookie finds Besto. And Na'Vi could not clear out Tempest fast enough. So just Tab alive now. Besto's on his knees and Raise Your Edge are coming closer. Wookie Bookie still out to the blue. All these other players are still in the blue. If Tab slows down for a second, catches his breath, he could work that out, but he's being closed in on from 2 fronts.
Yeah, that's the dangerous sign. If Raise Your Edge want this, they have to go now. It depends what their health situation is like, but if they're at least 75%, then I would just crack on with it. Don't let Besto do this. Knock him down now, put 2 of them front. I'm seeing the flashbang come out. Udyr can feed that information back. It's hit him. Hits the deck. Monkey. Do they know? Surely they do. Slams him from the side the 4 times.
They know where
at
Besto
least
is.
Scrapes him.
That's an angle!
He's got it.
Tab's got one.
Oh my god.
He knows where Udyr is. He knows roughly where he is, Rich. He's got no utility. Oh my god. Oh my god. Now, Monkey might see this. I don't know how much that smoke's covering him, but Monkey might get the info. If there's a nade left on Raise Your Edge, they're both dead.
No
but now it's a
way.
1v2. Tab is insane at this damn game. 5 kills. Good luck, Urdir. I don't envy your position, but he's better in the circle. They have to play towards him. He's got a vest, he's got the helmet, he's got 2 smokes, and Na'Vi have to move. Here they come. And oh, Besto's done him! Why are Na'Vi so good at this damn game?
Who in what world do you stick a res with 2 players alive? Like, how are you allowed to do that? Something questions me in the back of my mind where I have to say, okay, well, is your edge not quick enough? Did they not just sprint towards the battle and get involved when they should have done? Like, they knew what was going on. They had full, clear, audible read of the fight that was happening through them. You can watch the feeds. You can see how it's going down. Like, why wouldn't you just double peak that as a team, knock out Besto, rather than taking him on head-to-head? We called it earlier on in one of the matches. He's somebody that excels in 1v1 battles, gets the knock. Tab, Christ knows how, somehow manages to get a res, and, well, Na'Vi's got another win. Is that the 3rd of today?
Should be 3rd, yeah. They got 2 on Miramar, and now 1 here.
Oh, this is a scary, scary performance from this roster, Lauren.
That was a good ending. And I love the fact that they understood their weakness in the fact that if their fight with Tempest took too long, they'd be under pressure from Razor Edge. Again, their knowledge and information late game is outstanding, and I'm sure the desk are going to talk more about that in just a moment's time.
That's right. We're only 10 minutes out from the SpaceX launch, but Na'Vi has already sent themselves into the stratosphere when it comes to the points that they've been earning today. 3 wins already throughout the day. Huge stuff. And even the clutch moments in this game are absolutely out of this world, Martin. They were able to get this going. Guys, we actually even have Bestalosh ready to go with an interview. Bestalosh, oh my God. 3 wins today. What is going on? You guys are blasting today.
Yeah, it's definitely Na'Vi Saturday.
Na'Vi Saturday.
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, I actually wanted to ask you, in those final moments, were you guys concerned? Because it got very close, but the clutch moments from you guys were so good.
I have enough words. Probably I just said to Top that you can do it, and like it was these bad words, but I said it, and he just knocked one guy, and I missed that it's gonna be one more phase of circle, and he just rest me, and we just go. I'm just go following Top, and we kill them.
Fantastic. Martin?
Yeah.
Well, I just want to ask, when Na'Vi wins this tournament, who do you think is going to be number 2 and number 3?
What? It's only the 2nd day. We just
I must ask you
to play.
Okay.
We just came back to play this tournament good.
I have to ask you, Bestalosh, what is it that didn't work yesterday that is working so well today for you guys getting 3 wins?
I think it's about mentality. We just were not prepared, like mental, and today is the way better, and that's all.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Bestalosh, overall. Any kind of final shout-outs before we let you go? I already asked you this, but I'll ask you again.
Yeah. Thank you for support, and we try to win one more game.
4 wins, yes, please, today. All right, let's go. Thank you very much, Bestalosh. Good luck.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, there we go. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here as well. This was unfortunate for Hard. Definitely the hunt, Martin. But overall, Na'Vi just utterly clutching this out. It was great to see. Great to hear from Bestalosh as well about kind of that situation overall.
Yeah, I think overall, I think Toby actually asked the question: what didn't work today versus, or what didn't work yesterday versus what is working so well today? Like, obviously, comes down to some like reads of the macro situations that just works out really well in their position, and then they manage to have some really greedy splits as well into very late game, third circle splits where they manage to hold down some positions that are just vital to getting into a great position in late game. And then obviously they are fantastic players, and have been able to like the comms have been on point. They've been able to communicate together. Obviously, you could hear, just like said, not some nice words. I know just what that is. I think it has been divided by some of them maybe, but also some of the other ones I know. And it comes down to like, there's just a timing where you feel like, okay, they're not going to push if they haven't pushed yet. We're just going to take this, and they're able to clutch it in the very end. And before that, they're just able, the double nade here, an example, Melman, he finds another third player, and for the triple kill, it's just crazy how well they're like structured and how well they're able to push and like cover each other.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, Toby, in these final moments, I think the Bloodlust got a little bit better of them. Like they had so much control of the circle to the point where they pushed out of it again, and then maybe that wasn't the optimum play, but they made it work in the end. Maybe just controlling the circle was the best play. What do you think?
I think we can all agree in saying they got pretty greedy in the end. I mean, yes, they do win it, but it could also have gone in the way of, I mean, to be fair, either Tempest or Ratio Edge, but of course they, being Na'Vi, managed to bring it home. I just think it's insane. When you look at the 3 wins they've had today, they're all pretty much the same exact game. If you just like have your eyes only on Na'Vi, when they've pushed, I mean, look at that 23 points here, 11 points ahead of second place, right? When they've pushed, how they've gone about their fights, the way that they've decided to engage in getting all the info from the edge, push to the next edge, push to the next edge, and then late game just steamroll people. I mean, it's the exact same game that they've won on 3 different occasions in one day. And I'm starting to feel for the other teams. If this is the Na'Vi that we're seeing today, and maybe the final game today as well, and tomorrow too, you might want to try and force some fights with them earlier, because look at these numbers. I mean, that's absolutely insane.
Alia makes us top spot there alongside the Tab from Tornado Energy and Na'Vi, of course. And the Tab just in general, I think he was great before he was on Na'Vi, but he's really come into his own after being put on that Na'Vi roster, Martin, and it's great to see him just being one of the main components of the team so powerfully. And not as much damage as the other guys, but all 4 Na'Vi members are here, and when they're on the kill streak, they are on the kill streak, Martin.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it that Kemba and Tab have been great additions to the roster. Also, obviously, the former player was great, but what is really coming to work here is that I feel like the Tab and Kemba just really comes really fluidly into the team. They're able to communicate, and they have 100% trust in Senya as well.
Yeah, definitely so. No breaks at the moment, guys. We are rolling straight into the next game, getting everybody prepared. I can see that all of the players are in the lobby. They're just waiting to get things started. So we have one final game for today. I was going to ask, can Na'Vi make it a 4 in one day? I think it's bold. I think it's very ambitious. I don't know if it will occur. If it does, it'll be magical, but we will see.
What I want to see from them, though, I really want to see a 4-point game minimum for them, because that means that they've beaten Omaken's massive game day that we saw on the first day. So that would be insane to see like a record in the PCS at least here.
Yeah. One thing to point out, though, Martin, is that right now, geez Louise, Na'Vi, 111 points there, as Omaken was so close to triple digits, but Na'Vi was just like, nah, see you later, boys. We're leaving you in the dust, and they're able to attain that fast. What's noticeable, Martin, is that the Fantastic Four have controlled all of today so far. Less Liquid, they haven't got themselves a win yet, but the other 3 have just dominated the podium.
They've been able to just take, obviously heavily led by Na'Vi taking 3 of 5, but it's nice to see that the guys are also able to step up, and that just talks to how far ahead these guys are. They're able to perform extremely well. Yes, it's yes, we have Omaken up there, we have Tornado Energy, Northern Lights, but it's just constant. We have them in our top 8, and they're just they're a constant in all of our group stages in tournaments in general, and I think that's also another reason why it's great that they're also invited. They don't have to go through opens, that they can focus on further improving that. And I think we're going to see more great stuff from them. I would be surprised if one of the Fantastic Four didn't win this tournament here.
No, indeed. You mentioned Tornado Energy in that, though, and obviously, Toby, they've been very consistent throughout the day. A double second place, got themselves a 4th place in this last game. I feel like it's a matter of time before we see them get a win again. They've already had one on Miramar, of course, yesterday, but today has been very consistent for them.
Yeah, they're getting close. They're getting real close, and it's gonna happen. I mean, either today or tomorrow. I would be surprised if Tornado can't go out and bring home one more. But having said that, I mean, the overall level of this lobby is so insanely high that I could say that about most of the teams. Not all, but most of the teams, that I wouldn't be surprised to see them get a win. But with the way that Tornado Energy's been playing, their way of finding late game placements, and we all know how good they are in terms of finding kills too. When you put those two numbers together enough times, there's got to be a couple of wins in it too.
Yeah, definitely so. All right, well, we are just a moment out of getting into this game. Martin, are you excited? I'm excited. Do you reckon Navi could get a 4?
We're T-1 minute out of getting started with this game, and I'm extremely excited to get this last game started, honestly.
All right, well, let's do it then. As we begin, as we go, we're about to launch.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sims and Pansy, go, go, go!
Thank you. And yeah, I'm definitely watching the launch as well. It's kind of hard to not watch something like that. 40 seconds out. Obviously, we're on a delay here. You guys all already know how that goes once you hear us talking about it. But yeah, Rich, we're starting off in the northwest. We're heading down to the southeast. Where is your mind going towards? We see Na'Vi doing wonderful things. We're seeing a spaceship potentially doing cool stuff. Everything's cool right now.
Yeah, it's with this one in particular, it gives you a bit of an open area. All the teams can kind of play off the back of what they want to. We're nowhere near down, obviously, south where it was. That was the problem before, right? It was such a weird and wonderful playing path. We saw some very peculiar things. Not so much this time, hopefully. We're hoping that we get a bit of a cleaner game. Although, I'm all for these weird things. We've said this before. It's what makes it fun, right? It keeps people on the toes, and generally speaking, the most reactive teams that can answer the weird and wonderful things that are handed to you in PUBG are the ones that succeed.
I'm watching the rocket. I can't help myself. It's pretty cool.
Oh.
They're like 20 seconds in. That's pretty cool. I mean, they're doing space things. They're going to freaking space. That's pretty dope. Goddamn. Oof. All right. I'll focus on the PUBG right now. I'll check back in on that. That's on my other screen. All right. You're gonna have to bear with me. That's a rarity. No, that's look. Even Brendan was watching it. I get away with it. It's fine. Now we do see Belloc next time and Tornado Energy quite close by to each other. Again, Belloc next time seem to always have these kind of like early scuffles.
Yeah, there's a few of them that we have seen, especially with. I noticed in the previous round there were a couple of shots towards the way of Tornado Energy. Certainly, like they're everyone's doorstep, right? We've seen them go toe to toe with Na'Vi. We've seen them get killed by Na'Vi. They've killed all of Na'Vi as well. They've also removed a couple of players from Tornado Energy here and there, and same vice versa. So they like to play their areas. I can't really take anything from them. Is that they know what they like and they stick to it. They stick by the guns. I have to respect it. It can be problematic, as we have seen from the likes of Liquid, when we've actually gone to major LAN tournaments, and they've fallen foul of other teams looting there and not moving them. Cloud9, 17 Gaming, rings a bell when we had the three-way ones over there. So yeah, there is something to be said for standing your ground and fighting it and making sure that everyone knows that this is your position, and if you want to come, then fair play, crack on. They will fight or pretty much to bugger off. So yeah, what's their overall score looking like in the actual lobby itself? 12th. There's not. This sounds cruel, and I don't mean it in a cruel manner. But when you're down in 12th and you've only got 7 games to play, like you're hoping for a god tier performance. But for them, they can kind of just play their own thing and do what they want.
Yeah, you're right. There's that little bit of freedom there that they could do. You know, I mean, how close are they to the next team? You've got Tempest in front of you, Raise Your Edge. Yeah, it's like that jump from like 60 and up is when you get to like the big boys. But it's still definitely not like a bad position to be in. It's certainly, got to be happy with that to a degree in a lobby like this. I'd like to see a bit more. But again, when the top's so heavily contested from, you know, Team Liquid and up, you know, let's call it FaZe and up. That 70-point cutoff. FaZe and up, I think could be, you know, all those teams are capable of doing 20-point games, which is a lot. It's a hell of a lot. Like a 20-point game is something that not many people can achieve in a lobby like this, but those teams certainly could. 8C's just making it look good. He's just, you know, having a little sail around.
What I like about this is that there is still everything to play for. Okay, let's kind of, while we've just got, I mean, obviously if anything kicks off, Lauren, feel free to chime in and just take it away. But we look at the prize pool distribution on a whole. There's a monetary value to this. Top place is getting 25 grand quality. Second place 15, third place 10. The people who didn't qualify for this but actually got through, they still get 1,600 apiece. 17th, 24th.
Yeah.
9th through 16th, 2,425. 5th through 8th, 3,200. 4th place, 5 grand. But then you've got the other side to this, okay? So the 6 teams in this lobby, they've already been invited to PCS. 1 and 2. They're in the Continental Series. They got invited to this 1 and 2. They had 3 events that they were lined up for. There's still 100 grand once this is done to be donated to a charity of the winner's choice. There is still also 6 other places. Like, these 6 teams, even if they come full 6, it then flows down. It doesn't stick to those. So there are 6 other teams through this that even if they're not going for the money, they need to go for the whatever spot it is. We can't calculate what it will be, but for example, if your top 6 were the 6 teams there, you'd then be looking at 7 through 12, right? There's still qualifying spots for PCS1 in this lobby.
It's a very good point. Tummel taking a lot of flack here coming in. Tornado Energy with the pre-nades, expecting a crash here from Tempest. Doesn't look like they're going straight for it. Might be swinging around to the other side potentially. Let's see where Tempest actually head. They have found room. They've actually found room for the pull-up. Quizzy's found Tummel, so it's not without a bit of a fight back from these guys. Quizzy needs to kind of make sure that no one kind of breaches into this, because Example's a little bit disconnected from the rest of the pack. So his support is great in one way, but he's definitely not on the ground with the boys here. So he's going to have to really try and provide a bit of work from afar. It looks like Tempest wants to go for this push. Lovely shot from Pixel, denying Alia any sort of peek there. Now Tempest in a bit of a spot of bother.
Pixel in response. Tommel still bleeding at the wayside. I assume he goes down now, unless they don't know the position. Melman's is so good, though. Elevated angle, top of the garage. Melman example. They now have to go off against it. Clip. Okay, and we know what Clip's capable of. That's kind of what's scary. We've seen this man taking many a name rather haphazardly. Scar, it's alright. It's not the greatest gun in the game, but whatever works. Flash, hider. It's no comp, but certainly better than the silencer. I don't know what grip he's got on there.
Oh, third party there.
Does he? Oh, that's a beautiful low ball. That'll force him off. He hears the jump, surely. He will hear the jump here, which gives him room to breathe.
What can Clip do about... Oh, Clip. Oh, I thought he had time on it. Example came around at the perfect timing. And Tornado Energy actually managed to make it through this with 4 players back on their feet, which is quite surprising. They had a lot of early pressure. And speaking of early pressure, Liquid getting the attention of Entropic here, a team that you definitely don't want to be ignoring.
No, not a team that can play so aggro. Feels like they've got nothing to lose every single time. Goes in, double there though. Knocks James, Ibby, instant. Response and confirmation. Car's in the way, so he can't get in there cleanly. This gives time for EIQ to move. And they are. They're pushing this. They're all lined up. There's one. Good response, though. Puts Ibby down now. If an nade comes through that door. Novik,
they're going to push it.
They're trying to burn him.
Oh, Ibby, you've got to be so careful. That nade's going to force him out. He's got to have to move. He has to move. He's got to leave. Ibby, 6 bullets, hits the reload. Now he's under so much pressure. Swings back around. That's quite smart. They might expect him on the outskirts here. He might be able to ninja a revive. Yes, he could. Okay, James is going to be back on his feet now. What do Entropic do? They're healed up and they love a push. Yeah, they're going straight in, but do they expect him in the building? I don't think they do. They think he's run out the back, and that's a smart play, but Ibby's is even smarter. Around we go. K-Mine's gone down. The support came in, but it's all wrong. Ibby, support your team. Get in there as quick as you can. Sprays him wildly. And Entropic do get eliminated. Annihilation. But at what cost? Mexi and K-Mind are both flushed.
Yeah, losing 2, but the IQ 9 billion player. Put the smokes down. Hide yourself. And more importantly, hide the noise of your footsteps as well. Goes in for the res, gets Jimbo back up. Opts to go out and then swings round. Ooh. All right, that's one hard yeet, I think is the correct terminology. That is absolutely pure and utter madness. We are ending the day, Lauren, almost identical to what we did yesterday. That is complete chaos. What other word do you describe for it? It's just chaotic.
There is no other words, but it is good fun. Now, this time, anyone gonna dare to set up on the bridge? We saw where it was kind of sloppy, messy, kind of good fun though before. FaZe, they're pretty close to that bridge on the east. Now, Razor Edge did pull up for a second, but they've carried on. They're not gonna stop. Now, a lot of these teams might opt to go for, you know, a swim, a boat, but then look, Liquid's there, Vard's there for TSM, you've got better luck next time, Redline. No, there's no easy way. TSM just rolled up on the remainders of Liquid. Ibby's gone down. James in a vehicle further on the main road towards the western bridge, but you can see Tornado Energy trying to get a boat across, but FaZe is split to a 2-2. They've got players waiting on the coast. Nades come out, Uber's there. He's got 2 bullets, gonna hit that reload. Gustav beside him, and Gustav's nade is definitely pretty good, but Melman and Quizzy, they're instantly on the push.
FaZe are here. And also another position. Pressure is Berkey going down as well. There is response back. Good shot from Uber. Straight across on Quizzy. Now they're on high alert though. How much utility do they have to take this? Fuzzface opting to go back to the bridge. Maybe deny Omicron a point of entry here. No real bridge camping on this one. Okay. I'd like to see it personally. I think it's a bit old fun, but nobody wants to be that guy. Fuzzface is, and he's the only one on the... He's totally disconnected from the rest of FaZe.
Omicron just came across the bridge, yeah. Fuzz better get out of there. He's about to have like a lot more players roll up than he'd like. FaZe can focus on the fight against Tornado Energy for now, and it looks like they're winning it out, as Melman did just fall to Redline, who are on the other side of the island. Now, can they, you know, really dig their heels into this position? That's the next big question, because Omicron have made it across. They've gone up towards Radio Tower. They can swing all the way around the south. That's actually not a bad idea at all. But that western bridge, Rich, is far from resolved.
No one dare go across it. That's kind of what's more funny. There's no one camping it, but everyone's just scared to travel across in case they are. Even once you get over there, Northern Lights actually have time to depict where they want to be. Both bridges clear. Omicron's going for a swing through the blue. They'll come out on the southern side of Sosnovka. TSM Na'Vi going head-to-head just below Pachinki. Well, I'll say just below, between that and the yellows on the cliff face. Jeems last man standing for Liquid. Not been a great game for him so far. Good play from maybe earlier on to keep him in the game, but it's not the best performance in the world. Jeems might actually go onto the bridge before Ents do, in which case they could follow him like the sniffer dog. Yeah. Feels like when you see those guys that follow ambulances down the motorway when the traffic moves for them, you just got this one dude who kind of wanders over. They could have kind of done the same scenario there where they just follow him to see if he dies. Huh. Alright, so Ents stay there. Na'Vi will eventually get towards them. Circle is disgusting. My god. Okay, well now we know where it's going to go for number 4 at least.
God.
Raise your edge.
Damn.
You've been gifted. You've been gifted. Make use of it.
Where are FaZe going? They still haven't left this eastern bridge. And it's probably the time, if ever, to be over there. They can keep back potentially 2 more teams. My word, what a weird and wonderful game we've been having. I love this. I'd love to see more of this style approach, and I know it sucks for the players because they're like, God damn, what am I meant to do here? But as a viewer, very exciting. Careful peeking on those stairs. You know your gun barrel's going to peek. Red zone, red line. The Red Clan's trying to make the run. And this bridge, downfall of many. Trying to head across as best they can. Look at that, trying to get a couple of shots into the back, and so far the blue's doing the damage more than anything. Oh, Fuzz, FaZe. Oh, FaZe. That's brutal. Absolutely brutal. Now FaZe, they do the hit and run, they get the points and they get out of there.
ELG trying to do the same scenario, but Gaxi's caught off guard. Rustam Maz there on the angle to kind of hold it. Navi will hear these as well. What did Navi decide to do? Take the fight, or maybe just bomb it off the bridge? Excuse me, bomb it off the cliffside. I suppose you could bomb it to the bridge if you really felt ballsy about it, but with so many ENCE players there, I don't think it's possible. TSM are just running the vehicles off the cliff from the yellow side. Swim across. I mean, they'll be in next circle regardless, even if they're on the sandbanks on the opposing side, on the beachhead, they will still be in. Better Luck next time might see this, and if they do, that will be the huge downfall of TSM. As soon as they land, they'll be getting shot to pieces. Interesting play from Senya here. This now just tells ENCE that there's people still on the opposing side of the bridge and gives them the information that they can camp the bridge if they really want to. Don't really know what the point was in that. I kind of just let them go if it were me and have done with it. ENCE decide not to camp. Respectable, given the circumstances with this circle. Moving for the yellows and take control of them. Get a better foothold for this one. ELG Red Zone soon to be coming to a head on the larger side of Erangel itself. FaZe all but one Ubers by the bridge, just looting up bodies, maybe getting some last minute meds, bullets, bandages, whatever. Down in the south, though, we're about to have a fight unfold. The Depths, they're lurking on the back of the Northern Lights. Tulins, 1-2, thank you. Spyro follows up as well. Does get the confirmation. But Adepts, they were creeping slowly but surely the second they came down that. But Tulins struck. The Northern Lights get 2 free frags.
Northern Lights keeping good awareness. I like that. Now, Kemba has made it across. Enter in the yellows over by the bridge. TSM going for the swim. And yeah, it's going as we predicted. You highlighted Razor Edge as having a very strong position, and you are certainly right in feeling that. They get to be kings of the hill. We've seen teams time and time again winning from this position, doing lots of damage from this position. Adepts looking towards maybe picking up that opposing hill. Na'Vi, something similar. But this isn't without Northern Lights getting a good eyeful. So Perfectix already going to find Tab, but you can get the flush from that, as Nailup is going to spot out Adepts as they moved in towards the lower end of that hillside.
Try and use the tanks and the BRDMs to get some kind of cover, but honestly, they're just bouncing these grenades. Oh, he's got 1 HP. How are you alive? Deep and Batulins follow up. Kemba follows as well. Tab confirmed. Smokes are down. Mollies are out. Razor Edge, I like this. Burning at the side. They've come down from the small compound that they had. They cleared this one out now. I'm wondering if they back off there. Don't overstep the boundaries. You've got some frags now, boys. Maybe go back. Be safe. Stay alive, because that is a very, very good circle for you. Even if Monkey can stay there and just play in tandem with his teammates to deny anyone getting into the broken down vehicles, to take cover on them, I'd respect it. I suppose their only real threat that they don't know about is Omicron back building on the hillside behind them. We will opt to this one, though. But Tulins, again, continuously in the kill feed for the last few minutes, but this time is put down by Diggory. It is answered back. Couple of shots in return. That's TSM as well, who also want to get involved in this one. They're on the beachheads and they can hear all this ringing. They played this spot a couple of days ago, if I'm not mistaken, or a couple of games ago. I'm trying to think when it was. Either way, they've definitely played off this one before. Exact similar position. And a couple of swimmers in the water. Senya, Ghostar, Makandak. Hey, it's going to be a long game, boys, for you. Slow and steady may win the race, but we shall see.
I want to see how Omicron and Razor Edge with, I guess, 8C as well kind of combine. I don't think it's going to be a fight necessarily for now, but that could be like quite an end game sort of situation to make sure we have a little look at. Now, Red Zone on the beaches. Now, normally doesn't, you know, suffer a lot of casualties on those sort of things. You know, we've all played Medal of Honor. That wasn't obviously a real event. It's just a video game. But yeah, obviously this pretty tough to work up from. Trying to utilize all the smokes in front of them. But you can see FaZe holding Red Zone accountable for any step they try and take. Pretty shots coming through, pretty decent. Uber's found Magisters, so you're going to see the damage coming in. And Ghoster, Mackendoc's on the other side of the island. He's there just to watch the cross. That's it. Like, he's kind of accepted his fate. He's probably going to die to the blue. I don't know how he's going to make it across. But maybe worthwhile to try and sacrifice one man for the cover that could come in. If one of those shots hits, oh, that would have been lovely. But still, Ghoster seems to have made it across for now. He's got himself towards dry land, almost. Treacherous cross as well. Fex is there just to its right. And yeah, Red Zone, not having any luck. Not able to make it off the beaches. Very crisp from Uber.
Removes another objective in front of them. Gives them somewhere to work with as well. Makandak. Give himself up to the blue. Try to provide vital cover for his team to make it over here. I understand the logic of staying back there. Ghostar, Fex, do you guys see one another? This will be interesting if so. They're literally next to one another, running around. Remember, this isn't third person,
like,
even though you're seeing it in there. Oh, we got for it. Oh, Fex gets it. That's the difference between third person and first person.
Oh, there's plenty of differences. One's skilled and one isn't. Rustamar, locked out by the rock. If he was in third person, he'd be perfectly safe there, you know? It ain't it, Chief. We're going to look at Raise Your Edge again, still holding that southeast side. They're going to be sitting, waiting for Omakun, then like next time, or maybe FaZe if they opt to go for that southern swing.
Straight for the throat. Tell it Saturday. Good lord. FaZe Clan going up against Atomical. Last man standing in a very burning shack. Holy hell. Tells me that someone missed inside. Peekaboo, thank you. And murdered instantly. Uber just gets sawn in half. Good god. Atomical, okay. How many more can you take? That's a free frag. The potential here if third party becomes a real factor. Nice 2-tap from Page. Leans the shot. Confirms Aitzi. Puts him down. Better luck next time. They've stayed quiet throughout all of this, Lauren. Do teams even know they're here?
I don't know. I want to see if people know where Gemty is. Yeah, Raise Your Edge have spotted Gemty out. This is big. Just because Raise Your Edge are aware of this. The shots coming in towards FaZe were way further north than Vazku and Gemty are, which are the other 2-2 split for Omakun. This could be a battle for potentially first place in a way, just because of the way the hill works out. If one of these teams in the southeast wins this before Alive, they're in a very good position going later on. FaZe, they're down to 2, but they are getting some frags here. Holding the northeast as best they can, and back to the blue, trying to make their way forward from the northwest. That's going to obviously cause TSM to look their way, and TSM still with 4 standing, considering they had to swim it across. They've done very well.
They fanned out in a really good position as well. With Vard being on the opposing side of the road, he can push back anyone who wants to try and take that hillside or encroach on their position. Fex is actually behind FaZe Clan. Let's get a quick look at Fex's POV. Really quick and see what kind of info he has on where the players will be.
No.
Oh, it's cool. I understand it. Still looking towards Raise Your Edge as well, because there is a fight back building over there.
Yeah, Fex will have to kind of play it till the circle almost closes. There it is. Yeah, he has to wait until circle closes and then he can do something with this. If he fights now, he's dead anyway, because he'll just get pinned back out to the blue. Now, with Iroh going down, that's a problem, because Fex is off on his own. This was not an angle they expected to be threatened from. They're already set up looking towards the south side, not worrying about someone else coming around on the north. Now, Rustamar's going to flush as well, so he's going to make it hurt. Now, look at this circle. This poses a problem for plenty of players. FaZe, better luck next time, Raise Your Edge and Omakun all have to find a new way in, and End suddenly go from being quite a low percent, chance to do well in this to actually not bad at all.
Polar opposite for Raise Your Edge. That comfortability of the valley and the hillside that they controlled has just been removed from them instantly. And the problem is with them going on a 2-2, which is the current scenario. Better luck next time sniffing. They're sending themselves over this way. Fuzz face down. Vard finally gets the headshot. Follows up with the chest and puts him in a position where I don't think they can get the res off here. Especially with Ghostar. Fex is still lingering and lurking. Vard's been gifted a crate, which he has just picked up. For those who need to turn the back lines.
Fex is going.
You'll see the smoke. You'll hear all the shots. They'll have the info. Should be an easy kill. Yeah. Smooth and steady. Job done. Raise Your Edge. What can you make of this? You've had a lot of safety for this entire circle, but now you've got to fight for it.
Thus far, it's not gone so good. They've just lost out on Monkey, which is a bit of a loss, and Omakun keeping themselves together, but they're down into scrappy positions almost. They're trying to just make the most of a bad spot. They're in the furthest southeast. Better luck next time. Losing out on players as well. You saw Kissick being poured off. And Raise Your Edge, look at the amount of fire that's just being poured towards the Northern Lights. Unrelenting. From up north, Raise Your Edge caught in this lower ground. Page moves in, steals the kill with the car. And now Shiv and Nailup having to watch as this all unravels. But now, sadly, for Page, he's in the position that Raise Your Edge were just in. And you can see how well that's gone. Omakun, down. We're into the top 5. This might be 4 soon, as TSM are getting a lot of attention. Ent's still there. Vard's fallen. Fex has fallen. Where's Miraku in all of this? I'm not sure if he can make anything out of it.
He's inside the last standing shack, or behind it potentially. Yep. Inside, hiding away. Rustamar should have the info. Squeaky and Diggory can just kind of play off the back of that. They need to take him down clean here. I don't want to see no more dead bodies on the side of Ents. There's no one on that side. You got to keep as much manpower toward this final set of circumstances that will unfold in front of you. 10 kills for the Northern Lights. One of the first over here into the circle. They held the old liquid struck Navi compounds that we've seen time and time again. Even FaZe at some points used to go for them, and they've just worked them. Killed the depths, removed them out of it, and now they're just finding all these random third-party fights. No idea that Diggory's behind him. Excuse me, Rustamar. Easy for Ents. Good cleanup. 7 kills. And more importantly, keeping 3 alive. This is what they need to do because the Northern Lights, between them and Better Luck Next Time, they have the hillside. That's the worst scenario. Yes, okay, never mind. I'll shut up. Circle's gone away from them. This has to be an Ents win, but it depends who fights first, doesn't it?
Yeah, so for Ents, essentially what you want to do is while the fights are happening between Northern Lights and Better Luck Next Time, you move up. You try and take better terrain, better territory on that circle, while also trying to maintain the flanks. That's why Rustamar's out on such a limb here, because potentially to catch Better Luck Next Time. Now, they seem very aware that Rustamar could be here, or simply put, Fate might just be going through the checklist of how do we do this. That little bit of a ridgeline below him, pretty nice. Diggory not afraid to show presence, show a little bit of the leg. Get all the boys looking over. Northern Lights swinging around on the opposing side to both of these teams. No one's going to run directly into that circle. They're going to try and use the outer edges to try and make their approach. And the problem for Ents is they are going to leave themselves to 1vx fights when none of them are favorable to them. So the issue then becomes, how well can they hold these circles? Do they have good terrain to play with? If they do, then it's okay. If they don't, Northern Lights will overwhelm. They can train back in. So we'll see how Diggory approaches. He's opted for the blue swing. He's gone deep on the blue here. This is a very risky play, and Rustamar's in a similar position. Squeaky's been spotted. This could be all but over. Deep decapitates Squeaky, and they've got to know that there's a player further out to the left. Rustamar's been spotted by Better Luck Next Time. He's been eliminated. One by one they peak, and one by one they fall.
Yeah, this is rough, especially when Diggory's last man standing. Opting for the AKM, but he could just be overpowered. Several players come his way. And Ents just like that are pushed aside. Northern Lights take on Better Luck Next Time. Our Caped Crusader, Batulins, has been, unfortunately, removed from the field, so we don't have any kind of nightgown work going on. Although we still might get it in the interview, you never know. So James will be very happy, and they'll all be just getting dressed now.
It'll take him a while, so hopefully this goes on for a bit. And yeah, you're right. Here
I've got to
comes
respect the UMP
stim.
though. The UMP at this,
I mean, it's
this
ambitious.
game and this range. Yeah, 45. I don't know.
I like
What about that one,
Fate's
Chief? But
position here. Fate could do well. If he finds Perfectus, he gets a really good angle on the other two trying to centralize. Ah, they've spotted that. Instantly called out. Deep's on Overwatch. He's keeping his 2 players safe. He's the kind of, puppeteer over there, keeping them on the string. Spyro and Perfectix get to work out further forward. Just be the aggressors. Try and find the fights. And if it's not a clean pick for Better Luck Next Time, they're going to probably die to the Deep. So we'll see who gets that first initial pick. And I like the Spyros being aggressive, but you hear the UMP. It's a choice. It may not be a good choice, but it's a choice. And you see the Deep from afar. Constant fire coming in. Constant pressure.
yeah, you have to feel from in this up against the what will be the blue soon once it all encroaches in. Fate's overstepping the boundaries here a little bit. Damage is done. Gets tapped in the head. Okay, maybe that's the go signal. Feed the information back to Perfectix. Fate can make this work. If he gets the drop on him, the Deep is there to feed that info back. He has been seeing jump shots there. Keeps going, though. Flashbangs up, volley down. Doesn't actually know the location just yet. Which is concerning if you are Perfectix. But again, none of these need to be knocked needlessly, Lauren. Look at the circle. Look at how much control they have.
They do, but it's a fine line, right? You don't want to be too passive, but you also don't want to give it away. So we'll see what the big difference maker is. Flash comes in. Policy's fine. Still got a rock to play with. It's if that circle forces them into a bad spot, that's when it gets kind of shaky. Fate's position is okay for now, but then bear in mind, that spot he's in, right, he's desperate to go for that southern flank. He's desperate to get Deep out of that position, but as soon as he gets up there, the shots come in. he can't make anything happen, which is the problem. He's having to be passive here. Now, with 3 smokes, they could make their own cover. Of course, they could put up a line of smoke and try and play off the back of that, but now with the circle moving in, they could use low ground, and they'd have to wait on the deep to move. So he's going to have to move anyway. He'll be the first to move because he's so close to the blue, of course. So let's see how they approach this, because there's a way the Better Luck next time win this. If they punish the deep and they take the clean fights against the 2, there is a chance. But it's not going to be easy, and it has to start pretty darn soon. Oh no, the molly.
Molly
the
strikes.
Whoa.
Yeah, forcing him down into a healing scenario like this is not good, because this gives them time to move and advance forward. Faultlessly might be put out of the picture here and open to the deep on the backside. Still, I'm not a big fan of this UMP. Gives it a damn good go, doesn't get the knock, and now it's into a 3 versus 1 with a deep in on the hillside. We should soon see this player hard drill from across with the M4, but ultimately the Northern Lights get a 16 frag game and a win under the belt to round out the day. You've got to be feeling good about that one.
Yeah, they weren't quiet necessarily throughout today, but I think they got outshone by a couple of teams. Some high kill games coming in. Obviously, we had the day where we got to see Batulins in the beautiful robe and everything. But for today, I feel like, as I said, it was Na'Vi's day. They had a big headliner. FaZe played well. We saw Omicron with TSM. Big kill games, of course. But the point is, it's good to see Northern Lights still staying very relevant towards the top end. Good kills, good consistency, looking solid. So for me, I think it's a nice way to kind of wrap it up, round it out, get to see that it's still incredibly competitive towards the top. And Rich, we're going to head back to the desk so we can head off and look at some spaceships going into stuff into the space. It's very exciting times, guys.
It's space. There's everywhere. They're flying left and right, but also Northern Lights are also flying as they got themselves the victory here. It's like Aurora Borealis. It's all up in the air. Very impressive by them to get that victory towards the end against Better Luck next time they were able to dominate that position. We have an interview ready, and it's Batulins himself. Yes! How are you doing, Batulin?
I am nice as always with my bathrobe. So, like a bathrobe.
Perfect. Yep. We were debating whether or not we were going to wear them, but we've done that for now. We can't do it 2 times in a row. It's fine. Obviously you get the victory. Today has been pretty darn successful for you, not in terms of like more victories, but you've had a first, a second, a third, a fourth, a fifth. Super consistent play. How have you been able to kind of do that throughout the day? Have you felt good throughout the day as a team? What are your thoughts?
My thoughts about this day that we were actually lucky with the circles, but most of games we were like in the central spot and can't get any kills. So we like have 7-8 points every game, every game, like 7, 6 or 8, yeah. And we hope that one game we're not gonna get the circle, but we could play like from the edge and the farming kills as we did it in the last game. Yeah, so yeah, and we were really happy with it.
Nice. Martin, question?
I feel like you guys always kind of succeed in these scenarios where it's one of the hardest circles there is. Is it just because you guys are ready? Like, are you always expecting the worst out of these circles, or?
Yeah, we are like we always ready. We are thinking about the circle like from what how to say it? I don't know.
Anticipating the circles?
Yeah, I mean from what side of the map we're gonna play this circle. If it's gonna shift away like the hardest circle for us, so we always ready. Yeah, and
nice.
Yep, that's why we prepared. We're prepared.
All right, Toby.
I was thinking, Batulin, was there a moment where when you are next to the bridge, you see the circle pop, and you see Raychurch go over really fast? Was there anything for you saying, what if we just stay here and camp the bridge instead of going over ourselves? Because we saw a lot of teams try and do that yesterday, some with some success, some without it, but you just went off, you took the boats, went away. Was there no temptation at all to maybe camp the bridge just a little bit?
No, we never camp the bridges and something like that. We just like, I'm hater of this thing, so I always say, guys, just go away, please. Let's try to win the game. Let's play it good from the position. Yeah, so bridges is not my thing.
Fair enough.
All right. Fair play, fair play. All right, well, thank you very much, Batulins. We'll let you get off. Anything you want to add?
I'm very proud that I'm playing with these teams. Yeah, I have really fun playing with these teams, and I hope that tomorrow will be a super nice day, interesting day, and good luck to all teams who are participating in this tournament. And let's go. Bye.
And good luck to you. Thank you very much, Batulins.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, that was Batulin. Let's take a look at some of the moments here from this game. Kind of a crazy game and really echoes of what we saw in the final game yesterday, Martin, with the circles and how they played out.
Yeah, it was just a copy pasta basically. It was pretty crazy. And what I love the most was before we started having the crazy circles, a lot of other crazy stuff like started happening. We have this Team Liquid Entropic engagement here. We had the Tempest and Snake Energy engagement, I believe it was. They were in the center on Snake, and it was just crazy. Some more cams here, fast phase with some nice headshots. Overall, just a crazy amount of stuff happening in the last game, and I kind of like it, honestly.
Yeah, definitely. How about yourself, Toby, when it came to this?
No, it was wild. I mean, yesterday was the warm-up. Apparently, the players didn't know what they were in for today, but I'm kind of worried. I mean, if this is the shenanigan we have to go through once per day, I'm just trying to wrap my head around what's going to happen tomorrow. We haven't really had those islands on Miramar yet. Maybe tomorrow's the day that we get some of those.
I have a question in general, and it's: do you believe that Northern Lights can win this? Because they're in with a really good shot. They might even be number one now. I mean,
they are. I mean, if my math is correct, then they should be in first place now.
Do you think they can go all the way? If Northern Lights wins this against, again, they're a very respectable team. They've established themselves at the top here of the EMEA scene, but against all the other big names in the scene, that's just a massive achievement, Toby.
Yeah, I mean, right now they are in first place, and to be fair, I mean, yes, Na'Vi had an absurd day today. I wouldn't go out and assume that they will replicate that tomorrow, and the lead isn't massive, but their main opponent right now is Na'Vi, and these guys can have good games even when Na'Vi also has good games, so they aren't really, in terms of who you want to go up against, their main threat. I think, I mean, Northern Lights, I don't want to say they can easily go out and win because she's saying there's a very, very stacked group of teams, but I don't see why they couldn't.
Let's take a look at the points that came in from that game. Na'Vi with 0 points, unfortunately, for them. So even though they were at the top there, it's a bit of a bop for them in the last game of the day. We'll take a look at our 1 through 8 as well, as Northern Lights, 26 smackaroonies up at the top. Big stuff for them. Ents, some very much needed points as well. 12 points, Martin, for the Ents boys.
Yeah, they jump out or try to push themselves out of that bottom 3 position right now. I think they're still 14th out of or they are 14th out of this. I just counted all of my fingers. Nice to see Perfectus in the deep though with 5 kills. See these guys up here, Spyro as well. But overall, good for them. And like, but what I want to take away from this in terms of Northern Lights, and now we're looking all the damage leaders and stuff. You don't win by your good games. You win on how many points you're able to get away on your bad games, and you can just see on Northern Lights how well they're able to, even in bad games, they're able to get 3, 4, 5, 6 points in a bad game where they know, okay, we're not going to win, but at least we're going to get a lot of kills, or we're going to get away with some placement points. And they're just their consistency in their mediocre and bad games just really shows that they belong up here.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. And here are the results for today, as the Fantastic Four, 3 of them at least, were dominating the day, mostly Na'Vi, but then at the end, Northern Lights decides to change the status quo and will get themselves the final win of the day. Here's the overall standings, and they are 7 points ahead at the top. Here's the full day's change. As you can see, Na'Vi was truly the victor of this when it came to the amount of places they were able to jump up here, Toby, but the battle is not done just yet.
Oh, far from. They'll both be going into tomorrow, of course, looking what they want to do, but also doing a ton of prep work in terms of what they're expecting other teams to do. TSM showed us in the final Miramar game, they might not be wanting to go San Martin anymore. That's 3 of your 6 games tomorrow, where you have to try and figure where is TSM going then. Because where they dropped today, kind of in between Chumacero and La Trilliera down there on the south side of Monte Nuevo, I'd be surprised if that's where they want to go. They say they want to leave the likes of San Martin to not be between teams. They're even more, in my opinion, between teams down there than they were in San Martin. So where are they gonna go? Are you gonna maybe go take the likes of San Martin on a plane that's favoring it instead? I don't know. There's a lot of things that they have to look into going into tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. Martin, how about your thoughts regarding this?
I just want to see them fight for something, like, well, not just in scrims, also in tournaments. Like, they're a caliber of team that belongs to be up there. They need to have a spot as well. Yes, San Martin is great. It's a very central spot, but not when you have a team that's stacking Hacienda, and not when you have a team in Power Grid, and then another team you have like looting between, like west of you, north of Power Grid, and like the trash north of Power Grid. And then you have another team like south of Water Treatment that you're completely boxed in like that, and they want to be able to control their own rotation timings and their own rotation paths. And they're just not able to do that when they're
3 more Miramars and 3 more Erangels to round identified flying objects. Northern Lights. It's been a great day. How about yourself, Toby? You had a good day?
It's been amazing. It's been great fun. Na'Vi getting 3 wins was beyond what I expected them to be able to pull off. To be fair, I know they're an amazing team, but going out and turning 3 games into wins the way that they managed to do it, very, very impressive. But that goes to show the saying that if it ain't broke, don't fix it, kind of works with them. They've played the strat that they do for a very long time, and whenever they have a chance to turn those games into that kind of recipe, then well, they succeed for good reason.
All right, Martin, leave us with something profound. Your final thought.
No, but I'm just excited to get tomorrow started. Honestly, it's been some crazy games. We've seen some very crazy second circle shifts. I like to see that. I like to see these kind of curveballs, and I want to see that continue, because when the teams are able to adapt to stuff like that, then it really shows that they are one of the best or the best teams amongst these other teams here. So I want to see that continue. I want to see them prove that they're the best, and they're the best at adapting, because we've really had some crazy like on the fly macro decisions that are like just out of this world, and some of the micro decisions that is happening with this deciding when and to like third party the timing. So I just want to see that continue, because it's really been evolving the last especially the last year and a half, but I feel like especially with the new meta coming in, and it's constantly evolving, from especially back from when I played, but also to when we were watching PL and last year, to like people, there's just all these micro stuff that is happening, that the decision making is just absolutely crazy, and as you can really see, it's really clever people that are playing this game, and it really shows, and it's just exciting to watch.
Damn, he did leave us with something profound in the end. There you go. And that is the end of day number 2 here for the PCS Europe. Guys and girls, thank you very much for tuning in. We shall see you tomorrow, same time, same place, for the final 6 games where we crown a champion here for PCS EU Charity Showdown. Bye-bye for now.